Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
Okay, if members can just take their seat and we'll wait just for a moment. We get quorum. I think we have. First item on the order paper is member statements. Excuse me, and I call Philip McGuigan.
On Saturday, I had the privilege of attending a hugely successful fundraiser in Dunloy in support of Noah's Story, a charity founded in memory of 2-year-old Noah McAleese. Beautiful little boy whose life was tragically cut short in November 2022. Since then, Noah's family have shown extraordinary courage in transforming their grief into a mission that is now supporting other families across the north facing similar circumstances and heartbreak. Leaning on their own experience, Karina and Johnny, Noah's parents, made a commitment that no family should face the worst moments of their lives without dignity, privacy and compassionate care and support. And out of that commitment came Noah's Story, a charity dedicated to improving how our health system here cares for families who experience sudden bereavement, by creating and maintaining dedicated bereavement spaces in hospitals across the north. These infinity rooms are named as such because of Noah's love of the Toy Story movie. The first infinity room was opened just a few months ago in November in the Causeway Hospital. And speaking back in November, Noah's mother, Karina, said, "We appreciate that when someone loses a loved one, there is very little that can truly ease that pain. But what we can do is create spaces that provide a softer landing in those immediate, devastating moments." And that is how the infinity room was created. So when you see firsthand the thought, compassion and determination of Karina and Johnny, their wider family and the local community, bringing to the work of Noah's Story, you understand that this is more than just a charity. It is a legacy of love and of the determination that despite their own tragic loss, something deeply meaningful can be built for others. Saturday's fundraiser, which I attended, held within Dunloy GA grounds, was a testament to how the local and wider North Antrim community have been touched by Noah's Story and the work of Johnny and Karina. And I want to conclude my remarks by paying tribute here in Stormont to Karina and Johnny, to their wider family, and to everyone who continues to support this remarkable charity. Their resilience and determination in ensuring that Noah's memory lives on in a way that is helping countless others. Trevor
Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. At the weekend marked the 17th anniversary of the brutal murder of the two Mazarine soldiers, Mark Quincy and Patrick Azamkar. And as did then, the community stood in solidarity at the weekend again, both on Saturday at the event and again yesterday, actually at the site of the brutal murder that took place 17 years ago. And I was reminded yesterday, whenever the clergy was there yesterday speaking at the rededication of the memorial, about how the community did come together 17 years ago and have since at the nature and the barbaric nature of the brutal murder of those 2 young men who were there that night. It was a solemn occasion then, and it's a solemn occasion now, as every reminder for us all in that area who drive past that site daily. 2 young men at the prime of their life, cut down, brutally murdered by the then claimed real IRA. I don't care, Mr. Speaker, if it's the real IRA, the continuity IRA, or just the IRA, they're all pigs of the one sow. And I'm sure that term's familiar to some in this chamber, and it may be offensive to some, but suck it up, because that's what they were. Brutal, barbaric, unnecessary, evil murder carried out in the name of Irish republicanism. But, Mr. Speaker, it is great that we were fit to stand in peace yesterday, and prayerful peace, to mark that occasion, to remember those young men, and to stand yesterday with former colleagues of theirs and former serving soldiers of different regiments who made their way across from England to mark that occasion. The bikers from the Legion were there also, all to mark that occasion. So whatever the history has learnt us, many of us will never forget what happened to the people in our province. But I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, and it's often forgot, of the first responders, the police, the fire service, the ambulance service, the hospital staff, who witnessed some of these horrific scenes. And I know one of the officers who was there, one of the first responders that night, and the fact that it's had that individual ever since. Stuff that those people can never unsee and never recover from. And I just hope that someday that everyone can have peace without those constant reminders.
Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate both the women's and the men's Irish hockey teams on their qualification for the World Cup, which will take place in the Low Countries in August. The men, including a considerable Ulster contingent, qualified a couple of days ago with a comfortable win over Wales, and then actually won their qualifying tournament in Chile by beating France 2-1 yesterday. It is nevertheless worth noting on the day after International Women's Day that hockey is the second most played sport in the world, largely because it is widely played by women. In fact, it is currently the largest majority female participation sport in Northern Ireland. The women's team secured qualification in a shootout against Japan. This is the 3rd consecutive qualification for the World Cup, and of course we still remember the 2018 tournament in which the team reached the final. Nevertheless, it does bring up an issue of concern. An interesting aspect of that team in 2018, when they reached the final, was that there were members from each of the 6 counties in Northern Ireland. And the concern is that we will not be able to repeat that in the future, and that is down to a lack of facilities. In fact, one county, Fermanagh, does not have a functional hockey pitch at all now. Enniskillen has to play its home games in County Tyrone. The Derry and Strabane Council area has just one, and due to floodlighting restrictions, the local club cannot run as many teams as it would wish to. Even in the Greater Belfast area, we are basing facilities on demand, but there cannot be demand for pitches that do not exist. This weekend has reinforced that hockey is an Irish success story with significant Ulster input. And on that note, I would congratulate Hockey Ireland, but also Ulster Hockey, for their tremendous work in the successes that we're seeing in both the teams. But we must be ensuring that we build on this success, not put it at risk, and let us commit to action to make sure that success can continue. Thank you.
Doug
Since this mandate resumed, many of the parties in here have been lectured about PSNI, about interference in PSNI operational matters by the Justice Minister. I particularly remember one spicy and spiky moment between my friend opposite and the Justice Minister on this issue. It is clear that the Justice Minister, or as the leader of the Alliance Party, is using her position of privilege to interfere with PSNI decision-making. In early February, the Ulster Unionist Party Press and Policy team used a PSNI logo to accompany a press release about a data release from the courts and tribunal service containing police officers' names. Using the logo is something many parties do, including the Alliance Party, I have to say. It shouldn't have been used and was taken down at the request of the police. Although it was the PSNI that requested it to be taken down, it was on the back of the Justice Minister interference in police operational decision-making through a series of WhatsApp messages discovered by a Freedom of Information request. These WhatsApp messages bring out a number of points. Firstly, the Minister, who said the Courts and Tribunal Service data release wasn't an issue, yet described the data release as a problem to the police, clearly countering what she told this chamber. The Minister was also trying to use the police to stifle scrutiny, as the press release was critical of her and her department. Secondly, she used the exchange in an attempt to undermine the Ulster Unionist Party leader's relationship with the police through derogatory comments. Lastly, the Minister tried to influence the police by inferring that they should ask us to take it down, and secondly, by making a suggestion that the PSNI should challenge the Ulster Unionist Party on social media. Mr. Speaker, this is clear political interference in the operational activities of the PSNI and undermines the credibility of the Justice Minister. The word hypocrisy is used a lot on this issue. It is apt. It also raises the issue why the Justice Minister is using a non-secure phone app to discuss operational matters. If she is doing this for issues around a critical press release, what else is she using it for? There now needs to be an audit of the Minister's messages to ensure sensitive information is not being sent via insecure means. This issue is a clear attempt to stifle scrutiny and a clear attempt to stifle critical analysis. And we should all be concerned that the Minister is doing this through WhatsApp messages direct to the police. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I want to speak today about a subject that is of the utmost urgency for households, workers, families across the North, and that is the price of energy. Donald Trump and the State of Israel decided to bomb Iran from the sky. I'm not here to explain why that's a bad, illegal and an idiotic thing to do, but what I am here to say is that the public out there, 2/3 of whom in this region use home heating oil for their domestic fuel, are already facing real severe pressure on their budgets. In the past week alone, it has doubled. In fact, it has nearly doubled, but will probably very soon, I would imagine, more than double the cost of filling your tank up, according to the aggregation done by the Consumer Council and indeed the data available via websites like Boiler Juice. It is putting real pressure on households. We know our home heating oil market here is utterly unregulated. We know that households are already facing real squeezes after years of inflation and in many cases slower than necessary pay rises. So, what to do about it? Well, the executive needs to coordinate a response. They need to stand over hard-pressed households. I'm not saying the executive can control what happens in the Middle East. Clearly they can't. But there are short-term, medium-term and long-term actions that need to be taken. Number one, we are calling for the executive to at least explore a response that helps the most hard-pressed households with their energy costs. Thankfully, we're out of the worst of winter, but people still need to heat their homes, and the most vulnerable will face a squeeze. So we've asked for some kind of discretionary support. It could be along the lines of previous discretionary support schemes. It could be, eligibility could be, for example, along the lines of that offered to people who get rates relief or indeed pensions credit. But the executive does need a response because we have the lowest level of household disposable income in the UK. We also have the biggest exposure to these energy shocks because of our reliance on unregulated home heating oil. Number two, we need to start thinking about how and when we regulate home heating oil. Mr. Speaker, there are lots of great family-owned businesses across Northern Ireland that provide home heating oil. I'm not casting aspersions on them, but we know this market is unregulated. We know lots of people out there literally stick their garden broom into their oil tank to test how much oil they have. We need it properly regulated going forward. But lastly, we need progress from the Economy Minister on an energy transition that means we are less reliant on unstable parts of the world for fossil fuels. It is completely critical. Mr. Speaker, we need that. We haven't had that yet from the Economy Minister or the Finance Minister. There have been warm words, there have been statements about what should happen. We need action. And not to put too fine a point on it, south of the border, Sinn Féin TDs are standing up and calling for action from the Irish Government, where there is less proportionate reliance on home heating oil than up here in the north. Let's see the Executive Act. They got additional money from London last week. They can't fix all the problems, but they can take some action. At the minute, nothing is happening. We need support.
The tragic loss of another woman's life in Enniskillen is another horrific reminder that we still have a long way to go in ending the scourge that is violence against women and girls in our society. Whether it's on our streets, in our communities or in our homes, women deserve to feel safe and be safe. I truly believe that the epidemic of misogyny that exists in our society can be stopped if all of us work together across this chamber, across the executive and right across our society. Working together, implementing the strategic framework on ending violence against women and girls, we can focus on prevention, continue to support women's organisations and to empower our local communities so that together we can stop the violence before it starts. My heart goes out to the family, friends and community of the young woman who lost her life at the weekend. The impact of such a loss is simply unimaginable and no doubt will have a lasting impact on the people of Fermanagh. Together, we must unite and say enough is enough and end violence against women and girls in our society.
Mr Speaker, last week, Sinn Féin TD Matt Carthy claimed there isn't an instance where bombing a country ended up resulting in a better situation. I asked the House just to let that sink in. Mr Carthy appears to have forgotten which party he represents. Hear, hear. In making that statement, he has inadvertently exposed the hypocrisy at the heart of Sinn Féin. Through this lapse of memory, Mr Carthy has highlighted the folly of the IRA's bombing campaign across Northern Ireland and mainland Great Britain. There was certainly no betterment from the Narrow Water bombing, where 18 British soldiers were so callously murdered by the IRA. There was no betterment from the Corrie Square police station mortar attack in Newry, where 9 RUC officers were murdered and many others injured. No better situation emerged from the rubble of the countless town centre bombs planted and detonated by the IRA during the Troubles, including attacks in places such as Market Hill and the attack on the Glenanne Army Base. And there was certainly no betterment for the families who lost loved ones to undercar booby-trap bombs planted to murder people as they left their homes for an honest day's work or returned to their vehicles at the end of it. I think especially of the late Charles Armstrong, murdered in such a fashion as he left a meeting of Armagh City and District Council at the Palace in Armagh City. When I served as Lord Mayor, I regularly told his story when hosting guests in the room named in his memory. No betterment. Mr Carthy is correct in one respect. Far from bringing improvement, these acts were cruel and bloodthirsty atrocities. They tore holes in families and communities, and the pain and trauma remains decades later. The First Minister, in fact, would do well to endorse her colleague's words. Instead of repeating the tired claim that there was no alternative to IRA violence, a far more honest assessment would simply be this: there was no justification for IRA bombing. Thank you.
David Huntingford. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Last week I raised the sharp rise in energy prices and the real impact that that's having on households right across Northern Ireland. I also raised the lack of regulation for heating oil. But over the past number of days, those concerns have only grown. For many families here, energy prices affect practically every bill that lands on their kitchen table, from the oil tank that needs filled to heat their home, to the cost to fill their car to get to work, to the increased food prices and the weekly shop. We are hearing people's concerns. They're working hard, yet they're finding it harder and harder to make ends meet. And today again I call for the Department of Economy and Department of Communities to urgently work together and engage with the UK Government to examine what support can be provided for households here if these pressures continue to rise. We have seen support schemes before during periods of extreme energy volatility. And as energy prices continue to rise, we need to know what protections are in place for the most vulnerable in our society, for working families who are already under pressure. But secondly, we are particularly exposed here on this island and a continued reliance on oil and gas. And we can't control global conflicts or geopolitical shocks, but people here should not be paying the price for wars elsewhere. We can control how exposed we are to them, and with today being only 43% of our electricity generated from renewable sources, that must increase, and must increase quickly, because the cost of transition is now being felt directly in people's pockets. If we look at countries like Norway, where around 95% of their electricity is generated by renewable sources, their people are paying significantly less, about half the price of we do for energy. We live on an island in the Atlantic Ocean with enormous natural energy resources, and we should be using those resources to produce our own energy to lower the bills and protect households from global shocks. And that means moving at pace, and that means all of us around this chamber uniting behind the executive and the ministers to work to bring this forward at pace. Working with the Irish Government to deliver energy security for everybody here, north and south, because this is about two things. It's about protecting people and their energy bills right now, and it's about building an energy system that protects them into the long-term future. Families in Northern Ireland deserve to know that this Assembly has their back, and we're focused on delivering for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I rise today to welcome the announcement by Sinn Féin Economy Minister Keith Archibald that postgraduate loans will increase by 54%, from £6,500 up to £10,000. This is a myriad of other schemes and proposals brought forward by the Minister, which include increased student provision, including articulation routes, increased access through our FE colleges to further and higher education, increased student maintenance loans, which have already increased by 20%, and the fact that our student fees remain half of what they do in England. The Minister is committed to enhancing further and higher education provision across the spectrum here in the North. One of the programmes, just to name one of them, is a Scale Up programme to allow people to upskill, to reskill, and to diversify their skills in particular areas. And for example, as a member of the Economy Committee, when I stepped into this role, one of the areas which I wasn't so sure on was around productivity. It was something which I had less experience on. Those courses actually allowed me to upskill in that specific area, and as anybody who sits on the Economy Committee will know, that's now an area about which I'm very passionate and about which I know a lot and can work with industry experts on that. My own experience also as a postgraduate student when I was training as a primary school teacher was one which I was very lucky to have the opportunity to do, because I had the opportunity to come straight from school through my undergraduate course and straight into the postgraduate course. But I'm conscious that many people who did that course with me didn't have the same opportunity, and many of them left full-time employment to take on that course at huge risk and huge financial risk to themselves as well. So I think that when we're talking about skills and about these opportunities, we're looking at skills gaps and vacancies in teaching and social work, healthcare professionals, and also in terms of trying to increase the number of people in legal professions. These are opportunities, and this position by the Minister today allows people to reskill, to upskill, and actually takes off a huge element of the financial burden which prevents people from going into those courses, prevents people with huge skills from taking on those opportunities, and actually to addressing the skills gaps in our economy, as well as improving their own circumstance. So I very much welcome this move by the Minister. I'm sure that it's one that's been welcomed across the House, and it was most important to see the benefit that it's had from students. NUS released a very strong statement commending this, and I want to praise the Minister today for her work on this and right across the board to enhance the experience and the opportunities for students in the North.
This week we will mark European Remembrance Day for victims of terrorism, and for any member that took the time, that were in the Senate chamber over the last 2 hours, we've seen firsthand the carnage, the hurt and the destruction terrorism wreaked on so many lives here in Northern Ireland and further afield. Regardless of their paramilitary affiliation, it has caused a stain on our society and a broken heart in many families. It's a day to remember those whose lives were cruelly taken by acts of terror, and to reflect on the duty we all share to support innocent victims and stand firmly against those who seek to impose their will through violence. It leaves a trail of destruction. For my own constituency, today's date carries particular solemn significance. 17 years ago today, on the 9th of March 2009, Constable Stephen Carroll was murdered by Republican terrorists whilst responding to an emergency call in Lurgan. Constable Carroll served in the police service of Northern Ireland. He carried on that proud legacy of service following service with the Royal Ulster Constabulary. He was a dedicated officer, a husband and a father. He put on the uniform to protect the public and uphold the rule of law. Instead of returning home to his family that evening, he was brutally taken by those who sought to drag Northern Ireland back to darker days. I remember that killing. So many of my age will remember that killing. A constable, a police officer who had served so well, taken in what would have been the prime of his life. It shocked the community, and there was a stark reminder that those that were intent in carrying out political violence still exist in Northern Ireland today. Today, in my own constituency, we also remember another local man who lost his life while serving others. Lance Corporal Stephen McKee from Banbridge, a soldier with the 1st Battalion of the Royal Irish Regiment, was killed in Afghanistan on the 9th of March 2011. Like Constable Carroll, he was serving with courage and dedication when his life was again taken by cowardly terrorists. Both men served others. Both men represented the very best of our community, and both families paid the highest possible price. As we mark this day of remembrance, we must honour their memory of all victims of terrorism.
We're going to count Gorla to Shackton, the Gilliga, Fihe, Shay, Foylan, Shoyle. Is fella Intaki Shaw, Ag Dol, Onyart, Gunyart, Na Milche, Emakti, Ag Tarley, Fud, Na Heron. Tarudi or Shul, the Ahandinia, Fulamiori, Dini Gan, Gillig, Dini Yoga, Isleri, A or As, August or Oberch, Na Gillig. Tanis Mo Dini, a Lorch, Tanis Mo Dili, a Fulham. Agus tanis mo dini a cursima inchi, ta pobl na changa, lan brie, agus biocta. Game gak ra or na groupie or fad, a ta ag agri ruddy, idger, anish, agus la ella podrig. Mollum da ahandinia frastal or imacti lilin, hackton na gilliga. Mas ruddy nakro to or imict, gillig rivishaw, goes a chance. Bully, to la pobl falchil fear hardil, and ma hat er heen to skoy na nimacti or shul, to gak sort rod or shul sna honage gillig or no radio falcha and hutterland honorary vag glornimona hum clernard sportland the heron august nart atche ella august mullum foster na groupie ella ata a kurspoas or file the imacti changa more hedge than ella shaw. Vila more Charlie a Lorna Carrack Foster again Jerry Shaktina, Vimi on Anuri, the McClan, August Winwid and Salt Ass. August Le Craignihu or Fontia Polichul. Kaileru ata is Shaktin the Gaelic, I cur a Givnia ata on Co Y. Currency a Givnia doing go will fragract all war or in stat frastal Kjart a Yanni or and Changa. Ta Kjart a Mass agus haar Ian Rodella in Estiacht ag Chastel, Hanawine go Wilshin ag Chastel ag Tashe haar So when he was Sultas, Shacked in the Gaelic, agus Curramish ag Givnu, Doiv, Shud, Ata, ag Guak, go will ag Chap, Orhu, Bart, a Yanu, the rare.
Melissa McHugh.
Correct.
Cuibh hasty fodden dawn Scoil Jardín sa Caite agus é dléasta mar na character is far leo agus éad ag ceilú le dónda na leor. Ba é téma le dónda na leor an mléana ag léamh waithe le fleisir. Téma a reithniú le dul a dlec leis an mé atá ag teacht an taithnú a bhhain daine as an letriacht. Tá an dón a géirí níos digite a rí an náma. Mar bhfuil muid ag fécint gas galain ag an am céarna tá muid ag gruim scróláil, agus tá a réise éire ag crapú agus merig ag teacht bua na saolaíochta agin de réir. Níl reachtain a gach páiste na service shrúthe na ar líne, agus sin an fá a bhfuil luach lei ag Lórlanna. Coidíonn Lórlanna agus Lór le cathrú na féine a chathú trí reachtain sir an asca scéalta, spásan na staidir agus áir idithas réachtainacha a thabhairt do páiste atá faoi mí buntáiste. Rud a cinnteann nach mbíonn deisna a gongú ag incom gléasna na cúnsa baile. Is máil ólas éad Lórlanna, is máil pobl éad fásta, is spásan na teo a gar céim a costas mar reachtaile éad agus spragann siad an saolaíocht. Thugéire chuid scríbhneoirí iontacha do dón, ní amháin an Gaeilge ach an méarla fásta, C.S. Lewis, James Joyce agus Seamus Heaney, agus go leor lór eile nach éad. Léiríonn a saothar a cuachtaí atá focail. Tugad an litreachta orlaisí do daine a nniu agus a saoileachta féin a múnlú. A ré seo na scalan tá cuachtaí lei ag buint le bheith ag léamh waithe le fleisir, churann sé suaimhneas inam. Leachnaíonn sé nintin.
That concludes member statements. I have Matthew O'Toole sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have 3 minutes to speak. Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am delighted to present this petition to the Assembly on behalf of the people of Rosetta, Winchurch and indeed the wider part of South East Belfast. They have become increasingly frustrated at the lack of progress in installing a pedestrian crossing at the Knockbreda Road, which would, as well as improve safety for the many families who live there, allow the back gate into Cherryvale Park to be opened. I am delighted that 642 people signed our petition, showing the strength of feeling locally. Since I first became an MLA, I have championed improved road safety, better connectivity and more access to green spaces. This crossing would achieve all three of these things, as well as the opening of the back gate into Cherryvale. Despite these benefits and the support from Belfast City Council and indeed local councillors from multiple parties, the Department for Infrastructure has been dragging its feet, commissioning yet another consultation last year, the findings of which they are yet to publish. DFI has spent £17,000 on this project thus far. I and my colleagues, Claire Hanna MP and Councillor Seamus Taficha, have been working for years to ensure the delivery of this crossing as part of a wider package, which also included the crossing that was successfully delivered on the Ravenhill Road. Our petition reads as follows. Dear Liz Kimmins, MLA, Minister for Infrastructure, I am writing to you in relation to the proposed pedestrian crossing at Knockbreda Road. As you may know, the crossing is required not only for road safety in the Rosetta area, but also to unlock the opening of the rear entrance of Cherryvale playing fields. In the 5 years since this crossing was proposed, there have been 2 consultations of residents in the area. Your department received the data from the most recent consultation in May 2025. As a resident passionate about seeing the delivery of the crossing, I am asking that you publish the result of that consultation and outline a clear timeline for the project up to the installation of the crossing. Mr. Speaker, I hope the Minister will listen to residents, publish the consultation results, outline a clear timeline for delivery, and finally get on with delivering the Knockbreda Road crossing, which will unlock the opening of the back entrance into Cherryvale Park a treasured community asset, particularly for families. The people of Rosetta have waited for long enough. Let's get this done. Thank you.
I invite the member to approach the table to present his petition. Thank you. I will forward the petition to the Minister for Infrastructure and send a copy to the committee. Next item of business is a motion from the opposition on equalising the First Minister and Deputy First Minister titles. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises that the titles of the First Minister and Deputy First Minister are joint and equal in authority and responsibility, acknowledges that the difference in titles is a historical anomaly made at the request of a unionist party, agrees that the current titles entrench division, frequently detract political attention from matters of real importance and are against the true meaning of the Good Friday Agreement, notes that several holders of the office of the First Minister and Deputy First Minister have called for the titles to be changed to reflect their joint nature, and believes that the titles of the First Minister and Deputy First Minister should be equalised ahead of the next Assembly election.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
So moved.
The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose, 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published in the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes can be added to the debate to the total time. Please open the debate on the motion, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first thing I want to say today is something that will probably preempt a comment that will be made by others through the course of this debate, and it is this. The subject of this motion is not the most important thing we will debate today. It is, in fact, the least important thing we will debate today, and that is precisely the point. The question of who holds a title with one word of difference, but not one other single substantive difference in role, responsibility or legal power, should be the definition of a trivial matter. It is a distinction without a difference. To put it another way, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. Today, in opposition time, we will debate the challenges of special SEN classroom assistant provision and the all-island economy. We have separately pressed for interventions from the Finance and Economy Ministers on the huge pressures on family budgets created by the Trump-Israeli actions in Iran. It goes without saying that all of these, along with the rates order tomorrow, the budget bill tomorrow, all of the ministerial question times, and indeed the petition on the Knockbreda road crossing that I've just submitted, are infinitely more important than the presence of a single, non-capitalised word at the start of a job title, which is otherwise entirely equal. And before I get on to more of the argument for today's motion, it is important to say that this motion is not about the performance of specific First or Deputy First Ministers. It is about the structure and design of the office, and the fact that the bizarre differential in titles in an otherwise entirely joint office reinforces the arbitrary divisions in our politics. It distracts from the real issues, the real important issues which I have just described. And I do want to acknowledge that on the day after International Women's Day, we have First Ministers too who, whatever my profound criticisms of the performance of the executive, have both sought to use their office to provide positive leadership in different ways. Genuinely, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that. And that is a reminder of why the office was designed to be a joint one in the first place. In March 1998, only weeks before the Good Friday Agreement was signed, two friends from different traditions, best friends, Philip Allen and Damien Traynor, were shot dead in the Railway Inn pub in Points Pass by sectarian gunmen, killers from the Loyalist Volunteer Force. As a statement of unity of purpose and collective revulsion, David Trimble and Seamus Mallon went to the village together to express the outrage felt by our entire community. Before it had been formalised in an agreement, Trimble and Mallon visually embodied and performed the powerful, transformative idea of partnership. The idea of two people in a joint office embodying shared purpose in a place which had been defined by division. There was never any question that when it came to formalising the agreement, that the roles would not be equal. But the then leader of the Ulster Unionist Party stipulated, and this is in all of the written accounts of those negotiations, stipulated that there had to be a difference in the two titles. In recent evidence to the Assembly and Executive Review Committee, I should declare I'm a member of that committee, the former Deputy First Minister and Agreement Negotiator, and of course former leader of my party, Mark Durkan, indicated that the stipulation over different titles may have represented a desire by the main Unionist Party to retain some form of what was termed residual primacy, as a means of better selling other difficult compromises to the Unionist electorate. And that residual, I'll give way briefly.
I thank you for giving way, because you mentioned the AERC, and I know it's picked up in the amendment, which we will not be supporting. So the purpose of the amendment is to move this into the AERC. Would the member agree with me that the Good Friday Agreement was an incredible step forward for cross-community voting on how First Ministers were elected, and that actually St Andrews embedded sectarianism in how we elected the First Minister's office?
Yes, so I dealt with that one fairly comprehensively, and I'll come on to some of the reforms the SDLP is proposing in addition to this, because this is just a small one of the suite of reforms that we want to drive forward. And as a result of that residual primacy effect, that difference of a single word, that difference has become in many ways an emblem of the strangeness and dysfunction that has plagued these institutions. On too many occasions, this strange, antiquated relic of supremacy, this shibboleth, has been magnified in our political debate, especially at election times. And it must be said, this has been the particular reserve of Unionist parties, and particularly, Mr. Speaker, the DUP, who have returned to the well of tribalism with predictable regularity. Sometimes subtly, sometimes not so subtly. In 2011, Peter Robinson explicitly and repeatedly warned of the risks of a Republican First Minister, and after the Assembly election of that year, gloried in the fact that Northern Ireland continued to have a Unionist First Minister. Just a few years before that, his predecessor Ian Paisley, even while enjoying a famously warm public relationship with Martin McGuinness, pointedly and quite patronisingly referred to his joint office holder, whose agreement he required for even routine matters as his deputy. No wonder that there emerged a belief, heard regularly in the media, on doorsteps, and in conversations around kitchen tables and pubs, that the DUP would refuse to even tolerate the idea of a nationalist or Republican First Minister. And of course, that is why the election of Michelle O'Neill 2 years ago, even though she'd substantively held the same role before, carried with it real symbolism, which I have always acknowledged. That spell of that residual primacy should now have been broken. That sacred cow of hardline unionism should have been slaughtered. It is now time to move our political debate away from symbolism and towards accountability. I agree with the former Deputy First Minister, the joint First Minister, the late Martin McGuinness, who was correct when he said that the titles should be equalised to reflect the equality of the roles. And as the person to occupy the First Minister's office for the longest time, which he did for a decade, he knew what he was talking about. But it wasn't just the longest-serving First Minister, Martin McGuinness, who held that view. It was the shortest-serving one too. The current Finance Minister, John O'Dowd, was Deputy First Minister for just over a month in 2011. And back in 2009, even before then, John O'Dowd said, quote, "Joint First Minister, I think, more truly reflects the position which both men hold. Martin and Peter are equals in this office." John O'Dowd also said, I think I'm right in quoting him, he said that the differential in titles was a slip-up in the negotiations by my own party, the SDLP. Now, whether John is right about that or not, we are happy to work now to redress that situation, starting with today's motion. I hope the Finance Minister's party still feel the same way. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is time to move our political debate away from symbolism and towards substance. In the time that we have often fixated on this title, the state of our health service has stagnated. Our crumbling water infrastructure has gotten worse, and the environmental crisis, including at Lough Neagh, has become an emergency. All of these things have stagnated and got worse, while the focus at election time, often with the willing complicity of the media, has been a single word in a job title. No wonder the public has lost trust in our politics. No wonder we have a crisis in accountability. Part of what we are trying to do as the official opposition is to create a culture of accountability in our politics, but also a culture of partnership, something that, as Robbie Butler said, we endeavoured to create in 1998, not the standoff politics we have at the minute. The North I want to live in is one based on partnership and respect, not a race to see who gets to be top dog, not years of failing public services and failing trust, and then a race for a title at the end, not old firm politics, a culture of accountability, a politics based on partnership, not primacy. To be honest, Mr. Speaker, I genuinely don't know how anybody, after all this time, could disagree with making this title joint. And let me be clear, this is just one small part of a programme of reform we think needs to be driven through. We want to reverse the St Andrews veto referred to by Mr. Butler. We want to make it easier to elect a Speaker whenever there isn't one. No comment on the current incumbent, Mr. Speaker. We want to look at a whole range of other things. We think lots of these can be dealt with quickly and speedily, including before the election. I'm sure we'll hear the detail of the amendment. I don't think the AERC inquiry should stop us from taking a clear view here and now about things we can improve. I want an end to old firm politics. I want us to be based on partnership, not primacy, and I commend this motion to the Assembly.
Thank you. I call Pat Shane to move the amendment.
Moved.
So proposed in 5 minutes to wind. All our speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
John Corla, and the offices of the First and Deputy First Minister are joint and equal in authority and in responsibility, and that principle is clearly established in law and reflected in how the offices operate in practice. However, the amendment we have tabled reflects a simple but important point. Changing titles alone does not address the deeper structural issues within our institutions which now require reform. And through the work of the Assembly and Executive Review Committee, we've been engaging with credible and authoritative academics and constitutional experts who study these institutions closely. And the evidence presented to the committee has been consistent. Altering the titles of these offices would be a cosmetic exercise and would do little, if anything, to make the institutions more stable or more effective. And the Leader of the Opposition, his contribution, said that the health service is stagnating, environmental controls are stagnating, and other issues are creating problems as well. Changing the titles of the First and Deputy First Minister will make absolutely no difference whatsoever to that. So while some may wish to focus on symbolism, the work Sinn Féin is engaging in at the AERC committee is focused on substance, and every single one of the issues that the committee is dealing with is much more important than this issue that the Leader of the Opposition has brought forward.
Will the member give way?
Yes.
Thank the member for kindly giving way. Will the member cast his memory back to the last Assembly election when his party were, what should we say, beating the drum of symbolism by saying, make history, make Michelle First Minister, and didn't actually mention any other issues? Surely that is a bit contradictory of what he's just said.
Not at all contradictory. In fact, I think it's informative that the SDLP has never previously brought forward a motion to equalise the titles of First and Deputy First Minister. And I think, and I said this to the Leader of the Opposition on The View from Stormont last week, why is he so obsessed with this now? Is it because it's Sinn Féin who holds the First Minister's post? Because that's the way it appears to us. The SDLP had no focus on this, no focus whatsoever, before a Sinn Féin MLA became First Minister. And nearly 28 years on from the Good Friday Agreement, it's entirely legitimate to discuss how our institutions might evolve. And Sinn Féin is open to that discussion. We are engaging constructively with the evidence, and we are prepared to explore reforms that strengthen accountability and improve how these institutions function. But those conversations must take place through the proper forum. And I can't understand why the SDLP is preempting the work that's taken place within the AERC committee. And perhaps they should engage maybe a bit more constructively with the work that's taken place in the committee, rather than coming in here and grandstanding on an issue which is going to produce no tangible effect or no tangible change to the operation of these institutions. Go ahead.
Just on the AERC, would you acknowledge, first of all, I literally proposed the AERC inquiry and his party didn't support it first time around. That's a point of fact. Just secondly, just to clarify, does he agree with the former Deputy First Minister, Martin McGuinness, that the title should be equalised?
Well, first of all, in terms of the AERC committee, I don't remember who proposed I'll give way to the chair of the committee.
I thank the member for giving way. I think it's been a complete load of nonsense from Media Matt in terms of his interpretation, because the ARC is actually formatted to produce a report. I mean, going outside the chamber to try to get his media lines does nothing for the conducive work that the committee's meant to be doing.
Absolutely, and that's the role of the AERC committee, to produce reports. It doesn't actually make any decisions. And one of the previous reports I was involved in was in regard to research that the AERC commissioned about the legislative output from the Assembly here in comparison to other legislatures. And when that research came back to the committee, it was clear that the Assembly and the Executive compared favourably with other legislatures on these islands. So the Assembly and Executive Review Committee is where detailed work and evidence gathering is underway. And I mean, I don't want to make this personal with the Leader of the Opposition, but he's very rarely in time for the start of the committee, and there may be good reasons for that. I was actually surprised when he arrived in time the other day. Maybe that's because his uncle was in giving evidence. I do have to say there's a certain irony in the motion before us today. It seems that the issue of titles has suddenly become a pressing concern for some only now that Sinn Féin holds the post of First Minister. And there's another irony also. The SDLP often lecture others in this chamber about the use of so-called non-binding motions, yet this is now the third or fourth non-binding motion on institutional reform that they have brought forward. If the aim is genuinely to advance reform, then the most constructive approach would be to engage fully with the work already taking place at the Assembly and Executive Review Committee and to work collectively on serious proposals. So our message is clear. Sinn Féin is up for the discussion on reform. We are engaging with the detail, and we will continue to do so through the proper forum of the Assembly and Executive Review Committee. And that's the focus that our amendment seeks to bring to this debate. And I mean, there's another issue which people tend not to mention. Sure, go ahead.
The member didn't answer the last question posed by my colleague. The Deputy First Minister, Martin McGuinness, a good few years ago, prior to his death, said that the offices were equal and they should be called Joint First Minister. And he went at one time at great length to explain the duties and roles of that office to me at a dinner, and said when they were in power that they would make sure that those titles were joint. Why do you not agree with that?
Well, the issue isn't about one single matter of the issue of First and Deputy First Minister. It's about a substantive programme of reform. It has to be taken together. If you speak to your party leader here in the Assembly, he will tell you that every single witness who has come into the AERC committee has been asked if changing the titles would make any substantive or tangible difference, and the answer on every single occasion has been no. So, if you're going to talk about reform of the institutions, you're not going to do it by changing the titles of the First and Deputy First Minister. If you're serious about reform, engage with the other issues that are substantive and that are important and that will make a difference to the workings of the Assembly and the Executive. And just one final point, Ceann Comhairle. You know, one of the issues that is completely forgotten about when we discuss the issue about poor delivery, about the stagnation of the institutions and so on, we need to always remember that one of the fundamental flaws here in these institutions is that the DUP never bought into the Good Friday Agreement. They still don't, and we've heard ministers on the other side saying that they don't work in partnership with Sinn Féin. It's a badge of honour to get up and criticise the Good Friday Agreement and so on. And the issues to which they especially object are the issues of equality and parity of esteem. And that's why we see ministers from the DUP joining court cases against the erection of bilingual signage in 2026. Thank
you. I call Jonathan Buckley.
Perhaps I should leave a bit of time for the Leader of the Opposition to regain his normally pale complexion. It went the colour of his hair there for a brief moment during that particular debate. But look, for many in this chamber, fundamental reform has become a buzzword. It's become a buzzword for many within nationalism and indeed the Alliance Party. But quite often it's associated with quite a degree of chronological snobbery. Because there is an issue in which many members in this House will not directly account for. There are fundamental differences within our society. There's a fundamental difference in constitutional outlooks, fundamental difference in how people in this House view social issues, and again it could go on. So therefore, there's always going to be the need for institutions that reflect and balance the composition of political thought within Northern Ireland. That is a fact. If that wasn't the case, we would have had no need for the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. We would have had no need for St Andrews. We would have no need for the agreements that failed and went before. That is fundamentally factual. So when we debate these issues, we should do so with that firmly in our minds. The final 6 words of the opposition motion today are telling us ahead of the next Assembly election. And that gets to the very heart, Mr Deputy Speaker, of what the SDLP are trying to achieve with reform. It's not about better government, not about more accountable government that they want to proclaim, but it's about electoral advantage. Now, I understand, Deputy Speaker, the St Andrews Agreement and indeed the Good Friday Agreement, Belfast Agreement, whatever you want to call it, hasn't served the SDLP well. They've been reduced on every single election to this place, now such that the voters have even put them into the opposition. So I can understand their desire to see changes of institutions that has not suited their style of politics. But we have seen it demonstrated time and time again where there is a one-upmanship between the SDLP and indeed the Alliance who can jump ahead of the very committee that's set up to look at where accommodation can be found and where we can try to progress some of the outstanding issues. Now, it has been mentioned before by Sinn Féin and indeed others that the fundamental fact remains that fundamental reform requires buy-in from political parties that make up this chamber. You can't get away from that fact. To do so is delusional in the extreme. Because whatever fundamental reform you go through, if a party in this chamber decides that they no longer want to partake in these institutions because they feel that they're demonstrably against their interest and that of the electorate that they represent, they can indeed walk away no matter what the institutions are reformed to say. That's factual. Then we have the secondary question to that. If the largest party within unionism, or indeed within nationalism, chose to do so, would this place have democratic legitimacy? That is a fact that many members can't get their heads around. We need to see good government. We need to see a spirit that ensures that these institutions can work to the best for all our people. But it's a crusade by the SDLP leader, leader of the opposition, maybe leader someday, and indeed that of the Alliance Party, to try to drag this Assembly into positions on non-binding motions to influence the work of the committee. The committee will produce a report. It may not have recommendations that this entire Assembly can buy into. It may have some that can. But that's the place in which its work should be carried out. And I want to say very clearly, it would be a grave mistake to believe that institutional change can be railroaded through at the expense of one side or another. Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Member, for giving way. And I suppose you'd actually started to go on to the point that I was going to make, that any agreement around reform needs to have the support of all parties, particularly the largest unionist party.
The member makes an absolutely vital point. And did we not see the heartache and indeed the instability that was created whenever certain parties and indeed other institutions such as the Irish government, the British government and the European Union attempted to actually remove cross-community consent within this chamber to advance their own ends, and the instability that pursued? Because you have to think about this. Have you ever given thought to the fact that fundamental reform that you may see is in the best interest of this place for stability might actually cause long-term instability? That is a fundamental point that a lot of members time and time again miss. The devolved institutions in this province will only succeed if they command a broad support from across the political spectrum, and indeed those that prescribe to neither. Unionism and nationalism are fundamental. They make up significant swathes, a majority by vast in this chamber. Vital safeguards should remain, and that should be the case going forward. Unionism won't be lectured on what should be removed to best advance that of nationalism. It was okay for it to be contained within agreements when it suited them. And in the closing point about the Belfast Agreement, I didn't support anything that released prisoners onto our streets or the disbandment of the RUC.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
I rise on behalf of the Alliance Party to support the motion. We do see some merit in the amendment, but we will be opposing it because we do feel that whilst the AARC committee are doing some good work and taking some great evidence, that we do think that there is the potential for some incremental change led by the UK government in terms of institutional reform here, because we do, as to use Mr Sheehan's phrase there, we do recognise that there are deep structural issues in these institutions that do need urgent attention by the government. This Assembly knows, because it is written into law and demonstrated in practice, that the offices of First Minister and Deputy First Minister are joint and equal in authority and responsibility. One cannot act without the other. One cannot remain in post without the other. Their powers are exercised together, their decisions are taken together, and their mandate rests on the same statutory foundation. Mr Deputy Speaker, the distinction between First and Deputy First suggests seniority and subordination. It suggests that one office leads and the other follows. That simply is not how our institutions are designed to operate, and it is not how the law defines them. The titles were the product of political negotiation at a particular time many, many years ago now. Go ahead.
Anyway, at one of the presentations to the committee, it was suggested, I think seriously, but some found it in jest, that perhaps the creation of a third office holder, namely for the Alliance Party, which received some support from her member on the committee. Is that the official Alliance position, that there would be 3 in office rather than 2, and how would that lead to effective and efficient government?
Next minute.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I actually haven't been following the work that closely, and I haven't heard that suggestion, so it's certainly not party policy as such, but I can understand why some people would see merit in it. Mr Deputy Speaker, we in the Alliance Party consistently state our institutions must be reformed and allowed to evolve to reflect society as it changes around us. The fact that something was agreed in a fragile context nearly 3 decades ago now does not mean it must remain so forever, particularly where it reflects neither political reality nor the community that we are all elected to serve. The spirit of the Good Friday Agreement was not to entrench hierarchy, but to create a partnership in the leadership of government here. It was not to create a system of symbolic winners or losers, but to ensure that government here would be exercised on the basis of mutual respect, parity of esteem and shared responsibility. And yet the current titles, however unintended, continue to reinforce a narrative of hierarchy. Something that we all see influence the narrative at every Assembly election, and I would pick up on Mr McCrossan's comment there around the chance coming up to election around garnering support within their own electoral bases. As the titles feed the perception that one tradition holds the top job and the other merely occupies the second. That perception may be politically convenient for some, but it does not serve an increasingly mixed and diverse society. Several former holders of the post, as has already been alluded to, from different political backgrounds, have themselves recognised the anomaly and called for change. When those who have occupied these posts acknowledge that the titles misrepresent their joint nature. Importantly, such a change would send a signal beyond this chamber. Most of all, perhaps it would make this place more relevant to a younger generation that does not see politics solely through the prism of orange and green. To those who identify as neither, or indeed the significant minority who identify as having several national and cultural identities at once. To those in a group that has emerged post-agreement whose prime identity is Northern Irish, and to those who want to see our institutions reflect cooperation rather than competition. I would re-emphasise that the Alliance Party does see this move as part of a much broader reform piece, including removal of sectarian vetoes. Those would have a much more direct and profound impact on the ability of this place to push for meaningful reform, to make meaningful decisions and to deliver meaningful legislation on behalf of the public. Just moving on, Deputy Speaker, ahead of the next Assembly election, we have an opportunity to correct this and to deliver an executive committee much more aligned to what the voters elected. This will ensure that when voters go to the polls, they do so knowing that the leadership of the Executive Committee of Government here is, at least in principle, on the basis of equality and genuine power sharing. This is a modest reform, but it is a meaningful one, and for these reasons we are supporting the motion. Thank you.
Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, what we need to be looking at, and I think, and we indeed welcome this motion as the Ulster Unionist Party, and we will be supporting the motion, but we won't be supporting the amendment, is about the true intent of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And some of you may have seen me recently on the media when I was with the leader of the SDLP, and we were talking about moving back to the factory settings of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Belfast Good Friday Agreement, particularly in the areas of Strand 1, if we look at the agreement itself, when we talk about it, it talks about the executive authority to be discharged on behalf of the Assembly by the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister and the various ministers and the departmental responsibilities. But it then talks very clearly about the First Minister and Deputy First Minister shall be jointly elected into office by the Assembly voting on a cross-community basis. This by parallel consent, a majority of those members present and voting, including a majority of the Unionist and Nationalist designations present and voting. This was a fundamental shift in what had gone before. This was designed after decades of violence and terror to work with a degree of consensus and the support of all of the Assembly to make it work. Unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, regrettably, after virtually every other sort of discussion about it thereafter, particularly at St Andrews Agreement, much of that consensuality has been broken. And the aim, quite frankly, of the likes of the St Andrews Agreement was to turn it into a two-party majoritarianism. From what had been with the intent of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, which was about consensuality, and it's difficult enough with a mandatory coalition, that had been broken at St Andrews. Certainly.
Thank the member for giving way, and I hope I'm not misrepresenting him when he talks about a return to the factory settings of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, and indeed the consensuality that it indicated. But would the member agree that there was no consensuality towards releasing widespread of terrorist prisoners from prison back into the very communities and people that they terrorised? And that's a fundamental. The Belfast Agreement did not deliver the equilibrium for me, or indeed my community, that some in this House claim to project.
Extra minute.
I was just, one of the things I did attend, and I remember attending, I went to Yale University, and I think there were various others, and again, the late lamented ex-Principal Deputy Speaker went along with me, Christopher Stolford. And it was a series of discussions about the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And there was a certain person there that I must admit I had not realised he'd been so central to the discussion of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Peter Robinson. Peter Robinson at that meeting, and it's throughout the discussions, said very clearly the importance of what the Belfast Good Friday Agreement did, and indeed the influence that he had on it. And he also talked on many occasions about the consensuality of what grew from it. I was absolutely so surprised about this that I stood up and said, I'm Steve Aiken, I was then the leader of the Ulster Unionist Party. I never realised that Peter Robinson was a supporter of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. And I must say, within the audience at that event, there were around about 150 people. And I would say of all the people of Northern Ireland, there were about 100 people there from Northern Ireland, and all I heard was guffaws of laughter. Because, quite frankly, to actually claim sort of improvements to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement through St Andrews is false. And I don't think anybody considers St Andrews has made the circumstances better. Because the beauty of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement was the issue around consensuality. And how do you do the very difficult balancing act of having consensuality and also a mandatory coalition, where, quite frankly, the parties that are in government are just as much as opposition of the other parties than the other way around? It does not seem to work. But for the people of Northern Ireland, there has to be an idea that they can look to see where it is. And our parties thought about this, and indeed Mike Nesbitt, when he was the leader, quite a long time ago, said quite clearly, if all we're saying is that members, that the First and Deputy First Ministers are co-equal, and I think in 2016, when we all sat round here and listened to the debate just as the Assembly was about to come down, I think it became very clear at that stage that not only were they both co-equal, but bearing in mind the confusion most people had of both talking to the two co-leaders at the time, was probably more appropriate at that stage to just call them co-leaders. And we know that most elections in Northern Ireland tend to be vote for us'ns or get them'ns or bicky fast or whatever we don't want to see. But actually doing that, I think, would be a clear indication to the people of Northern Ireland we're serious about getting this Northern Ireland Assembly to work. We're serious about, as I said time and time again, let's go back to the factory settings and the intent of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement to get consensuality. And if we are going to have the continuation of... certainly, Phil.
You give way. If you say go back to the factory settings of the Belfast Agreement was clear, First Minister and Deputy First Minister, so you're contradicting the very point that you're making.
I thank you, Philip, but you just raised the point where I was just about to come to the end in the last 30 seconds, is because what we do need to see is we need to see an indication of the fact that we're taking this situation seriously. And one of the ways we can do that is to make sure that we have an example, and you've been one of the people who's clearly talked about it, Philip, about the First Minister for all. We don't have a First Minister for all. That's very clear. What we should have is co-First Ministers, so there should be equal weight given to those that they were saying as well. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Reform of these institutions and how we do government here is absolutely required, and Sinn Féin unequivocally support the need for real and meaningful package of reforms to be brought forward by the two governments and, of course, in partnership with the parties in this Assembly. But what the SDLP have brought forward today is not meaningful and it's not
transformative. It's about the optics rather than structural change that will bring increased stability and accountability to this Assembly. It's essentially style over substance. And that's not just me saying that, it's not just my opinion. That is what every academic, think tank and indeed former First and Deputy First Ministers have told the AERC committee during our evidence gathering sessions over the last number of months. Every one of them, when asked, agreed that the titles are equal in law and that changing them would have no impact whatsoever on the stability of the institutions, that it would simply be a cosmetic change. In fact, the motion itself states that very point in the opening 3 lines, that this Assembly recognises that the titles of First and Deputy First Minister are joint and equal in authority and responsibility. And I have to say, it really does beg the question about how serious the SDLP are about reform when this is the best that they can come up with, when this is all they have to offer. And I'm sure we'll hear from them throughout the course of their contributions about how changing the titles would be a gesture of goodwill. Because, of course, the DUP are famous for reciprocating goodwill and for their generosity of spirit. The DUP, who, let's remind ourselves, were their opposition to power sharing and parity of esteem like a badge of honour. In fact, as my colleague Pat Sheehan had said, it was only a matter of weeks ago that the DUP Education Minister told this Assembly that Sinn Féin were not his partners in government. And sadly today we see the SDLP playing to some of the most regressive elements within unionism, who just can't deal with the reality of a nationalist First Minister. And instead, I mean, that was something that was never supposed to happen. And instead of defending the right of a nationalist to become First Minister, the SDLP have fallen to unionism's regressive agenda, and I think that is deeply disappointing. This motion is clearly an attempt, it's clearly not an attempt at meaningful reform. It's an empty gesture. That's what it is. It's a sop to the DUP, who I'm sure will be delighted that the SDLP are doing the work for them in undermining and undoing the election of a nationalist First Minister. Sinn Féin will not be deterred. We will remain focused on meaningful and effective and properly considered reforms of these institutions, because it is immaterial what the First and Deputy First Minister are called if we can't get past the blockages to actually electing them in the first place. We need real structural reform, not a 5-minute makeover, because that's what this motion effectively is.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The motion before us today asks a simple but important question. If the offices of First and Deputy First Minister are equal in law, equal in authority and equal in responsibility, then why do we continue to suggest otherwise through their titles? Under the legislation, both offices are appointed together, they exercise their powers jointly, they cannot exist without the other, yet the titles we continue to use imply a hierarchy that actually simply doesn't exist in practice. It may seem like a small issue, but it has real consequences, because it feeds a political culture where the debate too often becomes focused on symbolism rather than actual substance. And too often this place becomes so caught up in arguments about who sits in the high chair rather than focusing on the issues that matter most to the people that we actually represent. We saw this dynamic actually only last week, at a time when the world is watching a deeply concerning escalation of violence in the Middle East. Yes, okay.
Thanks for giving way. And I know the member's not on the committee, but is she aware that every single expert witness who has appeared in front of the committee has said that changing the titles would make no substantive difference to the operation of the institutions here?
For a minute for the member.
Thank you for your intervention, and as my colleague set out at the very beginning of this debate, saying this is not the most important thing, but it is important in terms of the actual offices are both equal, and why under goodness would they not be called the same name, and stop the nonsense of this kind of childish who's going to sit in the high chair time and time again. But just back, okay, go ahead.
I note the member's comment about the high chair, but it's more sort of like a double buggy. And if it's being in the double buggy, I think would the member agree with me, it doesn't make any, if it made the difference why don't we just call them the co-First Ministers? Because actually it sends a strong message to everybody that they're not in some way in constant opposition to each other.
Yes, I would agree, and I like the double buggy bit. At a time when the world is watching, I say it is deeply concerning about the escalation of violence in the Middle East. The conversation in this building still drifted towards arguments about who was in charge. And that really should give us pause, because it reflects a deeper problem of how this place operates. Stormont was designed at a time when the priority was to secure peace and stability after decades of conflict. Those institutions succeeded in bringing together communities that had been divided for generations, and that achievement should always be recognised. But the structures that were created were designed primarily to manage division, not to maximise delivery. And we see the limits of that that exists every single day. Even the First and Deputy First Minister do not hold authority over their ministerial colleagues. They cannot direct departments. They cannot enforce collective responsibility in the way that most governments can. And so the titles themselves end up carrying more symbolic weight than actual practical power. And when symbolism becomes the focus of politics, it detracts from the work that people expect us actually to do. Recognising that something is not working does not mean rejecting the institutions that we have. It means that we are willing to improve them. For many years, the SDLP has argued that our institutions should evolve so that they function better for the people that they serve. Equalising the titles of First and Deputy First Minister is one small, but it is a meaningful step in that direction. But there's much more to be done, and we recognise that. It would simply reflect the legal reality that already exists. So I don't understand what the pushback is. It would remove the unnecessary source of division, and it would allow this Assembly to focus less on status and more on delivery. This is not a new idea. Can I just progress with this? This is not a new idea. Sinn Féin has previously used the term of joint First Ministers and in 2015 proposed formal changes to the titles. More recently, the former First Minister, Baroness Foster, has also spoken in favour of equalising the titles. That is a constructive position, and it shows that there is recognition across the political spectrum that change is possible. Equalising of titles is also not something to fear. It does not change Northern Ireland's constitutional position. It simply aligns the language of our institutions with the reality of how we already operate. I'll give way to Mr.
I thank the member for giving way, and for fear of misrepresenting Baroness Foster, I think she did say she didn't offer her opinion whether she was for or against. She did reiterate that it was cosmetic. But could I ask the member, the focus of the motion has been about this removes the ability to vote for us or get them. But would you not accept in every government, every political party around the world, that's exactly what they do. They want to replace the people that are in power. And with that in mind, could the member explain why did the SDLP not hold fire with a motion like this to see the results of a current AERC investigation and committee report that will ultimately talk about a lot of these issues?
Well, first of all, I mean, we're working within the context of the committee as well, but we do think that there are some very, very quick results that can be found by changing some of these small things quickly.
The member's time is up. You've had your extra minute. Call for a prep.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, most mornings when I arrive up here I think I'm in a parallel universe, but when I hear lectures by the SDLP and the Ulster Unionist Party about these very institutions, then I know I am in a parallel universe. It was these two very parties that created the institutions that they have now come here to criticise and to debate. They tried to bring us back to the good old days of yore, whenever they were the two big players here in the Assembly, and if only they were still the two largest parties, Northern Ireland would be a far better place. I needn't remind this House that under the leadership of the Ulster Unionist Party and the SDLP, these institutions did not survive very long, Mr. Deputy Speaker. They then come here and criticise the creation of the titles of First and Deputy First Minister. Which parties created those titles? The Ulster Unionist Party and the SDLP. But then whenever the facts don't speak to the reality, they then come up with this nonsense line that keeps getting brought out. Oh, it's the true meaning of the Belfast Agreement. It's the spirit of the Belfast Agreement, not what is written down in law, not that was voted upon by the people of Northern Ireland, not that was the laws that were passed through Parliament. But I won't give away, Mr. Aiken, but what the true meaning were, or what the spirit were. Because, of course, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of Northern Ireland can't be smart enough to read what the actual text of the Belfast Agreement is. They have to come up with what the spirit is, or what the true meaning of it is. I do also want to challenge the remarks made by the chair of the TEO committee calling sectarian vetoes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Unionist Party were elected here by the Unionist people of Northern Ireland to ensure that we stood up and protected them. The veto that is given to unionism and the protection of unionism here is not sectarian. What we take and discharge our duties to the electorate very, very seriously. Happily give way.
I thank the member for giving way. And would he agree with me that one of the main beneficiaries of the current system is the Alliance Party themselves, who none of them are in the room to discuss? Because under this very agreement, the Alliance Party have seen over-representation within the executive. So therefore, to throw the toy out of the pram on areas which doesn't suit them is ironic, to say the least.
It is, and it's just coming on to that point, because the chair of the TEO committee said she wanted to see an executive more reflective of the electorate. Well, if that was the case, then we would only have one alliance minister in the executive. But perhaps, like the work of the AERC, the chair of the TEO committee hasn't been following the debate very closely. I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Unionist electorate of Northern Ireland will somewhat object to the remarks made by Mr. Aiken that the St Andrews Agreement was no improvement upon the Belfast Agreement. Tell that to the people of Northern Ireland who wanted to ensure all ministers in this House supported the police. Tell that to the electorate of Northern Ireland who wanted to ensure that any minister here or member of this House had to reject violence, and that any political party here had to decommission their weapons. So I challenge very strongly the remarks made by the Ulster Unionist Party that the St Andrews Agreement did not deliver much needed change. The member for South Down, Ms Ennis, reminded this House of the generosity of spirit of the Democratic Unionist Party. So perhaps I'll just take this opportunity to remind her and her party of the generosity of spirit of Sinn Féin when it comes to the support of murder of people here in Northern Ireland. The generosity of spirit when it comes to protecting British and Irish passport holders caught up in the Middle East. The First Minister for no alternative would rather be the First Minister for not turning up. And indeed, she would rather spend her weekend celebrating bloodthirsty murderers like Brendan Bick McFarlane rather than doing her job as First Minister of this country. Ultimately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the people of Northern Ireland in 14 months' time will have the opportunity to have their say on what reform or what political party they want to vote for. The Democratic Unionist Party will set out clearly our message to the people of Northern Ireland, and ultimately it will be for them to decide what changes take place in this place, and not a meaningless motion from the Leader of the Opposition.
Kerry Carroll.
Mr. Speaker, the fact that we're living in a situation where people are being dragged into deeper, longer, dangerous wars, and there's global uncertainty at a time that we haven't seen for maybe 15 or 20 years or longer. In this context, it does seem bizarre that we're having a debate about title changes to positions of ministers, what's on the door, quite literally, of ministers who haven't delivered anything of any substance to working class communities. Maybe SDLP are running out of ideas with their motions because they have considerable time. I think it's once every month or every 6 weeks to bring forward a motion, and if that's the case, I'm happy to lend some ideas for motions for the members opposite to bring forward to the House. I do also have to say, Deputy Speaker, I think it's a bit naive to think that just by equalising or by changing the titles of First Minister and Deputy First Minister and making them both joint ministers or First Minister 1, First Minister 2, whatever way it is, that elections here would not become a battle about who is the biggest party or who has the biggest communal bloc. I think that's quite naive, to put it mildly. Therefore, in that context, if it was to happen, I would hazard a guess that the debate will become who's the First Minister or who's the real First Minister. We will not move away from that context, because communalism is hardwired into this place, in the structures in it and the agreements that brought it to being. I wasn't here for the start of the debate, Deputy Speaker, but I think there's some merit in questioning that this proposal is coming from the SDLP at a time when unionism is on the back foot, is in a crisis, and they are in a historical crisis. I don't know if I have time to go into all that, or whether the Deputy Speaker would let me expand, but I can send a few articles. The members' way to my right. So, like I said, no problem in principle. It's a bit absurd we're having this debate, but I would sort of challenge and question why it's coming now. And in a general sense, Deputy Speaker, my party and I have said this from day one I've been in here. I don't know what to shout at there, but I'm going to move on. Yeah, we do have a party actually, yeah. An all-Ireland party with TDs as well, so I'll teach you about that someday. So we've always called for maximum reform of these institutions, but it's clear to me the most that the bigger parties are, in my view, opposed to real, deep, meaningful change. Obviously, the First Minister for all was the matter that Sinn Féin fought the election on last time, and they were obviously rewarded in part for that. They were returned as the biggest party. And that slogan and that sort of reality was symbolically important for many, but I think we need to move beyond symbols, and we need to see delivery for working class people. And I would make the point that the First Minister and the Executive as a whole haven't delivered for people, working class people right across the board. And most people have actually checked out from Stormont and have lost faith completely in this institution. I do have to say it is quite ridiculous in a general sense as well that the Alliance Party, if they become the biggest party or the second biggest party in this place, they can't take up these positions. I mean, I've been probably more critical of the Alliance Party in many things than many other parties in here, but it's absurd, and it shows you how sectarianism and communalism is hardwired into this place. Yeah, go.
He's talking about sectarianism and communism being hardwired. If this differential in titles, which was a communal demand 20 odd years ago from the large Unionist Party, why is he sceptical about us trying to change it if he's opposed to those things?
Next minute.
The point I made to the member was that I think it's naive to think that would actually bring a new form of politics or a new type of elections if the change was made. So that's the point I was making to the member. And the point I was just making before he intervened was that it is absurd and ridiculous that parties here are othered, which I find quite offensive. I'm a socialist, the Alliance Party or Liberals, they can define themselves, but the fact that you're kind of put off to the side, maybe quite literally in my case, and you're othered and your vote doesn't really count and you're seen as a second-class MLA, I think it's quite distasteful and quite... yeah, go ahead.
Could the member outline how many times in this mandate since the Assembly came back that his vote has not counted?
I'd advise the member to look at how many times there was cross-community votes needed, so I don't have the number at hand. I don't have that number at hand, so it's not a memory test, it's a political debate. And so I think it is quite important to emphasise that point, and the Alliance Party have done and do that for themselves. And I think that as much as there's good points in the amendment about the whole structures of this place being reformed and the need not just to tackle the title changes of First Ministers, I'm sceptical that Sinn Féin would actually push ahead with it and other parties as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Now move to Carla Cullen to wind on the amendment, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Melgit, Las Cancolia. I want to begin by saying that I just want to start off where Pat started off. It's particularly listen to the whole debate. It is definitely my opinion that this motion is just about tinkering. It really is. It's about the denial. First time there was a Nationalist First Minister, and it's about making sure it doesn't happen again because of what they describe as an election mantra. I'm also a member of the AERC committee, and again, just to repeat the points that Pat and Sinead and indeed others have made, that all the evidence that we've received from really well respected and renowned academics. They've all mentioned that changing the title won't make a difference because in law they have the same authority. I do think the issue around reform should be debated here, but we still have loads of work to do in our committee. So I was a bit surprised when I seen the motion coming through, and then when I heard the debate, I just realised what it was about. You know, it's all bluff. Pat also mentioned the fact that we've all a massive amount of work to do in our committee, which does require focus, but it also requires substance. So this business of we've got a suite of reforms, well, the suite of reforms need to be, you know, brought forward, and they need to be done in that committee. I mean, parts of the SDLP's narrative throughout this debate has been quite contradictory. So recognising there's an equalness in law and in practice, but yet all feel that there has to be a change. In fact, I would go as far as to say that I was a bit disappointed to hear the first and deputy first positions being referred to as high chairs and double buggies. I think it's quite patronising, to be frank. And if that's a level of contribution, then maybe you better just stick in here. I'll give you, as long as you be brief, Matthew.
I'll be very brief. Be very brief, and I know you keep me right in that. Do you agree with Martin McGuinness that the title should be equalised?
Of course we do. But you're talking about something that we all know is equal in law and equal in name. I mean, Michelle referred to herself as the Joint First Minister. But Matthew, when you knock the doors, when you ever get round to knocking doors and talking to people, so see when the issues come up, what Nationalists and Republicans will see the first time ever that a Nationalist stroke Republican held a position, what did the SDLP do? Jump to change it. That's what's sticking people's heads. So the other issue for me, I mean, Jonathan, I have to laugh. I mean, what age are you in the Good Friday Agreement? 7? And under your watch, the RUC wouldn't have been changed and something else would have been changed. You sound ridiculous at times. I will give way.
Member for giving way, and whilst that was maybe a reflection on what I said, what I meant was my community, and the member cannot sit there with a straight face to say that the release of terrorists onto the street did not re-traumatise victims, and the disbandment of an organisation that lost hundreds of officers at the hands of paramilitaries was not a serious issue for my community.
Okay, so there was lots of issues within the Good Friday Agreement that impacted on people. That it impacted on people. No, I'm not patronising you, but you don't. But you do absolutely not have the dominance of impact, and that needs to be stopped. In fact, see, at the end of the day, I would have much preferred this motion would have been on the Bill of Rights. Was it? Absolutely not. In which, you know, Mike Nesbitt was a representative on the ad hoc committee, told people as part of those presentations, we're getting there, we're nearly there, and then walked into this chamber and vetoed it. So it's not about sectarian vetoes, it's about ending the vetoes that look, feel, walk and talk as if they're sectarian. So you can jump up and down all you want. If that's what it looks like, then that's what it is. At the end of the day, I also agree the issue about the other. And I'm glad to see someone's come in to support you, Paula, because you were left on your own throughout the whole debate, which doesn't really say a lot. But for me, I want to make sure, and I guess we all do, when you strip all this down, that this place reflects the people who elect us. So it is democratic that when the hunt is used, it's a reflection of first preference votes. Name changes aren't going to do that. It's about first preference votes, and it's about people getting positions based on what the electorate returned. But see, if that's the case, we need to look at everything. We need to look at everything across the board that people have. Will it be a better, more respectful chamber? No, it won't. Because people have bad manners regardless how many first preference votes they get or not. I want to see substance rather than style. I want to see the reforms being brought forward that we can all have the same energy and determination. And I would like to see these discussions at the Earth Committee rather than superficial debates which are really about clickbait. Sinead.
Thank you. I call Matthew O'Toole to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this debate has been spiky, and I thought it would be spiky, but notable by its absence is one single person who stood up and defended the status quo. Not one person could offer a substantive defence for the status quo as it is. Lots of people questioned the motives of me and the SDLP opposition for bringing forward this motion. Lots of people said that they didn't think the change would be substantive. Those are fair enough. People made even personal digs at me. That's grand, I'm a big boy, I can take it. But not one single person, including from the Sinn Féin benches and the DUP benches, actually offered a substantive defence for this differential. And here's why, because you can't, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The first thing I said was that this is not the most important thing facing the Assembly, it's the least important thing. That's why we need to change it, because it reinforces arbitrary division and an old firm politics which we need to move away from. I'll give away in a second, but I just want to make some progress first. I do, however, deeply resent what I thought would happen, but was kind of almost amused to see it happening, which was a form of nationalist Greenlanding at the SDLP. You're doing it now because of Sinn Féin First Minister. This has been our position for years. And here's the thing, it was the position of Martin McGuinness and the position of John O'Dowd. Okay? If it was their position then, why is it wrong now? Let's grow up. Let's grow up. If you can't defend your own record in the executive, slurring us for bringing forward a motion on reform isn't the way to defend that record. But I just want to go through one comment that was made repeatedly about AERC, and from the way people are talking about AERC, I just didn't realise I had joined some form of papal conclave where I wasn't allowed, or Fight Club perhaps, you cannot talk about it outside the room. These are a committee like any other, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We all sit in statutory committees where we debate individual things, we come to a collective view or don't, but there's nothing illegitimate about members going out and taking a position and putting a motion down. In relation to non-binding motions, which is something that Pat Sheehan said, we're the opposition. That's what we do. We have opposition time. You guys are the executive parties. Bring forward some legislation and we'll debate that. You have more power than us to bring forward legislation. But it was repeatedly said by Sinn Féin members, starting with Pat, then Sinead, then Carol, that no one had given evidence. Everyone who gave evidence said that this was totally cosmetic and basically shouldn't happen. That's just not true, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's not true. I'm going to pick one example. Professor Joanne McAvoy, an academic from the University of Aberdeen, at the beginning of her presentation, she said, we will focus on what could be termed reformed executive design, first, she says, we suggest that parties may wish to revisit the titles of the top two posts. The deputy tag can cause confusion and symbolic problems for some parties, despite the first and deputy first ministers having equal titles. It may now be more prudent to move to the titles first ministers. So it's completely untrue what repeated Sinn Féin members said, that no one has given that evidence and has said that it would be completely superficial. But I do want to go through and tackle some of the points that were made, because there were reasonable points that need to be responded to, and I'm happy to respond to them. Pat mentioned me being very rarely on time. I've been, I think, at the vast majority of the AERC hearings, and we have pushed that agenda. I'm happy to work collectively and look forward to working collectively with all the members. I will briefly give way to the chair of the AERC.
I thank the member for giving way. And he did say at the start that this would be the least important thing that we would discuss today. And that is true, that's factual. But could I ask the member sincerely, how would he be responding today if it was the DUP that brought this motion? Would he call it childish? Would he call it tinkering? Would he call it a distraction from the serious issues affecting today? Because I guarantee that would not be the member's position that he's adopting right now.
We would support the motion because we are not a tribal party consumed by old firm politics and sectarian point scoring like both of your parties. Okay? We are a party that believes in a new North and a new Ireland based on partnership. That's in our DNA. Not the Greenlanding we've heard from Sinn Féin and the carping we've heard from the DUP. Just to be clear about who we are, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, to go back to some of what we've said, some of what we've heard today. Jonathan Buckley talked about one-upmanship. Well, that's exactly what we want to move away from. We want to move away from one-upmanship and toward jointery. He's entitled to have a dig at me. That's fine, I don't mind taking it. Others spoke in relation to their own party positions. Paula obviously talked about Alliance, who do have obviously a very long track record in terms of talking of reform of the institutions. That is fair enough, and I think she made those points very well. I'm glad that Alliance will be supporting our motion. This isn't the end of reform, and it's not, to be clear, let me repeat, the most important reform. It is one of a measure, a suite of reforms that we need. I am glad that we now have progress on this. I will give you an intervention in a second. And every single party in this chamber has, at one point or another, said they agree substantively with reform. So let's make progress. I'll give way to Ms Dillon.
Thank the member for taking an intervention. I actually take personal umbrage with being called sectarian. I have never said anything in this chamber or outside of this chamber in any setting that was sectarian. I am not sectarian. I am not a member of a sectarian party. I will not be accused of being sectarian.
I don't believe I actually did accuse you of being sectarian, Linda. But what I would say, is that some of the debate has moved towards a situation where whenever we challenge and call for genuine partnership in this place, we're accused of, as it were, letting the side down. You're only doing it because you're, whatever. The implication's clear. That's not what we're doing. We have been clear in relation. I don't have very much time. I don't have much time to go, so I won't give way. But I have given way multiple times to members. If I have time later on, I will. I promise. People repeatedly talked about. They said this was a cosmetic change. Well, if it's a cosmetic change, then let's go ahead and do it, because I haven't heard anybody substantively disagree with it. I've simply heard people cast aspersions on me, the opposition, and our motives. That's all fine, but if you don't substantively disagree with it, then let's get on and do it. Some other comments that were made. Obviously, I dealt with Jerry. Jerry basically, I think, doesn't disagree with the merits of it, but seems to think that it in itself is cosmetic. But he also strongly disagreed with the communism and tribalism that he thinks characterises institutions. Well, I think this is one area where an arbitrary difference does reinforce something which isn't unhealthy in our politics. A horse race towards a job title. It's important to say that was created by the largest unionist party in 1988. But I don't think we, certainly in parties that believe in a new Ireland, parties that believe in a republic with equality of citizenship, should be endorsing that type of arbitrary differential. I don't want to be top dog in the new north. I want a new north in the wee north. I don't want to be top dog in the wee north. I want a new Ireland based on equality of citizenship and mutual respect, including for unionists. So that's why I want to equalise these titles, because I want to move our politics away from the kind of point scoring and tribalism that we've seen. And yes, unionism did create this shibboleth in the first place. And yes, that's why the First Minister's election in 2024 was historic, genuinely historic. I said it then, I'll say it now. But that having happened, I don't understand why equalising these titles, as was the position of Martin McGuinness, as was the position of John O'Dowd, as I think is actually the position, based on what Sinn Féin speakers have said today, of Sinn Féin, I don't see why that's such an unacceptable thing to do. I do think it's about a broader culture of accountability in our politics, because the public out there genuinely are frustrated with the lack of delivery in our politics. They're frustrated with tribal point scoring, and I think if we fight another election on the basis of a race to a job title, they will become unbelievably frustrated with our politics. They will think that we don't care at all about their public services, which are crumbling, an environment which is stagnating, and an economy which isn't creating enough opportunities for young people. They'll think that all that matters, as they see repeatedly, and they saw today in this chamber, is point scoring and bickering, particularly between the two big parties. I want to have a genuine spirit of partnership. It genuinely is what we believe in as a political party. That's why we think this, yes, small, yes, cosmetic change is necessary. I genuinely, sincerely urge all parties in this chamber to get behind it and support it. I haven't heard one single person explain to me why retaining the status quo is a good idea. I've heard lots of people frustrated at me, angry at us that we've raised this issue, questioning our motives, and that's fine. That's what political parties do. But I haven't heard one person question the merits. 10 seconds, and I'll give way briefly to Mr. Sheehan, who wanted it.
The member can't accuse members on this bench for having a go at him and his party when he himself has had a go at everybody else the whole way through his contribution.
That I didn't in my opening remarks, and then people opened up on me during the debate, but I'm happy to take it and give it back. Mr. Sheehan.
Yes, and the member earlier on made a pitch about the two big parties being the problem, and that plays into the lazy narrative instead of pointing out where the problem lies, which is with the DUP, who have never bought into the Good Friday Agreement. Make that point.
And there, on the last 30 seconds of the debate, I will agree with Pat Sheehan in many ways about that. The DUP have never bought into the spirit of compromise. You and I want to live in a new Ireland, a republic based on equality of citizenship. Why are we playing their game? Let's equalise these titles and move towards a new Ireland based on equality and respect, not top-dog nonsense, old firm politics. I commend the motion to the House.
Members, thank you. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Sheila Dennis, Pat Sheehan, Karen McCullen be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. It seems clear the noes have it. The noes have it. The question is then that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. Members, given the time left to us before question time, we will return to this item of business and begin by clearing the lobbies for the question. Given that the next item of business is question time, I therefore propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Okay, members, sitting is resumed. It's time for questions to the Minister of Justice. Start with listed questions, and I call Jerry Kelly. Minister.
I remain committed to exploring whether domestic homicide review model can in future be widened to include domestic abuse-related deaths by suicide. Our initial assessment, informed by the experience in England and Wales, indicates that significant additional investment from the Executive and relevant agencies would be required before such an extension could be considered. Before any formal scoping can commence, including assessing the operational readiness of all agencies and organisations involved in DHRs, it is essential that the current system is operating effectively and efficiently and sustainably. Expanding the model without assurance about the necessary additional resources to support it, including the availability of specialist expertise, would risk placing further pressure on an already stretched organisations, and I believe would impact on both the quality and timeliness of reviews and of work to implement the learning from them. My priorities to date have been to embed the existing DHR process, progress reviews, respond to the recommendations arising from those reviews, and ensure that learning is shared effectively across agencies and wider society. I believe further investment from the Executive and relevant agencies would be necessary before extension to include domestic abuse-related deaths by suicide. This in no way diminishes the importance of domestic abuse-related suicides, and the families and communities who have been left devastated by these deaths remain firmly in my thoughts. Rather, it highlights the additional complexity of such cases and the need to ensure that any future expansion of the DHR model is robust, properly resourced and, crucially, capable of delivering meaningful learning. My officials continue to maintain regular communication with colleagues across other UK jurisdictions, monitoring their procedures, practice and emerging learning. My department remains committed to continually improving the current model and strengthening the positive impact of DHRs across all agencies, including health and social care trusts, emergency services, the police and wider society.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank the Minister for answering up tonight. I mean, I think the Minister is saying that the links between, and knows the links between domestic abuse and suicide are well established, and expanding domestic homicide reviews to include death by suicide, I would argue is still there. I think the real argument that she's given there is an argument around resource. But the expertise that she also mentioned, surely there's expertise and experience over the last, I think it's 10 years, in both in England and Wales, where they have brought and expanded the legislation there. And so if it is, I don't want to say only resource, because of course it affects
to the point here, Mr. Kelly. It's question time.
The question is, again, will she move forward with the scoping exercise as quickly as possible, because she knows how important this is?
Sir.
Well, there are two separate issues. The first is having the capacity within the department to undertake the scoping exercise itself, because it would be an extensive piece of work to do, and obviously the member is aware of the constrained nature of the resources within which I have to operate. Furthermore, the actual domestic homicide regime itself is embedding now. We have 27 commissioned and 7 have reported, but it's important that we focus our resources on trying to ensure that any learning from those is embedded before we take on new pieces of work. It is more, though, than just resources. Determining a clear causative link between domestic abuse and suicide is often highly complex. Establishing a clear, demonstrable link between domestic abuse and suicide can be extremely difficult. Unlike with domestic homicide, where a cause of death is directly attributable to another individual, domestic abuse-related suicides often, but not always, will involve multiple intersecting factors, whether that be mental ill health, previous trauma, substance misuse, broader personal or social pressures. And so determining whether domestic abuse was the primary contributing factor can therefore be very difficult, and that has actually been the finding of cases that have gone through this process in England and Wales. We recognise that it is a challenge, and we would still like to learn from domestic homicides through the review process, and look to including suicide within that, but we have to do so in a very careful and measured way.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for her answers so far, but could I ask what progress has been made since domestic homicide reviews were implemented, and how does this impact the potential to include suicides?
28 domestic homicide reviews have been commissioned, 7 have been completed and published on the DOJ website, and learning from those has driven significant improvements across agencies. The Department continues to embed that learning in its practice. In response to identified learning, we have also delivered public awareness campaigns on things like non-fatal strangulation, aligned with the commencement of the new offence. That included a 3-week TV campaign, a new Northern Ireland direct information page, and engagement with victims groups during its development. There's also been an increased emphasis on promoting the Domestic Violence and Abuse Disclosure Scheme. Both the PSNI and my department now routinely include information about the scheme in domestic abuse-related media releases. As a key safeguarding mechanism, DVAD supports individuals to make informed decisions about relationships, and the department takes every opportunity to make people aware of it. Work is ongoing to replace MARAC with a new perpetrator-focused arrangement, and there is increased investment in behaviour change programmes. As part of that review process, we are obviously looking very carefully at the right time and the resources that would be required to include suicide that has been driven by domestic homicide within its remit.
Justin McNulty.
Kirsta Tree.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I want to address questions number 3 and 11 together as they speak to the same issue. As I've said many times, the impact of the CBA service withdrawal is significant, and it will resonate for some time and cause further delays in the system. According to our most recent data, 965 cases have been impacted, that is 195 trials, 469 arraignments and 301 plea and sentencing hearings have been affected since January the 5th. The number of victims, witnesses and indeed defendants affected will obviously be higher, and the impact on some will be incalculable. I've had the opportunity to hear directly from many victims and their families, and whilst I've been humbled by their resilience, I'm deeply concerned about the added stress and uncertainty the withdrawal is causing to those already suffering unimaginable trauma and loss. I continue to hope that the CBA will take cognizance of that impact and return to full service. Leveraging suffering serves no purpose. I have already shown I'm open to action where evidence allows, and I have now initiated a further independent accelerated review to allow remaining issues of concern to be addressed at pace. The review, which commenced on Friday, is expected to complete no later than the 27th of April. It provides yet another opportunity for the CBA and their solicitor colleagues in the SCBA to make their case. That's the proper forum for evidencing the necessity of any action, and I trust it will soon lead to a resolution and a return to normal operation, and will of course keep the Chamber updated in due course.
Once again, can I ask the Minister, given the length of time this dispute has been going on without resolution, when can the public expect it to be resolved, and when will the Minister agree to positive mediation with the criminal bar to resolve this dispute to the benefit of all concerned, not least those who have been directly impacted, particularly victims of crime and their families?
Well, in my original answer, I set out exactly what we are doing to try and resolve the dispute, and we have invested heavily in that accelerated review. That is proceeding with the agreement of the CBA, the SCBA and others who are party to this issue. I can't give him a timeline, I'm afraid. I can't provide a timeline for the member because it is not me that is withholding service, it is the CBA. And I would encourage him to ask the CBA when they intend to return to work. I would be keen to see it happen now because, to be honest, their attendance at work or not will not influence the outcome of the accelerated review.
Robert Clark.
Minister, very much for the answer, and I don't know what came about in terms of that case in Ballymena, the Mitchell case, but I was glad to see that there was some movement from whoever was involved in releasing that. But of course that leaves many others behind, and Minister, I'm not blaming you for that in one way or another. However, can I ask you, Minister, if they fail in terms of the review, get the answers they wish, what other opportunities are open to you as a Minister to try and move this thing forward and actually to restore confidence with the public in terms of the justice system?
Sure.
Well, I mean, the member is of course right. There have been some fairly horrific cases that have only been released, I guess, one at a time thus far. And I don't believe that any of us believe that that is fair, either on all of the other cases that are in the queue or that it is helpful in terms of speeding up justice, which is something that we are all committed to seeing happen. I don't think that the CBA or ourselves want to be in this position again. I hope in future that we will have better working relations, and I am optimistic, as always, about the potential outcome from the accelerated review, because I am open to the arguments if the arguments are made with robust evidence in place. However, for my part, I have to consider what steps I can take to ensure victims and witnesses cannot be used as leverage in cases like this in any circumstance again. And there are a range of actions that can be taken to that end, including alternative delivery models that I've previously mentioned in the Chamber, considerations at a very early stage, so I can't really say more at this point. But I will, of course, provide updates as work progresses. The important thing for me is that from this point onwards, it will not be the decision of the CBA which of the cases get a derogation. It will be the decision of the Public Prosecution Service where there is an urgency to a case, and I believe that that is the right place for that decision to reside.
Minister, what contingency measures are you putting in place to ensure that any backlog of cases can be picked up at pace?
Well, the truth is that given the resources available to the department, there is very little by way of contingency that we can put in place in order to secure recovery of the backlog. I made the point when we met before and I addressed these issues that the money that is being spent, for example, on the accelerated review is money that comes out of exactly the same pot that we would be using to deliver any catch-up that's needed in terms of the delays. The point that I am making throughout this is the SCBA, so the Solicitors Criminal Bar, have continued to work throughout this process, and they have continued to make progress with the issues they've raised with the department. The CBA have withdrawn their service, and they have not made the same progress because they have not provided the same level of information and evidence. If they can provide to me the same level of information and evidence, they could return to work, full work tomorrow. It would not influence the outcome. All it does is harm to the justice system and actually draw resources away from something that I believe would better suit both the CBA, the SCBA, and indeed the members of the public who are reliant on the justice system progressing at speed.
John Burrows.
Mr. Speaker, has the Minister ever informed the House that in fact on the 13th of January there was an opportunity to come to an arrangement with the Criminal Bar Association on this accelerated review, which I now welcome that they're doing priority cases. But on the 13th of January the offer was made to them. They were happy to do priority cases at that point, but the Minister insisted that they could only go forward if they did a full resumption to work. And therefore we've had weeks of missed opportunities to deal with those priority cases.
I have not informed the Chamber of that because it is factually inaccurate. The only red line I have had in this process, and it is true to say that the offer that was made for an accelerated review was contingent on a return to work. The only red line, however, because that was rejected out of hand by the CBA, the only red line I've had in this process is that the CBA would no longer be the body that would decide which cases were priority and which cases were not. And that is the only red line I have had. When we got together and agreed that in the wake of the meeting which the member was at with Chloe Mitchell's family, we were able to agree that that was the case and that would be the case, which is why that has now been instituted going forward.
Paul Bradshaw.
Minister, could you please give some detail on the process in respect to derogations? Thank you.
Well, PPS has and will continue to review cases on an ongoing basis around the needs of victims and witnesses, and that will change over time as new issues emerge and new vulnerabilities. What is critical and what informed my decision to commence the accelerated review is that PPS will now have the sole responsibility for determining the high priority cases which proceed. I think I mentioned to members before that I believed it was a direct conflict of interest that anyone in the CBA would be making those decisions, given that they will often be there representing those who are defendants in the same cases. And whilst of course I would expect them to recuse themselves from that immediate decision, I still believe that it is inappropriate for them to have any role in that process. The situation therefore will remain fluid and responsible to the needs of those affected by service withdrawal. But look, my focus isn't about the derogations and the interim measures that we can take, albeit that they are important. My focus is on trying to get to full restoration, and as I have said, I do not accept, given that, for example, the CBA agreed to a process as recently as the 8th of December, that they said they were happy to follow that process through to conclusion, why they cannot return to full service now and continue with the negotiations, because, as I say, the negotiations will not be the thing, will not be influenced by the fact that they are or are not at work. The only thing that will be influenced by that is the impact that it has on families who are waiting to have their cases heard.
John Mulholland.
Mr. Speaker, question number 4, please.
Numerical reporting on the number or percentage of completed Gillen recommendations I don't think conveys the true scale of positive change in terms of outcomes for victims. However, I'm pleased to report that 181, which is 72%, of the 253 Gillen Review recommendations are now assessed as complete, with a further 24, that is 9%, partially complete, meaning some provision is in place but further work will be required to establish longer-term mainstream service provision. I have prioritised those recommendations that deliver meaningful improvements for victims of sexual crime, including access to free legal advice for all victims of serious sexual offences through the SOLA and Children's SOLA schemes, establishing new remote evidence centres where victims can give their best evidence from a secure and comfortable facility away from the court building. I'm encouraged that the conviction rate for remote evidence cases in domestic abuse contest cases stands now at over 90%. Measures to reduce delay, including committal reform, which mean victims are no longer required to give oral evidence at a committal hearing. Supporting the ongoing delivery of the Under 13, Under 16 protocol is also significantly reducing the time taken to deal with cases involving young victims. And there have been significant improvements to disclosure and ABE procedures, better training to enable frontline staff to adopt a trauma-informed approach with victims, and new legislation to exclude the public from court in serious sexual offence trials. Today, in line with another Gillen recommendation, I've launched a social media campaign aimed at challenging rape myths and other damaging misconceptions about sexual crime. Rape myths create shame, self-blame, and in many cases prevent people from reporting these horrific crimes, allowing perpetrators to escape justice. We all have a role in challenging these myths through education, accountability and cultural change, and I hope the campaign will play an important part in changing the public narrative. I remain fully committed to delivering the remaining accepted recommendations in the coming months, plan to introduce new legislation to clarify the right of complainants in serious sexual offence cases to independent legal representation.
Thank you. Sean Mulholland.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Clearly so much to talk about there that you ran out of time. Can you maybe give me a wee bit more detail on the rape myths campaign that you've referenced?
I can indeed, and a number of the other issues as well in terms of independent pre-trial applications, media guidance in relation to encouraging trauma-informed victim-centric approach when it comes to reporting, and also options for a Barnahus facility. Unfortunately, rape myths and sexual assault are still widespread, and they can be a deterrent to people coming forward and disclosing. In the report into how we handle sexual offences, Sir John Gillen highlighted that rape myths represent some of the greatest impediments to justice for all victims and survivors of domestic and sexual abuse, but especially women and girls. We have been working alongside partners such as CCEA, Victim Support, Nexus, Women's Aid and academics who have expertise in the field, and have developed a series of graphics to challenge those misconceptions. The graphics will be issued through my department's social media channels and will then be reshared by our partners through their social media channels. Importantly, CCEA and the Department of Education have also agreed to support the campaign and make these resources available to teachers through the RSE Hub. Challenging rape myths is essential if we want to build a society where survivors are heard and supported, free from shame and stigma, and I believe the social media campaign will shine a light on the facts, counter long-standing misconceptions and help change our public narrative.
Eva Finnegan.
Concordia. Minister, sexual offences form a major part of the Executive's Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. So can you give me an update on your department's work on the strategy?
Sorry, I didn't hear the end of the question.
Can you give me an update on your department's work on the strategy?
Well, I've already outlined quite a considerable amount of work that we've done around the Gillen Review. In addition to that, we recognise that whilst not all offences against women and girls are domestic offences, and not all domestic offence victims are women and girls, that there is a reinforcing overlap in that space. And so we have done work in that space in terms of jointly with the Health Minister producing the Domestic and Sexual Abuse Strategy. We're also doing work around reinforcing protections for victims and witnesses, particularly those who are vulnerable, and the Victims and Witnesses Bill will reflect that. We've also undertaken quite a lot of research into correlation between domestic abuse and other violence in society, which I think has been helpful in terms of shining a light on some of the areas where improvement can be made. So there are quite a number of areas where we have been able to deliver. Not everything that we will deliver, though, will have the kind of upstream impact that, for example, the myth-busting around rape myths will have. In many occasions, what we are doing is dealing with people who have already been victimised. The purpose of the TEO strategy was to ensure that people would move upstream and look at how we could prevent these things happening. And many of those actions will not necessarily fall to the Department of Justice, but where we can feed into those, provide background and evidence to be able to move those forward, then we will, of course, play our full part.
Stuart Dixon.
Question number 5, please.
The Speeding Up Justice programme is a 5-year programme of work driven by Criminal Justice Board aimed at reducing avoidable delay across the criminal justice system. The programme is part of the Executive's programme for government, delivery specifically with regard to the Safer Communities priority and underpinned by reform and transformation of public services priority. The programme comprises 5 projects: out-of-court disposals, early engagement, committal reform, remit of the Magistrates' Court and digital. The early engagement and out-of-court disposals projects are supported by £20.5 million of transformation funding. Out-of-court disposals is advancing at pace, and I hope to bring forward secondary legislation on this issue in the coming months that should see expanded powers for our police officers to deal with more low-level offences by way of penalty notices. This will help divert cases which involve lower-level offending away from prosecution through the courts, where they are currently attracting only monetary fines, and ensure that finite criminal justice resources are used effectively. Building on the first phase of committal reform, work is progressing on the next phase, direct committal, which I plan to implement in November 2026. This will allow the most serious cases to progress more quickly to the Crown Court. This is supported by early engagement, which is exploring opportunities for early engagement between police, prosecution and defence, so that cases move faster through the system. Work is progressing on a number of initiatives, including measures to improve file quality and taking learning from the better case management processes used in England and Wales. I'm also progressing work on the remit of the Magistrates' Court project, which is exploring options to expand the jurisdiction of the Magistrates' Courts, enabling cases to be handled in a more proportionate manner and helping to reduce backlogs within the court system. All of the projects will be supported by digital initiatives, which can also help make the projects more sustainable in the long term. Taken collectively, the programme should rebalance resources where lower level offending will be dealt with outside formal court processes, releasing much needed resources to deal with the most serious of offending.
Mr Dixon.
And thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Indeed, Minister, since coming to this Assembly, I've taken a great deal of interest in the Speeding Up Justice programme. Minister, may I ask you to give some more detail on the out-of-court disposal work that you and your department are doing?
The out-of-court disposals are part of the programme for government commitment and central to tackling delay within the criminal justice system, which is presently under significant pressure due to years of underfunding. Out-of-court disposals have also been recognised by Lord Leveson as a central measure to reduce demand on the criminal courts and stabilise the system, which is at risk of collapse, offering a far faster and more proportionate and cost-effective response to lower-level offending, whilst also improving victim satisfaction and creating opportunities for early rehabilitation. Out-of-court disposals are long-standing and essential tools to help divert appropriate cases which involve low-level offending away from prosecution through the courts and ensure that our resources are used well. In order to deal most swiftly with the serious cases that are heard in the Crown Court, including murders, serious sexual offence cases and others, we need to create capacity across the system and to free up police, prosecutors and courts. It will be vital, therefore, that cases are dealt with proportionally, prosecuted at the right court tier, or if appropriate, dealt with through an out-of-court disposal. The measures themselves are not about leniency. They are about delivering the same outcomes but through a shorter measure. So most of the cases that we are talking about for out-of-court disposal will be those that would receive similar outcomes, that is a monetary penalty, when they go through the courts. But in order to get there, much more resource will have been used both by police, by prosecutors and by the courts to get that to get to that point. So it is important in terms of the transformation fund that we're able to get out-of-court disposals progressed, because that will ultimately underpin much of the rest of the work we do and is our justification for that application and bid.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I welcome the 5 strands on speeding up justice. Could the Minister throw some light on the £20.5 million transformation money received, what impact that's having to date? Thank you.
There has been some significant progress already made, but obviously we are in a difficult position because the withdrawal of the CBA from cases has been, if you like, acting contrary to our intentions. However, we have been looking very carefully, and there is much more to be done, of course, but we have made a 7.8 reduction in case processing times across 2023-24 and another 0.5% across 24-25. So I think that that's something that is positive in terms of what we've been able to deliver. The Criminal Justice Board is also giving very careful consideration to the development of formal targets for reducing delay so that we're able to provide those measurables. A range of options have been explored to determine how system-wide targets could be approached and derived. Whilst defining what measures we should monitor is straightforward, agreeing what meaningful targets look like is less straightforward, and so we're still working with that. But in line with the Public Transformation Board funding, a range of targets have been set which are action-based, and at present we are focusing on the development, as I say, of out-of-court disposals, and then we will look at the Magistrates' Court, and then obviously we're also looking at some of the other measures that I mentioned earlier.
Minister, on the Speeding Up Justice programme, can you give assurances that, on the one hand, yes, it will increase the number of cases dealt with, but that it won't diminish the quality of justice that people receive?
I can give that assurance, because what we are trying to do is look at particular cohorts of cases where the normal penalty, the most likely penalty at the moment, would be a monetary penalty. By allowing the PSNI to deliver that as a penalty notice rather than have to go through the courts and go through the prosecutors in order to get essentially the same outcome, will free up significant resources. What Lord Levison's study also demonstrated was that the public were happier because they saw swifter justice being delivered. It also allowed for additional rehabilitation opportunities with the individual, and it ensures that if somebody already has a penalty notice, they can't benefit from a second one. So where somebody reoffends, in short measure, they will end up going through the courts, but where they don't reoffend, crucially, we can keep them out of the justice system and hopefully avoid any problems that we may otherwise have with desistance. The key for me is about the outcomes and the satisfaction of victims, and that seems to me to be unsatisfactory in many cases, where it takes a long time to get to the point where a monetary penalty is actually given out by the courts.
Question 6. Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I want to answer question number 6 and 13 together. Freedom of the press is fundamental to a democratic society, allowing independent scrutiny of those in power and giving the public reliable fact-based information. I therefore share the concerns raised around the surveillance of journalists. However, UK security services and the oversight of such surveillance are accepted matters and fall outside the purview of my role as Minister of Justice. I recognise the importance of the issues raised in the McCullough Review, particularly in relation to the protection of press freedom and the oversight of covert surveillance authorisations involving journalists. The operational responsibility for covert surveillance lies with the Chief Constable, and I note the Chief Constable acknowledged the McCullough Review identified concerns in relation to specific authorisations and has committed to improving processes and addressing inconsistencies. The PSNI has provided assurances that comprehensive and robust measures have now been implemented within the system to prevent any recurrence of similar failures. The revised system is scheduled to undergo review as part of the Investigatory Powers Commission's inspection in 2026. I also note the PSNI has enhanced the central record of surveillance authorisations to provide greater transparency to the Investigatory Powers Commissioner's Office and their inspections.
Mr. O'Toole. Thank you, Minister. You will have seen that the outworkings of the Investigatory Powers Tribunal in London and the revelation that thousands of messages from the journalist Vincent Kearney were intercepted by the PSNI. I'm sure the Minister agrees with me, and I know she does, believe very strongly in the freedom of the press. Acknowledging the operational independence of the PSNI, does she agree with me that addressing the challenges to confidence that have been created by repeated revelations about the PSNI encroaching on the freedom of the press, monitoring journalists, including Trevor Burney and Barry McCaffrey, has contributed to a lack of confidence in the PSNI, and addressing that will be part of rebuilding confidence in certain communities in the PSNI and therefore improving...
Mr. O'Toole, you're getting into speech, and I'll just remind members that the Kearney case is still a live case, and I'm sure the Minister is well aware of that. Thank you.
Yes.
Jerry Carroll. Say solidarity with Vincent Kearney and other journalists who are spied upon. Much is always made about the PSNI being the most accountable police force around. Therefore, it is quite astounding to hear that the Minister for Justice is effectively powerless to do anything about it when they're spied upon by the PSNI, when journalists are spied upon by the PSNI. Minister, have you contacted the Chief Constable and raised your concerns about this issue? Minister.
Well, I think I set out in my original answer that I had spoken with the Chief Constable, that I discussed with him the McCullough review, the importance of the work that was done. I think the member has to understand that some matters are reserved matters and issues around national security are reserved matters and don't fall within my remit. Doesn't mean I don't care about them, because as the previous member has indicated, they do have an impact on community confidence. So I do take interest in what the PSNI does and on it being respected right across the community. That is an important part of the role that I have, but it is not for me to sanction or oversee the use of investigatory powers, particularly, I have to say, in the case of Vincent Kearney, where it was actually MI5 and security services who were involved in that, as found by the inquiry. It is important for me also to respect the work that is being done within the policing board in terms of their oversight of the PSNI, which is done on a cross-community and fully inclusive basis.
Moving to the topicals, Patsy McGlone.
Minister, can you provide an update, please, on the timetable for bringing the new sentencing bill, including Charlotte's Law and the increased maximum penalties for causing death by dangerous driving, into operational effect?
The bill was introduced last week. It will now come for second reading, I believe, with the agreement of the Speaker at around the start of the week after next. And obviously you will get a briefing as a member of the committee in the interim about the content of that bill, and it will, as the member rightly points out, cover issues around what so-called no-body murder cases, such as those in Charlotte Murray's case, better known here as Charlotte's Law, and also extensions of the penalties for dangerous driving causing death or serious injury under the influence of substances. I think it's important that those are taken forward, but there are a number of other key pieces of legislation that will fall within that bill, and I look forward to working with the member and with the committee on taking it forward.
Given the expectations raised with victims' families, Minister, what steps have been taken to ensure the preparations are made and the resources in place so that these reforms deliver real impact from day one?
Well, there are a number of these. For example, in the case of sentencing for dangerous driving, it will be actually, I think, day 2. It's the day after royal assent when a law becomes effective. So it will be day 2 that it will become effective. In terms of some of the other measures that are included in the sentencing bill, as the member will be briefed, some of those will have commencement clauses attached, but the vast majority of them will be commenced at the point where the legislation itself receives royal assent. And so I can't give any assurances to the families at this stage. I have done my job in bringing the bill forward to the House, and I know that he and the committee will now do their job in ensuring that the expectations of the public are met in regard to the timetable going forward.
Speaker, Minister, I understand terror legislation is largely reserved, but last year a man from Lurgan was given a 5-year and 3-month long jail term for trying to obtain gun parts, while another man was given an 18-month jail term for planting bombs. Does the Minister have any plans to address sentencing for terrorism offences?
Terrorism offences are entirely a reserved matter. They are not ones that I can change by legislation here, but I'm sure the member would be happy to raise it with our colleagues in Westminster. There are sentencing and policing bills going forward there, and I'm sure they would be able to bring by amendment any changes that she would wish to see made.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, is there any guidelines or anything that you can set within your department to emphasise the importance of this and how seriously these offences are taken here in Northern Ireland?
Well, we can certainly in this House, by speaking about the issue, by communicating our concerns about the issue, we can certainly convey that and the public sentiment around how important it is that these are appropriately dealt with and that sentencing is at an appropriate level. However, ultimately the judiciary are independent of the department. Sentencing guidelines will be set by the Lady Chief Justice, and even were we to have a Northern Ireland Sentencing Council, because this is not a devolved matter matter. It wouldn't be an area into which either I or that devolved sentencing council would be able to enter. It would be a matter really for the Northern Ireland Secretary of State and Westminster to bring forward any changes that they would wish to make in terms of the overarching guidance around terrorism offences.
Harvey.
Speaker. Minister, you will likely be aware of difficulties being experienced by firearms licence permit holders in accessing the PSNI's digital system. Will the Minister join with me in calling on the PSNI to make available a non-digital alternative for individuals who for whatever reason are unable to access?
Well, my understanding is that the PSNI portal has been in operation now for some time, and it is there as a cost and resource saving measure. I also understand that it is possible to get assistance with access through the portal if it's required, but ultimately how those firearms applications are received and dispensed from PSNI is an operational matter. So it would be for the Chief Constable, and obviously if the member wishes on behalf of his constituents to approach the Chief Constable about the issue, because as I say, it has also been raised with me by other members. However, my understanding is that the majority of applications go through smoothly, and the issue is perhaps more about the volume of applications and the length of time it takes to get those processed.
Mr. Harvey.
Thank you for your answer so far, Minister. The matter, it appears to be affecting our rural areas and our farmers more than any, so maybe if, a conversation with the Dairy Minister as well along these lines. Thank you.
Well, I know Andrew is certainly aware of it, and I have raised with him other issues around firearms licensing. But as I say, ultimately they fall to the Chief Constable in terms of how they actually operate the system. The portal, as I say, is there to try and actually ease the ability to put in applications, but I know that not everybody is necessarily as digitally enhanced as perhaps they would need to be to manage it. The portal, however, is meant to be simplified so that people are able to actually access it easily. And if anybody does have difficulties accessing it, I'm sure a kindly MLA would be more than happy to help them with their application.
Peter Martin.
Can I ask the Minister why in her current Justice Bill she didn't give consideration to revising legislation for guidance on the setting of bail conditions by the courts?
Well, first of all, we can't do everything in this one piece of legislation. So this piece of legislation has its roots in 2019 when the original consultation was conducted. And we looked very carefully around what would be required at that time to update our legislation. Sadly, it has taken us until now to have the stability within the Assembly at the same time as the legislation has been produced. There will be other issues that will arise. So, for example, a number of members have brought other pieces of legislation or other changes they would like in sentencing to me over recent months, which has confirmed my view that we need now a new sentencing review. So there is an opportunity if the member wishes to feed that into the sentencing review. But I'm also very conscious that I want to keep the sentencing review very narrow. I don't want it to become sentencing and bail and other court processes, because then the scope of it widens and it loses focus. I've been criticised in the past for our miscellaneous provisions bills in justice because they are so wide in scope. We have one of those already in train. What we're trying to do is, with the last two pieces of legislation, keep it as razor focused as we can.
Mr. Martin.
I'd like to thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, I am asking this question because the man accused of causing my constituent Jaden Rice's death was granted bail despite already being subject to an interim driving ban. Given the amendments that you've referenced already, which are quite widespread, would you accept an amendment on the Justice Bill which would provide courts much clearer guidance on the setting of bail conditions?
Well, first of all, I think it's important that if a member decided to legislate in that space, they would do full consultation, particularly with the judiciary, because none of us, I think, would want to impinge on judicial independence or encroach in the degree of discretion that a judge can take. To be clear, the granting of bail is not a measure of whether or not a crime is serious or not serious. It is simply a measure of whether they believe that the other issues around bail, so is the person likely to interfere with witnesses, are they likely to abscond, are they likely to commit further offences while on bail, those are the issues that will influence the outcome of bail rather than whether or not a case is serious. A person is innocent until proven guilty. When proven guilty, they will obviously then be sentenced. So it will vary greatly. We do have a problem in Northern Ireland, and I would caution the member before he would go down the route of bringing forward an amendment, which of course if he does, I will be happy to consider and give him an answer, a straight answer, at the time when I have it in front of me. But we have higher levels of remand in this part of the UK than anywhere else in these islands, significantly higher, and the pressure that it places on the justice system is not insignificant. It also challenges us in that we cannot do rehabilitation with people while they're on remand. There's no compulsion for them to engage with regime, and the result of that can be that people are released time served after they go through the court system. It feels like a slap in the face for victims, but it also means that we have done none of the rehabilitation work that we would like to do. And so I would caution against thinking that remand is a silver bullet to the wider discontent about individual decisions that may be made around bail.
Mr. Speaker, recently at the Executive Office Committee, the Commissioner for Survivors of Institutional Childhood Abuse highlighted that cases of abuse have been and will continue to be missed because inquiries have focused on the setting in which abuse occurred rather than on the victims themselves. Ms Ryan believes Northern Ireland needs a prevalence survey of childhood abuse, similar to the work being undertaken in Scotland to establish the true scale of abuse. Does the Minister agree, and will she commit to progressing such a survey through her department?
Minister.
Well, first of all, to say to the member that I do recognise that there are many people who have been subjected to sexual abuse, whether as children or indeed as adults in settings that are not institutional. And their pain and their horror is no different, and their trauma is no different to those who were abused in institutional settings. The reason that the Executive took a lead around institutional settings was because we had responsibility as the state, essentially, for the children in those settings. I think something along the lines of a prevalence survey would indeed be very useful. Not sure that it would necessarily fall to the Department of Justice to take that forward. The Department of Health or indeed the Executive Office, given their wider responsibilities in this space, may be better placed to do such a prevalence survey. But I do agree with him that the prevalence of domestic and sexual abuse in our society is not just a historic issue, but it is one that I believe is prevalent today. I believe the number of people affected by it is more significant than the number of people who have come forward, and I would always encourage people, whether historic or otherwise, to come forward and make disclosure to the PSNI, because people who may not feel that their abuse was part of a wider pattern may learn through disclosure that indeed it was.
Mr. Gasson.
Thank you very much, and I thank the Minister for a response. Will the Minister commit to meet with myself and the Commissioner to see and decide how best to take the idea of a prevalence survey forward?
I'd be very pleased to do so.
Minister, in answer to the Assembly question, and myself, your department revealed that facial recognition was used by over 2,000 times by the PSNI over the last few years. Do you have any concerns about this level of surveillance by the state?
Well, the use of facial recognition is something that is an operational matter for the PSNI. It is something that the policing board, I know, have looked at. It doesn't fall within the work that I have been doing around, for example, holding biometrics, in that it falls into a different space. But I do agree that the use of any form of technology that involves using our personal information, whether that be our faces or otherwise, is something that needs to be considered very carefully on each occasion when it's used, needs to be properly regulated and considered, because I do not believe that an overly intrusive state is necessarily the best way to keep people safe, and indeed, given that the state may often make mistakes in using that information, it can actually cause more harm than good. So I think there has to be a balanced approach to this, and it's something that I'm sure the policing board will be taken forward as they engage on the issue.
Mr. Carroll.
Thanks, Minister. My understanding is the PSNI holds the images of people who have never been charged or convicted of anything, which is really, really terrifying stuff. Minister, you'll know that the PSNI are considering introducing live facial recognition. I'm concerned, and many human rights organisations are concerned, it's really the chilling effect for people to organise and campaign in a peaceful way. Would you share those concerns as well?
Minister.
Well, in terms of the use of live facial recognition by the PSNI, there will be a number of steps that will have to go forward before that could be done. There will have to be procedures put in place, and it will have to obviously be tested by the policing board, and indeed with input from their human rights advisor. So I think there are a number of steps that will have to go forward. But of course, as I've already said, I do not believe that overly intrusive surveillance of the public is the way either to build confidence in the PSNI or the justice system, or indeed to build confidence in wider society. People have a right to privacy, and provided that privacy is not a cloak for offending behaviour, it should not be interfered with by the state or anyone else.
Moving on then to questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Just a moment just for the member to get to the lectern. The Minister.
One.
Sir.
Since the carrier bag levy regulations came into operation in 2013, proceeds have totalled just over £79 million. The carrier bag levy has changed customer behaviour and led to a significant decrease in carrier bag usage. It has been estimated that the levy has resulted in approximately 2.6 billion less bags in circulation. We have all seen the significant environmental benefits since the introduction of the levy, including a reduction in litter and waste. We do, however, need to do more to protect our environment from plastic pollution, reduce unnecessary waste and promote sustainability. My department has already taken action with the introduction of legislation to ban single-use vapes and wet wipes containing plastic, with overarching targets and further actions detailed in the draft Plastic Pollution Plan for Northern Ireland. Work is continuing on the introduction of a deposit return scheme for single-use drinks containers, which we launch in Northern Ireland in October of next year. The revenue raised from the levy, in terms of the carrier bag levy, has been used to fund additional environmental programmes and projects across Northern Ireland. Their officials are also working to bring forward regulations to transpose the EU Single-Use Plastics Directive into Northern Ireland domestic law, which will remove more commonly littered and unnecessary single-use items of plastic from circulation.
Mr. Frew.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answers. Can I ask them, given the revenue has been raised, does the Minister think that that money raised and has been spent appropriately, and has he reviewed actually how that revenue is spent, and if there's something better that we can spend it on?
Minister.
Thank you. I am confident that that revenue has been spent appropriately. If there's any particular concerns, I'd be grateful if you raise those with me and we can investigate that. But I know of many initiatives that have been funded through it and has had benefit across Northern Ireland.
Declan Miller.
I thank the Minister for his responses. Minister, could you elaborate on how environmental and community groups can access the funding that is generated through the carrier bag levy? Thank you.
Thank you. There's many different ways to access it, and it's distributed every year when that funding is coming through. If there's particular projects that people are interested in, if they engage with the department, we can see how relevant it could be to the carrier bag levy, because there's different streams of funding around this, and we're happy to see what we can do to engage to assist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what consideration he has given to reviewing the exemption from the carrier bag levy for takeaways?
Thank you, John. The carrier bag levy in Northern Ireland is the most extensive in Northern Ireland. Exemptions were simplified and the levy was increased to 25p per bag by my predecessor in April 2022. As part of the forthcoming waste prevention programme, we'll be considering options to continue to reduce consumption, including reviewing current carrier bag levy exemptions. I will consider all options to find the most suitable way to help reduce the impact of single-use plastic items on our environment, including levies and other problematic items.
David Honeyford.
Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
The member will be aware that negotiations on a UK-EU agri-food SPS agreement are being led by the UK Government. My engagement with the UK Government ministers in respect of the agreement has been positive, and I've been assured that the interests of Northern Ireland are being taken into account in the negotiations, and I will continue to engage in that dialogue with the UK Government. While we hope that there will be an outcome soon, these are ongoing negotiations. I am conscious that there is a target to have this going live by mid-2027, and I think that would be positive for Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. I can advise that I have made clear my view that any new SPS agreement should ensure that agri-food goods can move between GB and Northern Ireland with minimal friction, and that we will maintain unfettered access for Northern Ireland goods to the GB market. In order to make this possible, I have been pressing for maximum possible amount of dynamic alignment with EU regulations.
Mr. Blair, or Mr. Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his response. Can I ask the Minister what benefits there are and he sees for the agri-sector food with dual market access?
As Minister, I take the view that dual market access for Northern Ireland goods, both to GB and the EU, is a great benefit, and it's something that we should be very keen to explore and exploit. There are many companies and sectors who are benefiting from dual market access, for example in relation to the dairy sector, and many other companies across Northern Ireland, such as, for example, Coca-Cola and Deli Lights, and also Luprino, which I visited just recently. We have that dual market access. I will be in Brussels on St Patrick's Day, and I'll be making it very clear that Northern Ireland is a place to invest, where you can export to the GB and the EU without any regulatory checks. My aim as Minister, in terms of the SPS agreement, is to remove or reduce as much as possible in terms of regulatory checks for goods moving from GB to Northern Ireland, and I've been consistent in my call for the UK Government to consider widening the scope of their negotiations and joining the EU Customs Union, because that will deliver economic growth across the United Kingdom.
Peter Martin.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer? Can I ask the Minister, aligned to the SPS agreement, when last did he meet the Health Minister regarding the fact that since January, retailers based in Great Britain cannot directly supply vet meds to consumers in Northern Ireland, and that this has caused the price of these drugs to rise for pet owners who wish to purchase these medicines? And is he concerned about this?
So, as the member aware, the issue in terms of veterinary medicines does not sit under my direction and control. It's something I engage with the UK Government and through the Veterinary Medicines Working Group. I'm aware of the actions that they have taken to address some of the concerns around this, and will continue to monitor progress in regards to this. But it does not sit under my direction and control. It sits under the direction and control of the DEFRA Secretary of State.
Honourable McMurray.
Speaker, question number 3, please.
Work is being undertaken to prepare for future wildfire seasons includes a range of actions. A wildfire action plan is being developed to accompany wildfires in Northern Ireland to Strategic Framework 2025 to 2030. This action plan is being developed through the Strategic Wildfire Group and the Northern Ireland Wildfire Stakeholders Forum. It will contain time-bound actions for each of the 35 key areas of development identified in the Strategic Framework. The actions will be delivered collectively across a range of wildfire stakeholders. The action plan should be finalised in the next period of weeks, and with some of the actions within it already being progressed. For example, my department has awarded a multi-year contract to develop wildfire management plans and response plans for designated sites in the Mournes, Antrim Hills and Carn Glen Shane. Several other wildfire management plans are also in development through funding streams such as Peace Plus, including at Sleeve Bay. Northern Ireland Water is reviewing mitigations and restoration measures for the Silent Valley catchment. In preparation for the current wildfire season, the following works have been undertaken. Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service held a stakeholder familiarisation event during November 2025. The Fire and Rescue Service and Forest Service had a pre-wildfire season meeting on Friday the 6th of March. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency's all-terrain vehicles have been repaired and are being scheduled for service in the period ahead to make sure that they are available for wildfire incidents in 2026. Pre-fire season communications are also in development, and restoration works such as in the Mournes continue to be supported.
Mr. McMurray.
Minister, could you provide more detail on the wildfire management plans for the Mournes?
Thank you. So my department has appointed a consortium of international wildfire experts led by the Paul Costa Foundation to deliver a suite of wildfire mitigation work across Northern Ireland. This multi-year project primarily seeks to identify the wildfire risk and develop wildfire management recommendations and response plans for 3 designated landscapes: the Eastern Mourne Area of Special Scientific Interest, the Special Area of Conservation, the Antrim Hills Special Protection Area, and the Carn Glenshane SAC. The project will engage local landowners and wildfire stakeholders to help gather evidence and in terms of the mitigation measures that need to be developed, and I encourage all those who are approached by the project team to participate. In addition to that, I think it's important I re-emphasise the messages that my department has previously communicated in terms of what is appropriate in the countryside and what is not. I will continue to urge those who have been lighting malicious and deliberate wildfires to stop. No one should start a fire in the countryside unless it's part of a specific, planned and properly managed land management practice.
Eva Finnegan.
Does the Minister agree with me that sheep and cattle can play a key role in helping manage vegetation, particularly in upland areas, to prevent the outbreak of wildfires?
Yes, I do, and I think that there's a fantastic role for us to play with our farming community in terms of better upland management, and that's why we're continuing to roll out Farming with Nature. We will expand the current transition scheme this year in terms of additional measures, which will be a scheme focused on both priority habitats and species, and we'll also issue a call for projects delivering improved environmental outcomes through landscape scale collaboration. Farming with Nature is a key component in terms of our wildfire management, and it's important that as a department we work with stakeholders to see that rolled out.
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answers so far. Growing up in the Mournes, I see these fires a lot more often than I would like. And last year, in the response, the Deputy First Minister was down with me, and we had a lot of engagement with those responding to it on the ground. One of the key ones being Skywatch Northern Ireland, where they've got some fantastic off-road equipment and drones where they're able to view the thermal imaging from the skies to assist the response. Minister, have you had engagement with Skywatch NI or been able to support them in the work that they're doing, as they play a very valuable role in responding to these wildfires?
Minister.
Thank you. So the issue you outlined probably sits with the Department of Health, because Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service sits within that. But what I would say is, in terms of the range of stakeholders that work with us in regards to this issue, I want to say thank you to them. Their contributions are invaluable, and that's what the basis of our wildfire interventions is, upon stakeholder engagement. The weather has been improving in recent days. It's good to see, particularly after the wet weather that our farmers have had to endure. But then now my concerns now turn to wildfires, and that's why it's important to reiterate those messages in terms of appropriate behaviour in the countryside, so we don't see those scenes occurring this year as we did last.
Ms Mulholland is not in her place. Ms McAllister is not in her place. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Please.
As Minister, I am delighted to have recently published the consultation responses and way forward for the sale and supply of puppies and kittens. This marks a significant milestone in my ongoing efforts to strengthen animal welfare protections in Northern Ireland. Officials are now progressing next steps, working in partnership with local councils to finalise and enact robust new legislation at the earliest opportunity. One of my other priorities is dog breeding, and I keenly are awaiting the Expert Advisory Group's final report due next month. The group was tasked with undertaking a comprehensive review of current dog breeding regulations, and I am eager to examine its recommendations. I am fully committed to taking meaningful action, where possible, within the remainder of this mandate. Beyond this, I am actively considering further reforms contained within the pathway, including dog licence fees, banning of certain aversive training devices, and the regulation of rescue and rehoming organisations. These important measures will be brought together in an upcoming combined consultation, which will also include a call for evidence on mandatory cat microchipping and proposals to improve current microchipping requirements for dogs. Progress has also been made on legislation to require CCTV in all slaughterhouses. This legislation is advancing through the necessary approval stages and will be enacted as soon as possible. I am pleased that tangible progress is being made, and I am determined to deliver lasting improvements to animal welfare across Northern Ireland within the time remaining in this mandate.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. That all sounds very positive. I wonder, could you provide an outline of the timelines for the introduction of Lucy's Law? Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. The legislation has been drafted and is being reviewed in conjunction with the Departmental Solicitor's Office. This is a complex policy specifically designed for Northern Ireland, and it is crucial that councils with responsibility for enforcement are given the chance now to provide further feedback on the implementation of the proposals. Therefore, the focus is now on engaging with councils to discuss implementation. I recognise that councils require time to prepare, and in particular to set up the necessary IT systems to deliver the public register. My officials meet regularly with councils. However, a dedicated implementation group is being established to determine appropriate timelines for introducing legislation to ensure that councils are ready. In tandem with this, my officials are preparing to secure necessary approvals for the legislation as soon as reasonably practical.
Mr. Speaker, thank the Minister so far. Minister, I'm glad to see you've took the mantle on for myself and previously my colleague Robin Newton, and I want to commend Robin for getting this work to where it is now, and his vision has now left you. So the mantle's on you, and there's lots of eyes on you, big eyes and small eyes, doggy puppy eyes, etc. The question is, Minister, with respect to regulation of rescuing homes, etc. Put a little bit more meat on the bones in that. Where do you see that going more broadly, and what do you see needs to happen in that sector?
Thank you, and Robin did good work in regards to this, and it's important we're able to take this forward. In terms of the regulation of the rescue and rehoming sector, officials are undertaking further policy development, also looking at impact assessments and doing policy analysis. I am due to receive a submission on the final policy position for consideration and clearance very, very soon, and then subject to ministerial agreement, there will be engagement with the rescue and rehoming sector and councils on content and direction, and thereafter there will be a consultation. This is a complex area. I want to thank officials for the work that they're doing in regards to it, and hopefully we'll be able to get out and consult on this in the time ahead.
Stuart Dixon. Mr. Speaker, question number 7.
Recycling offers many benefits to our local economy. It supports our circular economy, keeps materials in use, reduces reliance on raw virgin materials, and provides opportunities for companies to handle, process and reuse materials. However, these recycling benefits can only be realised if we accept that the quality of the recyclate is as important as the quantity, and quality relies on reducing contamination through the separate collection of some core materials. Good quality recyclate can be reprocessed locally, keeping economic value in Northern Ireland. The high level of waste exports makes our waste someone else's problem and goes against the principles of proximity and self-sufficiency, whilst also undermining our efforts to reduce our carbon footprint. It also represents lost economic opportunities for Northern Ireland. My department's previous consultation on recycling and waste collection reforms included proposals on driving down the volume of residual waste and improving both the quality and the quantity of material being collected for recycling. I continue as Minister to seek support from my executive colleagues for publication of the departmental response, which provide the clarity that councils and businesses are asking for as they proceed to make investment decisions, and align with our ambitions to boost the local reprocessing industry, create new local job opportunities and enhance our local circular economy.
Nixon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, indeed you're right, the quality of recycling material is important, and it's important that we get to boost that across all of our local authorities. Can the Minister tell the House when we are going to receive guidance for our local authorities?
So I sent that executive paper to my colleagues in the summer of last year, and I continue to engage with them so I can publish that. There is a real need for us to build upon the good success that we've had in terms of recycling. It has plateaued in recent years, but we're sitting around 50% in terms of households, and that's a real achievement for what we've done, but there's more that we can do. What I'm seeking to do is issue guidance to councils in terms of what they do with regards to recycling. For example, in Ards and North Down, we have a situation where paper, card and plastic is collected in one bin, and then there's a separate curbside glass collection. That delivers good quality recycling, but also a good quantity. And that's the kind of things that I'm looking at in terms of being able to give the guidance to councils. It's guidance for them, they can decide what they do, but what's important is the department we issue guidance around this, because we need to take cognizance of the fact that commingling glass, paper and card together can reduce the quality of recycling. In addition to that, councils in Northern Ireland are receiving an approximately £50 million additional funding through the Extended Producer Responsibility Scheme, and also are supported through the DAERA Household Waste Recycling Collaborative Change Programme. It's important they're able to use that funding to increase the quality and the quantity of recycling. It's also important that we are conscious that in terms of the average residual waste collected by councils, that contains approximately 28% food waste, 10% garden and 18% dry recycling. So there's more that we can do for people to be aware of what should go in and what shouldn't go in your residual waste. Alongside this, businesses should be doing the same as what households are doing, and that's what I'm seeking to give guidance on.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, if there's one thing our constituents and indeed local ratepayers don't want, is further interference from central government into their bin collections, which is already suboptimal in many locations. Minister, would you accept that there are many councils doing a fine job in setting recycling targets that do commingle? I name ABC, for example.
Minister. So the performance of any council is for the councillors to hold their officials to account and for delivery around that. We have legal targets here in Northern Ireland in relation to recycling, and it's important we meet that. We're also very conscious of the issues it's regularly raised with me in the Chamber in terms of residual waste and for us shipping that away and the problems that's been causing for residents in areas such as Warren Point. So it's important we address that. In addition to this, we have the additional £50 million, additional money is coming through councils to help them improve their recycling infrastructure. As I've set out, it's not just about quantity, it's also about quality. And if we're commingling, there's an issue there in terms of the recyclate and the quality of that. And I speak with a number of businesses in Northern Ireland, for example, ENVA and NSERC, who would like to be able to use that glass that's being recycled by our households to be able to have that in the circular economy. But with that commingling, the quality of the recovery is reduced.
Sorry, Ciara Ferguson. Stephen.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
In April 2025, I published Northern Ireland's first Blue Carbon Action Plan. This plan outlines the actions required for the next 5 years to protect and restore our blue carbon habitats, and for the promotion of these as nature-based solutions for climate action and wider biodiversity. Through the Environment Fund, my department has supported pilot projects on native oyster restoration, led by the Ulster Wildlife in collaboration with Belfast Harbour. What started as an oyster nursery cages in Bangor, Belfast Harbour, Carrickfergus and Glenarm has now expanded to the first seabed deployment of adult oysters and juveniles within Belfast Lough. These oysters will not only improve water quality through filtration, but as adults will form reefs, helping to provide both coastal defences and vital habitats for juvenile fish and other marine species. My department has also established the Marine Nature Recovery Oversight Group, comprising industry, NGOs, academia and council representatives. This group will oversee the implementation of actions to protect and restore Northern Ireland's inshore marine environment.
Mr. Dunn.
And thank the Minister for his answer. And you mentioned the innovative work by the Ulster Wildlife and the NI Marine Task Force to restore the native oyster population in Belfast Lough, which I've witnessed myself, and I'm sure you have as well, Minister. So just keen to see how that could be expanded upon and built upon as well going forward, and outline any further support that your department can have, given the wide range of benefits that it can have in so many ways.
Sure. It is a positive initiative, and I know that the good work that Ulster Wildlife are doing. We're reliant upon them to do this, alongside those nature-based solutions in terms of water quality in Belfast Lough. We do need to have stronger regulation and enforcement of sewage pollution. I set that out in terms of my oral statement last week. We need to address that. It's affecting the people around Belfast Lough, but beyond, also in terms of Lough Neagh and other water bodies. We need to have stronger regulation and enforcement around this. And I'll be meeting the Infrastructure Minister later on today around that wider issue of sewage pollution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I've seen evidence that shows both slurry and boviar milk being blown into Hillsborough Forest by the government-funded Appy Farm. Spreading by a sludgigator was made illegal at least 7 years ago. Farmers are rightly asking me, why are Appy above the law on your watch? You dodged this question last week. Can we get an answer here today without you slandering Dougie Beattie in the process of your response?
Minister. Nobody is above the law as far as I'm concerned in regards to this. If you have footage in regards to this issue, I would ask you to share that with the department so it can be fully investigated.
Ciara Ferguson.
Safeguarding public health, ensuring safe drinking water and reducing the environmental impact of the Maboy site is of paramount importance to me and my department. To that end, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency continues to implement a comprehensive environmental monitoring programme at the site and plan for remediation. The draft remediation strategy for the Maboy site has been developed to mitigate against the long-term risk that the contaminated site poses to water quality in the River Fawn and to address the contamination of the Fawn groundwater body. The consultation on the draft strategy was undertaken to ensure that stakeholders, technical specialists, community groups and members of the public had the opportunity to review and comment on the proposed technical approach for addressing the environmental challenges presented at the Maboy site. The 2 consultation events were attended by 110 people, with a total of 26 written responses received. All responses have now been carefully considered, and the integrated consultancy team appointed by the Department has completed a comprehensive technical evaluation of these responses. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency plan to publish the summary report on responses to the consultation on the draft remediation strategy for the Maboy site later this week, and I am keen to meet with the Foyle MLAs, local MPs and the Mayor and Chief Executive of Derry City and Strabane District Council soon to follow up from our meeting in September.
Ferguson.
Can I thank you, Minister, and I think that's welcome news that the remediation strategy will be published, or the summary response. Just on that then, you have the summary response, and I don't want to preempt the publication of it, but is it included within your planned budget moving forward over the next 3 years, that the environmental monitoring programme is guaranteed, but in relation to the remediation strategy itself, is there any funding allocated? Thank you.
Minister. Thank you. So we'll publish the responses to the consultation. I've been engaging with officials, including of today, in relation to the revised strategy, taking into account the feedback has been received. That should be with me next month. I will then consider that, and then that will determine in terms of budget bids going forward, because once we have a revised strategy and we've got that in place, then that will determine in terms of the financial requirements for remediation of the site. I want to make it clear that the engagement through the consultation and also with elected representatives for the area, that's key to me. I enjoyed that engagement. I thought it was constructive but also robust when we met up last year, and I want to be able to sit down with yourselves and chart a course around this. The funding for the monitoring is in place, and it's important to reassure people that that is ongoing.
Mark Durkin.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answers, and look forward to welcoming him back to the city to hear his planned way forward to close the running sore that is Maboy. While I welcome the fact that he's going to meet us as elected representatives, it is important that this information gets out to as wide a range of stakeholders as possible. What are the Minister's plans around the publication of consultation responses, and more importantly, around an action plan and a way forward?
Mr.
Thank you. So, in relation to the publication with regards to the consultation responses, that will be on the DAERA website. I'm happy to engage with you as elected representatives in terms of further steps forward. I found that engagement around how we did the previous consultation to be useful. I thought that was constructive, allowed all the voices to be heard and for people to consider what is a complex but also a concerning situation that's developed over a number of years at this site, for the public to engage in regards to that, and I'm happy to consider what more we can do around this, and the officials are quite keen to engage with you as well.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for his update in regard to this. The Minister has quite rightly used the phrase making the polluter pay many times. So in regard to that and the Maboy site, can the Minister give us an update in regard to how those who are responsible will be held accountable for remediation where possible?
My department will continue to pursue confiscation proceedings under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 against the defendants, with the intention of depriving them of the benefit generated from the criminal conduct and asserting the polluter pays principle. This is a matter that's under consideration in terms of the legal process. I don't want to say any more, but I'm very conscious of the question you asked.
Jake Hall.
Number 10 at all.
A ministerial direction is only issued in the circumstances where a minister instructs officials to take a course of action which would bring them, as principal accounting officer, into conflict with their personal responsibilities that they carry, responsibilities that I know the Assembly expects them to uphold. As the member will be aware, any ministerial direction also requires the approval of the Finance Minister or the executive before it can be implemented. I have not asked my principal accounting officer to breach those responsibilities. The issue of a ministerial direction does not arise in regards to this. This issue requires executive agreement, and if executive agreement is secured, then to proceed along that, executive agreement is also required to commission OLC to draft legislation, and that's the mechanism that will be used for drafting of legislation, rather than in terms of ministerial directions, which are used largely around financial issues.
Mr. Carroll.
Thank you, Minister. Obviously, time's of the essence, because the environment is slowly being killed. Of course, any legislation or a ministerial decision, in theory, could be challenged in court. I don't think it, in a general sense, it should be used as an excuse for inaction. Minister, obviously, time is of the essence. So are you moving at speed to introduce EPA, just to clarify your earlier answer? Thanks.
Look, I've been very, very clear that I support an independent environmental protection agency. I want to make sure that this is done. I commissioned an independent expert panel to look at this. They came back with very clear recommendations. I brought an executive paper for agreement around this, and it's been very clear from my engagement with the DUP they do not wish us to proceed, and it's been blocked. I think that is wrong. I think these institutions need to be reformed, where the vast majority, in terms of the will of this Assembly, were in agreement of this in terms of in November of last year. That should be respected, and we should be allowed to proceed in regards to this. There's a commitment here in terms of New Decade, New Approach, and all parties should respect that. The UK Government have a specific role in relation to reform of these institutions.
Moving to topicals, Daniel McCrossan.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, you and your department is demanding that farmers deliver an environmental transition through tighter nutrient management and water quality standards, yet across rural communities farmers are being delayed or blocked from obtaining planning permission for the very infrastructure required to comply with those conditions, including slurry tanks, silage clamps, lagoons and storage facilities. How does the Minister expect farmers to meet these obligations when the system is preventing them from putting the necessary infrastructure in place? And does he accept that this failure of coordination across government is actively undermining both farmers and environmental protection?
So this issue has been discussed. It was discussed most recently at the committee last week, and I found that to be constructive. As I set out, and I will repeat today, there's two issues at hand. We have an environmental crisis in Northern Ireland. We have our land saturated with regards to ammonia. We have an issue in terms of water quality, and it's important we address that. So we have to separate that as one issue that needs to be addressed. And yes, that in terms of Northern Ireland Environment Agency, when it's receiving planning applications as a statutory consultee, it is turning back in the negative in regards to some of those, because of those wider issues in relation to the environment that we need to address. And I've always been open and honest in regards to that. There's a second issue in terms of the resourcing and the response times for Northern Ireland Environment Agency as a statutory consultee. As I've set out previously, there's a planning improvement plan in place. A number of actions have already been completed to date, which includes a new governance structure in place. There's an action plan in place for each work strand associated with that. There's a prioritisation pilot in place for councils to take forward 5 cases at a time as a priority. There's a review of data and also reporting around this, and there's also engagement with DFI and planning authorities. There's further short-term deliverables planned through between now and June of next year. It's to implement a risk-based approach for the provision of advice, to implement a caseload prioritisation model based on evidence, to review the environmental advice for planning so that that's easily accessible from councils, to use digital tools, to improve customer service, to have stronger stakeholder engagement, to have new streamlined reports and planning performance statistics, new streamlined processes to be implemented, and also the review of the website. There's lots to do in regards to this, but I do not underestimate the challenges in relation to our environment. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency have a statutory role to provide planning consultation advice, which is in line with the law.
Mr. McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, whilst I appreciate that you've laid out the various consultations and other plans that are in motion, farmers have waited long enough. Farmers that I speak with on a daily basis want to comply and protect our waterways, but they cannot do so without proper storage infrastructure. So, Minister, pardon the pun, but what concrete steps are you taking with the Infrastructure Minister and your colleagues to ensure that the planning system supports environmental compliance rather than becoming a barrier to it?
So what I outlined to you there in relation to actions around the Planning Improvement Plan, I didn't reference any consultations. It said about concrete actions we were taking in regards to the Planning Improvement Plan. In relation to the wider environmental issues, I'm happy to meet with the opposition and take you through those. Take you through the situation we're facing in relation to the environment. Because that's what I'm doing. I'm having to meet legal obligations in regards to this, and then hopefully as a result of that engagement, which I'm quite happy to schedule this week if you want to, you'll have a greater understanding in terms of the challenges we're facing in relation to the environment in Northern Ireland.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, can you give the House your assessment for extending the UK emissions trading scheme to the maritime sector?
Minister.
Thank you, Stuart. The emission trading scheme is one of the most effective emission reduction policies which encourages decarbonisation whilst most cost-effective to do so. Operators can choose to decarbonise or to pay for carbon emissions. ETS has seen a 55% reduction in trader sector emissions since 2005 in Northern Ireland. Following extensive consultation since 2022, domestic maritime emissions will be included in the scope of the UK emissions trading scheme from the 1st of July of this year, and I will be leading a debate on this legislation tomorrow. A full impact assessment was undertaken on the policy detail associated with this development, and this is included consideration of the potential impacts on Northern Ireland. This concluded that the expansion of the scheme to the sector should have only negligible cost impacts. On the expansion to maritime, my officials have listened carefully to stakeholders. My department secured an interim 50% exemption for voyages between GB and Northern Ireland to ensure parity of carbon pricing with voyages between Ireland and GB, which are subject to EU ETS. This measure will also limit cost exposure to Northern Ireland consumers. I want to clarify in response to previous contributions around this which were incorrect, that the ferry which operates between Ballycastle and Rathlin will be exempt from this. In response to claims that the industry was not ready, consultation has been ongoing since 2022. The facility for maritime operators to register their details with the UK ETS Authority has been available since the 2nd of December of last year. Detailed guidance is available for those who wish to do so. Over 200 operators have already registered.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister, for that very detailed answer. Minister, as you said, there is a secondary legislation due in the House tomorrow. Could you tell the House what the consequences would be if we didn't support that legislation with regards to the emissions trading scheme for the maritime sector?
The Assembly will be aware that negotiations have commenced between the UK Government and the EU with a view to establishing a link between the respective emissions trading schemes as soon as feasible. This should provide the conditions for mutual exemptions from the EU and proposed UK carbon border adjustment mechanisms, which we know local businesses support and want. The common understanding published following the UK-EU summit on the 19th of May of last year stated that sectors fallen into the scope of an ETS link should include, amongst others, domestic and international maritime sector. It's important that we understand the consequences of not agreeing the legislation tomorrow. It's a strong demand from me from businesses to link the EU and UK ETS systems and also to address the issue in relation to CBAM. The failure to support this tomorrow will make that difficult to proceed with, and that is something that will have a wider impact across the UK.
Timothy Gaston.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, the revelations at Appy Farm strike at the very heart and credibility of the farm and indeed of yourself. The allegations suggest the existence of a two-tier system, one rule for a private farmer and another for a government-run, publicly funded body. Can you confirm when the whistleblowers' concerns were first raised with the department and confirm if it was through your alliance colleagues who were informed of these concerns in November 2024 or if it was indeed in October 2025 when first approached by GB News?
Minister.
My department takes these types of allegations extremely seriously and promptly initiated inspections of the site when they were raised with us, both through an MLA and also raised by a GB News journalist in October. An animal welfare inspection by my veterinary service and animal health group identified no major concerns. An inspection by the Northern Ireland Environment Agency found a low severity pollution incident regarding sewage fungus in a waterway below the farm, which AFI has taken action to address and ongoing monitoring continues. I was reassured by the findings of these inspections undertaken by my officials. When photos and footage were received, these were reviewed both by my officials and sent to AFBI. AFBI subsequently provided detailed explanations of what the footage showed. My officials have also considered these. AFBI has also confirmed that an independent inspection of the site by Red Tractor, which provides accreditation for farm standards, has also been carried out at the request of AFBI, with accreditation status maintained. The AFBI board chair has also assured me that the board and the executive management team have taken the issues raised very seriously and have fully looked into them and will continue to keep this under review. I also would outline that this issue was considered in detail at the recent Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee last week and previously, and it's important that there was responses given to them, and rightfully so.
Mr. Gosford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I recognise this indeed was discussed at committee last week, but what we are seeing here in front of us today is an 11-month gap in your timeline, which still means there's further questions to be answered. Minister, I wrote to you last week requesting a visit to AFBI Farm accompanied by Dougie Beattie at a time that is indeed convenient to yourself. I hope you take us up on that offer, and indeed do you want to apologise to Dougie Beattie and GB News today in the Chamber, or do you want to wait until you meet us in person?
So that request has been received to visit the AFBI Farm at Hillsborough. That's something for AFBI to consider. I don't think I need to go with you in regards to that, because I don't think I need to hold your hand.
Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, can you please provide an update on efforts to secure and remediate the Meredy Street site, which was the site of the 11th night bonfire in my constituency last year? Thank you.
Minister.
As a member will be aware, this matter is subject to litigation, and there's also an environmental crime investigation ongoing, so I'm limited in what I can say. But I can reiterate that I am deeply concerned that despite warning signage having been erected and Northern Ireland Environment Agency urging people to stay away from the Meredy Street site, it appears that people have entered the site and that pallets have been deposited there. Unauthorised access to the site could amount to a criminal offence. Given the ongoing risk to the safety of people accessing the site, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency would again urge members of the public not to access the site under any circumstances. As Minister, I would urge local elected representatives to provide the leadership needed to ensure everyone obeys the law and heeds the warnings issued to keep people off the site. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency has previously confirmed that a consultant assessing the Meredy Street site had detected the presence of asbestos, despite efforts by the landowner to remediate it. Full remediation of places like the site at Meredy Street, where the Sloan Molyneux factory once existed, could take up to 2 years. Whilst the risk from the remaining asbestos is low if undisturbed, ongoing trespassing at the site would make it extremely difficult for any further remediation work to be conducted. As the site is privately owned, it remains the responsibility of the landowner to remove all asbestos material.
Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister, for that update. Would you share my concerns for public health and safety should a bonfire again occur on this site? Thank you.
They are concerns that I do share. I've been clear in regards to this. I was clear also on the 11th of July of last year. As Minister, I pleaded with people not to light the bonfire, stating there are many ways to celebrate, but not at this site. Dr. Alan Stout said that people should not attend the bonfire and should not be near the site. I was then astounded at the reply from the Grand Secretary of the Orange Order when he said people should go and enjoy themselves at the bonfire. As we enter into spring, and some already look to prepare for the 11th night, I would urge representatives to give the leadership needed to chart a different and better course to make sure that the issue of illegal and unsafe bonfires are something consigned to the past.
Brian Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, you proposed last week designating the shellfish area in Belfast Lough as a sensitive area under wastewater treatment regulations, which would require enhanced treatment for wastewater discharges. In the absence of substantial investment into our wastewater infrastructure, Minister, have you carried out an assessment of what impact this would have
on planning applications, not just in Belfast, but right around the loch, from Bangor to Carrickfergus? Thank you. So my first go-to is in relation to our statutory obligations in regards to the environment. And it is a statutory responsibility for my department under the Urban Wastewater Treatment Regulations 2007, which sets out measures to reduce the pollution of wet, fresh water and coastal waters by domestic sewage and industrial wastewater. Identification of the Belfast Loch Shellfish Water Protected Area as a sensitive area under the 2007 regulations is vital because of the need to reverse the downward trend in water quality in Belfast Loch. Once the Executive hopefully support me in making the identification, wastewater treatment works discharging into the sensitive area and its catchment will be required to provide enhanced treatment of wastewater. Over time, this should help achieve the environmental objectives for the Shellfish Water Protected Area. When I spoke in the Assembly just recently in regards to this, it was last Tuesday, I outlined the 8 key actions we need to take to address the issue of wastewater pollution, not just in Belfast Loch but elsewhere. They are legislating for stronger fines and penalties, reviewing the sentences handed down for environmental crimes, ending the by ball wrongly given to Northern Ireland Water, stepping in to make that special identification in Belfast Loch, reviewing and putting in place new standards for discharge consents, improving the monitoring and reporting of Northern Ireland Water's activities, clarifying the impact of PC21 being underfunded, and also setting up an independent environmental protection agency. The situation with regards to wastewater pollution in our waterways is of grave concern to me, and it's important we take action in response to it.
Yeah. That concludes questions to the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In the previous debate, Philip Brett took an intervention from Jonathan Buckley, saying that the Alliance Party was overrepresented on the Executive. Mr Brett agreed and said that the Alliance Party was only entitled to 1 minister. Mr Speaker, this is not true, and I hope that the record will be corrected. We are entitled to 2 under the Hunt. Obviously, the Justice Ministry portfolio is allocated in a different format, but we are on our numbers entitled to 2. Thank you.
Okay, it's not a point of order, but the member has provided clarification on the issue. If members could just take their ease for a moment, and we'll move to the vote on the previous debate.
Okay, members, we return to the motion on equalising the First Minister and Deputy First Minister titles, and I will remind you of the question, and the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary voting no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order. Order, members. Can members resume their seats? The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. Do we have tellers?
Yes, all good.
Members, order. Order, members. Members. Thank you. Tellers. Members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Matthew O'Toole, Colin McGrath. Tellers for the noes are Brian Kingston and Philip Brett. Clear the lobby. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. The doors. Order, members. Order. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
50 members voted, 29 members voted aye, 21 members voted no. The motion is carried.
Members, thank you. The motion is carried. On fasten the doors. Can members take their ease before we move on to the next item on the order paper?
Okay, members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on SEN reform and classroom assistant provision. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly recognises the vital role classroom assistants play in supporting children's learning, inclusion and wellbeing across our education system. Notes proposals by the Education Authority and the Department of Education as part of wider special educational needs reform to move away from models of one-to-one pupil support, acknowledges the concerns raised by parents, classroom assistants, trade unions and educational professionals about the direction and pace of these changes and the potential impact on vulnerable pupils, believes this is another example of the Minister of Education pressing ahead with significant change without securing the confidence of families or the workforce, and calls on the Minister of Education to ensure that any reform improves outcomes for children and young people, strengthens terms and conditions, properly values the classroom assistant workforce and is fully resourced.
Thank you. I call on Mark Durkin to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Mark. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 8 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Mark, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
As a parent, I see every day the transformative impact a classroom assistant can have. My own son benefits from that support, and I know firsthand the difference that it makes, not only in terms of his engagement with education, but emotionally and socially as well. For pupils, parents and the wider school community, classroom assistants are not simply support staff, they are a lifeline. That's why the emerging proposals to move away from the current model of one-to-one classroom support have caused such deep anxiety. This is not a luxury, it's not an add-on, it's the support which makes school possible. Families fight for years to secure that provision. It's an exhausting, lengthy process, and yet those same families are now hearing language suggesting that the very support that they fought tooth and nail to secure is suddenly being portrayed as excessive or ineffective. Really? And the Department claims that there is a growing body of research suggesting one-to-one classroom assistance doesn't produce the best outcomes for most children. Yet when asked to provide that evidence, the Department has not yet produced a clear and transparent evidence base to justify such sweeping claims. The experiences of families, teachers and classroom assistants across our communities tell an extremely different story. Karen McAvoy, a special educational needs coordinator at Lisneal College in my constituency, said, "If these proposals are forced upon us, the Department risks losing the trust and confidence of teachers. Teachers can't do their jobs without classroom assistants in the room. Those I've spoken to reject the suggestion that one-to-one support is not working. Quite the opposite, in fact. Recently, I met with trade unions and spoke directly with parents and assistants. And those conversations were deeply emotional and revealed the reality of a dedicated, caring and immensely valuable workforce who build extraordinary bonds with the pupils that they support. While specialised therapeutic input proposals are important, they are no replacement for the consistent day-to-day relationship that SEN children have with their classroom assistants. Specialists like occupational therapists come into schools and set programmes for each child, but it's the classroom assistant who works with the child every day, who sees them through their ups and downs, who carries out the therapy programme between visits. But don't just take it from me. We have countless testimonials from diligent, dedicated classroom assistants. The effort that they put in, the hours that they put in, the love and compassion that they pour into the children that they are there to help. Some of the stories that I have heard from assistants, and I haven't the time to go into them today, would really bring it here to your eye. Likewise, we've had similar testimony from parents, including one in my own constituency, Juliana Harkin, who spoke movingly about how her son took his first steps with his classroom assistant. That kind of relationship can't be replicated by any system of group provision. And that's why so many families are so concerned about the direction of reform. Because when you talk about reducing one-to-one support, you're not just dealing with numbers on a spreadsheet. You're talking about changing the daily reality of some of our most vulnerable children. Certainly.
And I commend him on outlining the impact on his own son himself. Does the member agree with me that this decision by the Minister seems to be more financial rather than educational, while he's pushing ahead with this disastrous strategy? Would you agree with that?
Mark, you have an extra minute.
I thank the member for the intervention. Can understand how someone might conclude that, particularly, as I've said, in the absence of the evidence that the department is relying upon, evidence that any of others of us have yet to see. We also have to talk honestly about the workforce itself. Many classroom assistants feel undervalued and underpaid, despite being central to the delivery of SEN provision. While recent movement on the pay and grading review was welcome, it doesn't go far enough to address the systemic issues facing this workforce. We're seeing a growing retention crisis because staff can't afford to stay on in the roles. If we continue to undervalue these workers, we're effectively undervaluing our children's potential. I'll move briefly to today's amendment. It reframes these proposals as difficult and evidence-led decisions. There appears to be a very deliberate attempt in the messaging to stress the positive aspects of the new model, but in doing so, it risks insulting a workforce that we should be listening to and engaging with. There's also a clear underlying aim to cut the costs of delivering SEN support. Parents are worried that their child's years of progress and development could unravel overnight. Teachers are concerned. They know and feel the value of this support in their classrooms. Classroom assistants feel insulted and undermined. This is not what confidence in reform looks like. The reason recruitment and retention are difficult is not because classroom assistants are unnecessary. It's because the employment model is broken. The SDLP fully supports Unison's Good Work campaign, better pay, an end to the term time only model for classroom assistants. And if the department genuinely wants to address recruitment issues, the solution is simple. Invest in fixing the employment model, not in slashing support.
Mark, thank you. I now call on Peter Martin to move the amendment. Thank you, Peter. You will have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 3 minutes. Peter, please open the debate on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the SLP for bringing this and start off by acknowledging the absolute vital role that classroom assistants play in Northern Ireland, and we fully support the contention in the original motion which says exactly that, recognises the vital role classroom assistants play. However, at the heart of this motion is really how we utilise classroom assistants in Northern Ireland, and we have a system which is increasingly reliant on adult classroom assistants in our classrooms, sometimes in quite sizable numbers. I've been in schools, classrooms where there have been 7 or 8 classroom assistants plus a teacher in that one room. So again, it's going back to making sure that we have the best interest of the child at heart, especially with special educational needs, and we deploy the resources that we have in the best way we can. I will indeed.
Would the member agree with me that some of the reasons for that is because children aren't placed in the right settings to begin with?
Peter, you have an extra minute.
I thank Danny for his intervention. I mean, the Education Authority clearly has to place children somewhere, and I think does that to the best of their ability, given the resource challenges that we have, and we obviously both know that are present in Northern Ireland. That's why the Education Minister has set out the SEN reform agenda, £500 million over 10 years, to ensure that children are placed in the right setting. I know that the member sitting to the left of Danny, the member, Sinn Féin member for West Belfast, has recently asked in this chamber the Education Minister a couple of times for evidence regarding educational policies, and the member for Foyle just referenced that in his speech. So I took some time to look at the evidence base around this. University College London stated the following, and they carried out extensive research into the area of classroom assistants and their deployment. The research showed that the more support pupils received from classroom assistants, the less progress they made. This was especially true for those with special educational needs. It was not the pupil characteristics or what the classroom assistants were actually doing the determining factors, but rather how schools prepared and deployed them. The Educational Endowment Foundation, which is a very well-known and respected educational charity in England, said something very similar. I probably don't have quite the time to read that out. None of what I've just said demeans the roles of classroom assistants in Northern Ireland. They have significant impacts on our children when deployed correctly. They are absolutely invaluable in terms of the education that we provide in Northern Ireland, but the question remains how they are used, and the Education Minister has recognised this and in fact wants classroom assistants to have greater responsibility and a more clearly defined career path. The Early Years Assistant SEN training project commenced 2 months ago with 114 classroom assistants completing accredited special educational needs specific training across our 5 FE colleges, and a further 240 assistants will be offered training over the next couple of years. The Education Minister has also been absolutely crystal clear in this House. Any child who requires one-to-one support will be guaranteed that without question. My understanding is a SEN budget will be introduced for schools, and this model will provide funding directly to schools. In fact, it's in place in a number of schools in Northern Ireland. My understanding is that Belfast Boys Model, who I know well, were the school that actually trialled that in the first place. I also thought I would do some research in terms of this area and the effectiveness of how we do support our special educational needs children in Northern Ireland with the Finnish system. I know this is a favourite of some folk from the SDLP, and also well quoted by the Sinn Féin member in West Belfast. And when I looked at the Finnish system, which is heralded as sort of a pinnacle of how to do education within Europe, it was really interesting because they don't have a one-to-one system in Finland. They have a very integrated system, very similar to our specialist provision in mainstreams, where actually special educational needs children are very much in mainstream. And in fact, they have found that the deployment of one-to-one isn't the most effective way of supporting children. And I thought that was very, very interesting because sometimes, and the member for Foyle has already referenced this, sometimes when we look at these things and we look at changes, people are very worried about what the research says, what other countries have done. But as I prepared for this, I was absolutely clear, and I know the Education Committee is looking at SEN in terms of an inquiry, that the evidence base on this is really clear. And what we have to do when we approach something like this is make sure that we have the best interests of the child at heart at all times, especially for some of our most vulnerable children. Madam Principal Speaker, in sort of closing, we do also hear criticism often in this House. Journalists point to a lack of legislative ambition. They point to the fact that there aren't policies flowing out of departments. But here we have a minister actually delivering change, enabling positive reform, and delivering a pathway to better support children at the heart of our education system. And I think that's exactly what this chamber should be doing. So it's frustrating for me to hear those criticisms when actually we do have a minister making change, and I believe that change is very positive. And so I would encourage members to support our amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. I call Cathy Mason.
The Education Minister's SEN reform agenda has been heavily criticised from parents, from school leaders, from teachers and from experts who are all concerned that these plans do not sufficiently address the lack of or inappropriate placements for children with SEN. Now, on top of this, the Education Authority's proposed enhanced model of support, which was just basically dropped on a Thursday evening via social media, has created real and growing anxiety and, quite frankly, a level of distrust. Now, after weeks of raising these concerns in the Assembly, questioning senior officials and pressing the DUP Minister directly, we still don't have a clear answer on what this will mean for our classroom assistants and for the children that they support. And I don't believe that listening to the DUP contribution so far today that they're going to feel any comfort. For many families across the North, one-to-one support is not an added extra, it's not a luxury. It is what allows their child to feel safe, to regulate, to learn, and to actually go to school and enjoy their school life. Parents very often have to fight tooth and nail to secure that support. It can take months, it can take years of assessments and appeals. To leave those same families in limbo now is simply not fair and not acceptable. Classroom assistants from right across the North, including nursery assistants, General Assistance 1, General Assistance 2, SEN assistants, ASEN assistants and behavioural support assistants in our EODAs, are all also watching this unfolding with deep, deep concern. These are skilled, compassionate professionals who work each and every day with some of the most vulnerable children in our education systems. Classroom assistants are the first point of contact for many children with special educational needs. They offer key support to the educational and emotional development of our children and our young people. They are the person that knows how to spot the very first signs of distress and how to help them to regulate. As the member mentioned, just last week at a UNICEF event, we heard directly from some of those parents just what their classroom assistant has meant to their child's school life. We heard from Sophie and we heard from Juliana about their sons, really, really touching stories. And this is their precious child that they are leaving to school every day, safe in the knowledge of knowing that they have that care there to help them stay there and to help them thrive. One other thing that was raised at that event was classroom assistants don't feel undervalued. They know they are valued. They know they are valued by their principals, they know they are valued by their teachers, and they know that they are valued by parents. But they're asking, are they valued by this minister? Their patience. Oh,
sorry, Cathy. Time's up. Just to remind everybody that it's 3 minutes. Okay, I call Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And it is welcome to see this issue being debated on the Assembly floor today. I think what everyone agrees on, might not agree on the detail of all of this, is that classroom assistants do play a vital role within our school communities. And Alliance is very clear that we recognise their hard work and the importance of the role that they play in the education of our children and young people. And the value that classroom assistants bring, while it's acknowledged by all, is still regrettably not reflected in their pay or in their terms and conditions. The use of temporary contracts provides no job security, and classroom assistants are often excluded from the discussions on the future policy in the very area that they are working in, often special educational needs. So this needs to change to ensure that classroom assistants are receiving the right terms and conditions, the appropriate pay for the work they do, and, as really importantly, and there is some welcome development in this space, the appropriate training to best meet the needs of the children and young people that they care for every day. And last week, the Minister's launch of the programme of training designed for classroom assistants who support children with SEN is undoubtedly a welcome step in the right direction, and I want to acknowledge that. But we do need to see more change in this space. We rely on classroom assistants to support the increasing complexity of need in our schools. So contract reforms, professionalisation of the workforce and improved pay are all part of the picture. It can't just be training. And it's important that we recognise, and I want to put this on record, that classroom assistants are not just employed to support learners with SEN. There is a cohort of classroom assistants who do really, really vital work in the foundation stage of our schools every single day. And I think that we should be giving consideration around standardising that approach of having classroom assistants in all classes in primary school as standard. Many principals highlight that they feel that would be an appropriate area where we could get an early intervention right. It might actually reduce the number of children that do end up needing to move towards statements if that support was built into the classroom as default. I'm not going to reference the Unison event. Other members have contributed to it because time is going to beat me on that point. But I do want to pay tribute to that campaign. The Good Work campaign is one that I'm very happy to support. So I think I will just finish really by saying that for me the major disappointment with all of the discussion we have around the need to reform how we support classroom assistants and the work they do is its framing within the context of a budget plan. And that, for me, that starting point is what has lost the argument for the Minister in this case, regrettably. We, of course, when we're spending huge sums of public money, we need to be clear that they're being invested in ways that are effective. But if the starting point is not what is right for the needs of children and what is right for children in terms of their education, then it's a losing battle in terms of winning that argument with parents and teachers. So I think the EA and the Minister now have a serious job of work to do to reset that balance and to restore that confidence. Alliance are up for the conversation around reform and how we can do this well, but we have to build confidence among the people who matter, and that's the parents and the teachers in the system.
Thank you, Nick. I now call John Burrows.
Speaker, a good classroom assistant is worth their weight in gold, but their pay and conditions are very much not golden, and it is vital that we support them and recognise them and ensure that their vital contribution is acknowledged in our education system. And with the significant rise in special education needs in our schools, we actually need more classroom assistants, not less. I just want to make a couple of very key points at the outset. First of all, I do acknowledge that for an institution that often is glacial in its pace in terms of producing legislation and outcomes, I do recognise that Minister Given has the bit between his teeth and is actually pushing things forward. Some of it I agree with, some of it I don't. I call it as it is. I do pick up consistently from teachers, principals and others that they feel the pace of change is overwhelming and that they need more time to adjust to that change. I hear that in every school that I go to. The second thing I would say is this. Our care assistants, we can afford, I think, to pay them more, and we need to. There is a big issue with retention of care assistant, teaching assistants, classroom assistants, because they don't get the pay that they deserve. They reach the end of their pay point very abruptly. I know in England and Wales they do things like you can get extra responsibilities and you get an extra sum of money for having that responsibility. Sometimes it's not a huge amount of money, but actually it just acknowledges their continuous professional development. And what is vital in that is that then leads to more retention, which actually saves money, prevents disruption. We need to make sure that they are given the support, that they're not getting injured in schools. I know a lot of classroom assistants who are being injured, particularly by those who are P1 and P2, young children who become dysregulated. And we need to make sure our classroom assistants have the right equipment and the right training, like Team Teach, to enable them to deal with those very difficult situations well. The schools, if we're going to have special education needs in mainstream schools, which a lot of schools are supportive of and classroom assistants are, need to have the facilities like sensory rooms, the right number of staff. And I want to come back to the issue of cost. We do have enough money if it is used wisely, but unfortunately procurement in schools is an absolute rip-off. I speak to head teachers who tell me to paint a room costs 4 times the amount on procurement than it does if they got a local trusted trader. I do know of a case where changing a light bulb cost hundreds of pounds because it was over a certain height and it couldn't be done by the caretaker. So if we get more common sense, we can find more money and support our classroom assistants.
Thank you. John, our next speaker is Danny Baker.
And I'm going to start with a member facing me because he's saying that children need just to be placed. This is the problem. This is the EA playing with numbers, and this is what they do. Children with additional needs are last in line and get placed in the wrong settings, and those who are there supporting them to give them the pathways that they deserve, like other children, are the ones that are coming under attack in a cost-cutting exercise. There should be no doubt about the important role that classroom assistants play on the front line, helping to ensure that our children receive the support they need to learn, to grow and thrive. Our classroom assistants are the cornerstone of our education system here in the North. They are often the person who notices when a child is struggling long before anyone else. They work with pupils who are struggling and encourage them to build confidence and independence. For children with additional needs, classroom assistants can make a huge difference in helping them feel safe, valued and supported. For these reasons, it is vital that we recognise, respect and continue to support classroom assistants for the valuable work that they do every single day. Yep.
Does the member agree that any SEN reform must enhance provision and not weaken it? And also there's a strong fear out there that classroom assistants are the latest victim of a cost-saving exercise.
Donny, you have an extra minute.
Thank you, and absolutely, and you've seen that how it was announced in a social media press, how much they actually cared about classroom assistants and our children with additional needs. And you see it when you go into our schools. I was very lucky to be on a visit last week in College First, where you've seen the progression and the pathways that the teachers, the school leaders and the classroom assistants are providing our young people, and they are doing it and being very creative. It's not with the support of the Education Authority, it's not from the support from the Minister or his department officials, it really isn't. It is their dedication, and many of the classroom assistants who are there, dedicated, doing a job well beyond the means of the job description, do it for the love of the child and love of the job, but they're also doing second and third jobs just to stay within the profession. And too often it's done with no recognition, respect, or particularly from the department and the EA. They want to come and take their credit when a school is doing such a great job on it. And you'll see that from the school visits, it's not hard to work out. And I've placed on record in the last number of weeks in Education Committee about my concerns around the loss of one-to-one support. And anybody wants to go back and watch them or even look at the Hansard, you'll see that senior officials are very reluctant, in fact, point blank refuse to answer simple questions about that removal. They dance on the head of a pin, and it's not being lost on anybody whatsoever. Yeah.
Would the member accept that if evidence is provided to him that shows that deploying classroom assistants in a different way, that isn't one-to-one, but actually improves outcomes for children with special educational needs, would he not support that?
Our classroom assistants are already doing that, and that's the point where you're missing around the misplacement of children and the fact that there's no data on children who are on reduced timetables. So many children are sitting at home right now who have additional needs, and they're there because the setting that they were placed in was the wrong setting. They should be either in a special school or they should be in one of the specialised units. There's so many children being displaced because of failure to plan year on year, going back decades. This isn't something that happened overnight. The SEND reform agenda, to be fair to it, there's strategies that we could plaster this whole room with. They've been there. It's nothing new. It's just being dressed up again. And the problem is we're not facing it, and we're not directing the priorities where it should be. It looks like a cost-cutting exercise to go after the low-hanging fruit. That's a talk about transport. That's a talk about classroom assistants, and that's what's being done. Because we do have a minister that cherry-picks his evidence to suit his reform agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Donny. Our next speaker is Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I am happy to stand in support of the motion and appreciate the time to openly discuss the proposed reforms from the Department and the EA, time which has been severely lacking given the Minister didn't bring these proposals to the Chamber. At the centre of any of these decisions needs to be the children and young people impacted. The central goal needs to be ensuring those with additional needs have access to their education and are empowered to thrive and develop. At present, too many young people do not have full access to their education, and that should shame us all. We don't have a lot of detail around the proposed new model of classroom support, and I think that is because the Department don't actually know how it will work. I find the lack of detail disappointing. It is also one of the key reasons why families are deeply worried. The other reason they worry is because the first time many of them heard about these proposed changes was in the Minister's 5-year budget strategy document focused on budget savings. I am at least glad that at committee department officials recognised that approach was not helpful. I have full sympathy with the families who have no trust in this minister or the system right now. They have fought and fought to get any kind of support for their child. Those with one-to-one support were told this was the route to go, and now that could be taken off them. So yes, they are scared. Equally, the classroom assistants who took on these support roles have changed the lives of many young people. They do a complex, challenging and crucial job for little money and job security. If you want to change this model of support, asking people just to trust us is not enough. Instead, show us the detailed plans of what these changes will mean. Give us the timelines and the budget attached to it. Treat the families and professionals impacted with the respect they deserve. I am absolutely willing to accept reforms are required. I don't have any issue accepting that because school leaders, SENCOs and other experts have made that clear to me. The SENCOs I have spoken to tell me this change could work if implemented well, and that is the crux of the issue. That is a big if right now. Many schools want to have flexible budgets to bring in speech and language therapists or counsellors, train up a small number of classroom assistants, or even deploy additional specialist teacher. But these proposed reforms give no clarity on whether that workforce is currently available, if schools will hire these specialist people from the EA, or they will be responsible for that. Until there is complete clarity and openness on what the plans are, families have every right to worry. Turning to the DUP amendment, I could have accepted it, much of it I agree with, but to state that this is another example of the Education Authority and Minister of Education taking difficult and evidence-led decisions to reform our education system and improve outcomes really grates and makes a mockery of the absolute crisis in our education system right now. I will close with how I opened. This can only be about ensuring our children get the support they deserve.
Thank you, Michelle. I call Timothy Gosson.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the recognition in the motion of the vital role that classroom assistants play in supporting children across our schools. But even the DUP members must recognise that there are serious questions which the Minister must address about the practical implications of the proposed changes to SEM provision. First, there is the issue of jobs. Many classroom assistants are deeply worried about what moving away from one-to-one support will mean in practice for them. What estimate has been made of the number of classroom assistant posts that may be at risk as a direct result of these proposals? Have any impact assessments been carried out on the potential for redundancies, reduction in hours, or the redeployment of staff? These are the real fears being expressed by the people I meet every morning at the school gate who have devoted years to supporting some of the most vulnerable children in our education system. Secondly, there is the issue of workload and of safeguarding. If the model of support is changing, what assessment has been made of the implications for workload, responsibility and safeguarding within the classroom? Classroom assistants already carry significant responsibilities in supporting pupils with varying needs. If those responsibilities are expanded or altered under a new model, the Minister must answer whether their terms, conditions and pay scales will properly reflect that reality. It cannot be right that expectations grow while recognition does not. If reform is the command, it has to command the confidence of the workforce and of families. Then these questions must be answered clearly and transparently. The success of any reform will ultimately depend not on documents or strategies, but on the people working day to day in our classrooms. Classroom assistants deserve both clarity about their future and fairness in how their work is valued.
Thank you, Timothy. I now call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by sharing the concerns raised by the movers of the motion and others. The concern that exists out there amongst parents and people in education as well about the Minister's disastrous plans to remove classroom assistants when they're clearly needed, as everybody has stated. Already, parents and carers have to fight tooth and nail to get classroom assistants and fight tooth and nail to get the full hours that their child needs. And I'm concerned of the proposals by the Minister, Deputy Speaker, as others have said, is an attempt through the back door to try and reduce the number of classroom assistants. I suspect, I know the Minister obviously isn't here, but I suspect the Department made a calculation that because so many classroom assistants are on temporary contracts, then the Minister can quickly change the criteria for them, and that release the funding to pay for enough classroom assistants and keep pace of the change and support that's needed, whilst also not have to pay redundancy payments for the staff. So a win-win for the department, but I think it's a lose-lose for education workers, young people and our communities more widely. It's also worth mentioning, Deputy Speaker, that Unite the Union, which I am a member of, has begun the process of balloting its members in the Education Authority against the Minister's plans to cut terms and conditions of education support workers. That has to be mentioned as well. And to add insult to injury, the additional £300 million in Barnett consequentials resulting from additional investment in SEND in England will actually go back to paying the Treasury, which is offensive and quite ridiculous. Not to mention, of course, a MLA pay increase of 24%, but no 24% pay increase for classroom assistants. The work of classroom assistants, Deputy Speaker, is transformative for thousands of children with special educational needs, and I don't think the Minister gets that. I also want to mention the difficulties, Deputy Speaker, faced by young people who are in Irish medium education and whose parents and carers are forced to remove the child from mainstream Irish education into English because funding isn't supplied by the Minister, and the sector and the workforce is under huge pressure, and they're not supported adequately by this Minister or this department, and a small number of the Minister's staff are actually working on Irish medium education. And just quickly, I also want to pay tribute to all the classroom assistants, all the teachers and all the principals in my own constituency, and specifically mention them. St Teresa's Primary School in my own constituency, pay tribute to the staff and the principal who are fighting to extend their speech and language unit beyond Primary 4. Not a radical demand, not demanding the earth, but something that other schools have, and I believe this school needs and the community and parents demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I'm now going to ask the Minister for Communities to respond to the debate on behalf of the Minister for Education, and you'll have up to 10 minutes. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I respond today, as you've said, on behalf of the Minister of Education, who has repeatedly emphasised to the Executive that transforming our education system to meet the needs of our children and young people with special educational needs is and will continue to be one of his highest strategic priorities. Transformation, in its very essence, requires us to be courageous. It requires us to question long-established practices, and it requires our unwavering commitment to building a system centred on what works best for our children and young people. For too long, our SEND system has struggled to deliver the outcomes our children and young people deserve. The evidence is consistent and clear. The current model is not working as well as it should, and it is not delivering outcomes comparable to other jurisdictions. And we cannot and must not accept this. In February 2025, the Minister published his SEND reform agenda and delivery plan, the most ambitious programme of SEND reform in a generation, setting a clear and determined vision for ensuring that children and young people with special educational needs can truly thrive in their education. Since then, he has continued to seek the commitment of ministerial colleagues in order to deliver the level of transformation that is required. Following publication of the SEND reform agenda, work has focused on two key priorities: implementing the enabling actions that underpin system-wide reform and progressing the delivery of the Year 1 commitments. I'm pleased to report that in this first year, significant progress has been made. The statutory assessment process has been streamlined and digitised, providing a more timely and efficient service for families. The EA has also published its graduated response framework, established local impact teams, and released Operational Plan 2, which prioritises area planning for special education provision. In addition, individual special schools plans of action have also been co-designed and published. Taken together, these actions represent substantial steps forward in improving the responsiveness, effectiveness and coherence of the system in meeting each child's needs. The Minister recently wrote to all mainstream schools urging them to engage constructively with the EA where they have been identified as suitable to facilitate a specialist provision. In that letter, it emphasised that the EA had developed an enhanced package of support to ensure that schools were fully equipped and adequately supported throughout the process. This further emphasises commitment to ensuring that all children with a statement of SEN have a school placement that is appropriate to meet their needs and in a school within their locality. In 2025, a total of 1,374 additional special education places were created across the education system. This included 29 new classes in special schools and 128 specialist provision classes in mainstream schools. And I would like to take this opportunity to express the Education Minister's appreciation to the schools who have worked so diligently to make this happen. They have demonstrated a strong commitment to ensuring that every child in their community receives a school place which meets their needs, and we are grateful for that. I'll now turn to the focus of today and the cornerstone of SEN reform, which is the transformation of support for children with a statement of SEN. At present, our approach relies heavily on an almost universal model of one-to-one classroom assistant support for a child who has a statement. Yet we now have a growing body of research and evidence showing that this approach, while well-intentioned, does not consistently deliver the best outcomes. In some cases, it can even be counterproductive. It can unintentionally create dependency. It can reduce the amount of time children spend learning with a qualified teacher, and it often places classroom assistants in situations that go far beyond their training or remit. And crucially, this approach does not consistently deliver improved outcomes for children and young people with SEN. What the evidence tells us is this: support in the classroom is most effective when classroom assistants are part of an integrated whole-class approach, one that strengthens teacher leadership, encourages peer interaction, and ensures support is flexible, targeted, and genuinely needs-led. International... Yes, I'll give way on that point.
Would the Minister accept that that whole holistic approach that he's talking about doesn't actually exist? And in some of the specialist provisions that we have, there could be children in there from P1 that are actually in the classroom with children who are P6 and P7. Surely that's not fair. That's not the right place for all of those children.
Well, we're saying that the system does not work, and that's why change is that's why change is required, and we need to have that additional provision. And I want to come on to some of the comments that he and others made just in a second, because I think if you actually look at international best practice, it reaffirms and reinforces that message. The strongest systems for learners with SEN all share key characteristics: early identification, multidisciplinary support, school-led decision-making, and tailored interventions designed around the needs of each child. That's the direction that we need to move in, a shift away from a model that builds independence, empowers school leaders, utilises classroom assistants more effectively, and delivers high-quality, consistent training and professional standards. Now, let me be very clear, because this has been raised during the debate today. This is not about reducing support, it's about improving it. It's about ensuring that the support we provide genuinely helps children to thrive. Our aim must always be to deliver the best possible outcomes for children and young people. Schools have told the Minister and the Department that they want a more flexible, child-centred model, one that respects their professional judgment and allows them to make the decisions that they know are right for their learners. They also want freedom within their school budgets to allocate resources where it can have greatest impact for our children and young people with SEN. So that's why this enhanced support model is so important. Now, for some children and young people with a statement of SEN, a one-to-one classroom assistant will continue to be the most appropriate approach to meeting their needs. And importantly, this will continue. And I think it's important that we don't send out the wrong message today, that that is something that is going to be taken away. If that is right for the child, that will remain in place. However, I am tight for time if he's very brief.
Everything you're saying there about child's needs approaches, completely agree. Why then did the Minister focus on this as a budget-saving exercise when he announced the plans?
The Minister is not focused on this as a budget-saving exercise, and of course it will be important to make sure the system that is in place is sustainable, but most importantly we need to make sure that this is right for children. That's what this is all about, because evidence has demonstrated that other models of support can be more effective in supporting children. So let's go for what actually works, because from what I've heard in the Chamber today, some people believe that a one-size-fits-all model is the right thing. Some people in the Chamber today would suggest that they believe that the status quo is working. I don't believe that's right. The Education Minister doesn't believe that's right, and that's why he is moving to this enhanced support model where one-to-one is appropriate. That will continue. Where something better can be put in place, that is what's going to be put in place, and that's why we need to be brave on this. We need to collaborate with schools that are already implementing innovative approaches to providing support, but effective communication is key, and EA will engage along with the department extensively with parents and carers, classroom assistants, as well as other major stakeholders. I also just want to say very briefly that we do need to better support our classroom assistants. They play an integral role that needs to continue, but we need to invest in them. We need to make sure that we have clearer roles and responsibilities, structured professional development, high quality specialised training, and importantly, appropriate pay and progression pathways that recognise the skill and importance of this work. And that's what this Minister is committed to, because that's what a modern, effective, child-centred SEND system looks like, and it's what our children, our parents and our schools deserve. Let me finish just by emphasising that collaboration is important, and a full public consultation will issue very soon with all stakeholders to ensure that parents, carers, children, young people, school leaders, teachers and classroom assistants will all be able to have their say. And all that feedback will be reviewed to ensure that the final model is able to provide an evidence-based, whole school and child-centred model of delivery. This is the moment to take difficult decisions, to be bold, to transform, and above all, this is the moment to do what is right for our children and young people with special educational needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on Cheryl Brownlee to wind on the amendment and advise you've got 3 minutes. Thank you.
I welcome the conversations around sending classroom assistants, but it is really disappointing that I have 3 minutes to discuss such an important topic when we've spent the rest, or we will spend the rest of Opposition Day discussing titles. But I want to say from the outset, I absolutely have and will continue to support classroom assistants. They play an absolutely vital role in supporting children's learning, inclusion and of course their well-being, and they're truly unbelievable in what they do. And across all our political parties we can agree that classroom assistants work long hours, demanding hours, and they are dedicated to every single one of their pupils. But in this chamber, time and time again, we continue to refer to data, outcomes and baseline figures, and the data continues to show that children with SEN experience poor outcomes. That reality does not take away from the incredible work carried out by classroom assistants, but it does highlight the need for a system that is better for children, better for families and better for the workforce. With more than 12,500 classroom assistants already employed, it's becoming increasingly difficult to retain and recruit a qualified staff. School principals have repeatedly told us they're unable to recruit one-to-ones, leaving them no option but to rely on alternative models. The EA and the department have outlined, as part of a wider SEN reform, a move away from models based predominantly on one-to-one provision towards a smaller group setting, specialist therapeutic input and a more flexible SEN budget. In special schools, many children already learn in small group settings, often on a 2-to-1 ratio, and that model works and it gives children an incredible learning experience. So why shouldn't more children benefit from that kind of tailored support? For some children, one-to-one assistance remain the right intervention, and that is absolutely key. This is the whole point, that any child that needs one-to-one will continue to have it, and I think that's absolutely critical moving forward. But it is also right to acknowledge the large body of evidence that indicates that one-to-one is not always beneficial and in some cases can hinder. And it hinders independence, it reduces interaction and of course issues with social skills. But it's important that any of the reform improves outcomes for children and young people and strengthens terms and conditions, properly values classroom assistants, the workforce, and of course they are fully resourced and changes are communicated. And of course this consultation would be key. So I would say and call everybody and anybody to of course get involved within that and put your views across. But we know a number of schools have already trialled a more flexible team-based support models, and these are showing very positive results. A proposed SEN budget for schools will give, of course, the autonomy to develop the approaches that meet the needs of their pupils, and it replaces that really rigid one-to-one structure with a coordinated support system that can adapt as children's needs develop. And again, that is crucial because, of course, they will develop. But in closing, because I don't have enough time, which is very disappointing, but if we continue to do what we've always done, we will continue to get what we've always got, and sadly that is not good enough. And I want what every member wants here, which is the best possible outcome.
outcomes for SEN.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Charles. And I call on Daniel McCrossan to wind up on the debate on the motion. Daniel, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank all the members who have contributed to this important debate today. I think it's important to be clear from the outset that what this debate is really about, it's about our children, children with special educational needs that are in schools right across Northern Ireland. It is about the support they rely on. It is about classroom assistants who make that support possible. And across Northern Ireland, thousands of classroom assistants go into our schools every single morning knowing that their work can change a child's life for the better. They help children communicate. They help children manage anxiety and overwhelming emotions. They help children participate in lessons that might otherwise feel impossible. They help children feel that they belong in the classroom. For many children with special educational needs, the classroom assistant is not simply an extra pair of hands. They are the difference between a child thriving in school and the child falling behind. They are often the trusted adult who gives parents reassurance that their child will be supported throughout the school day. The scale of need in our schools today is so significant. According to the Department of Education, across our schools, more than 70,000 children are now identified as special educational needs. 27,000 children require a formal SEN statement. And that number has increased by over 50% in the past 6 years. Supporting those pupils are more than 12,000 classroom assistants working in schools across our communities. Those figures, Madam Speaker, tell us something very clearly. The SEN system is under enormous pressure and continuing to be so. Families know it, teachers know it, classroom assistants know it, and parents wait far too long for assessments and children far too long for statements. In fact, we know that many children are now waiting years for a statement despite the legal target of 26 weeks. Some families are waiting 2 years or more for support that their child is entitled to. It's not acceptable. So yes, reform may well be necessary, but reform in education must be built on trust, on partnership and on engagement. And that is what this Minister continues to get wrong. And the problem here is that the Minister appears determined to push through these sweeping changes without securing that necessary trust. Parents are rightly worried, classroom assistants are worried, trade unions are worried, teachers are worried, and instead of pausing to listen to those vital voices, the Minister appears determined to press ahead regardless. That is not how meaningful reform is delivered. The proposals we are discussing involve moving away from existing models of one-to-one pupil support. We are told this is about flexibility. We are told this is about new ways of delivering support. But parents are asking a very simple question. If the support their child currently relies on disappears, what replaces it? Where's the reassurance that the new system will work any better? And it's difficult, given the history, how we can have trust in such a system. And where's the evidence that these reforms will improve outcomes for the children who need support the most? Because when parents hear about changes that appear to remove direct support, the fear is very real. Their fear is that their child will be the one who falls through the cracks. Those fears cannot simply be dismissed, and they must be taken seriously. The DUP amendment will not be supported by the SDLP today because the amendment attempts to present these reforms as straightforward, evidence-led decisions that should simply be accepted. But if that were truly the case, we would not be hearing such alarm from parents, classroom assistants, teachers and education professionals across Northern Ireland. If the people expected to deliver these reforms do not have confidence in them, that is not just a simple issue. That is a flashing warning light that the Minister must heed. Leadership sometimes requires difficult decisions, but leadership also requires bringing people with you, listening to parents, listening to the workforce, and engaging meaningfully with those delivering support in our schools every single day. Classroom assistants are the backbone of support for many children with special educational needs. They provide learning support, they provide emotional support, they help children manage behaviour and communication challenges, and they help teachers deliver lessons in classrooms where every single child deserves attention. Too often, their voices feel ignored when major decisions about the future of the system are being made. Reform cannot succeed if the workforce responsible for delivering it feels sidelined. And across the House today, there has been a wide consensus on the important work carried out by classroom assistants, but there's also a consensus that the Minister is busting on, not listening to those at the coalface, And for that reason, many in this House will not be supporting the amendment, and I would hope that you would support the motion before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of David Brooks and Peter Martin be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. Could you please resume your seats? Thank you. Okay, so the question is that the amendment in the name of David Brooks and Peter Martin be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Aye. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Order, members. Order. Tellers for the ayes are Peter Martin and David Brooks. Tellers for the noes are Daniel McCrossan and Mark Durkin. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Order, members. Order. Members, can you resume your seats? You all right now, Elvin? Any chance? Thank you, Daniel. Okay, Clerk, could you please read the result?
74 members voted, 21 members voted aye, 53 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
The amendment falls. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, will you take your ease, please?
Members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on the all-Ireland economy. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises that stronger North-South economic cooperation delivers practical benefits for workers, businesses and communities and makes economic sense irrespective of constitutional preference. Regrets that effective cross-border economic cooperation has not been consistently prioritised by the Executive, including by key departments such as the Department for Infrastructure, the Department for the Economy and the Department of Finance. Acknowledges that barriers to cross-border economic cooperation have had negative impacts across the island of Ireland and calls on the Executive to work with the Irish Government to prioritise enhanced cooperation on strategic infrastructure, including rail, energy networks and digital connectivity, strengthen cooperation on skills and labour market alignment and establish an all-Ireland economic task force to drive delivery on agreed economic priorities.
Thank you. And I call Sinead McLaughlin to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshal's list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to propose this motion on strengthening North-South economic cooperation because the reality is that the economic future of this island will not be determined by slogans or by constitutional arguments alone. It will be determined by the decisions that we make about investment, infrastructure, skills and how prepared we are to work together where doing so delivers real benefits for the people that we actually represent. Too often discussions about North-South cooperation become stuck in arguments about the Constitution or identity before we even reach the practical questions. But the reality is that the challenges people face in their daily lives do not divide themselves along a border. Economic opportunity does not recognise it. Health outcomes do not recognise it. Poverty does not recognise it. So it makes little sense for government to act as if the border should define the limits of our ambition. This motion starts from a practical, simple position. Stronger economic cooperation across this island makes sense if our focus is on better jobs, stronger infrastructure and higher living standards. It is not about ideology, it is about delivery. The SDLP has long argued that the potential of the all-island economy has never been fully realised, not because the opportunity is not there, but because the political will to follow through has been inconsistent. Last week, we launched our paper, Success by Design, Preparing for a New Ireland, which sets out clearly the economic outcomes are shaped by choices made over time. Over the last 30 years, the North and the South have taken very different economic paths, and the results have reflected those decisions. As a recent ISRA report found, the Republic of Ireland has higher wages, stronger economic growth and better living standards than Northern Ireland. All of these measures make a meaningful impact on the lives of our people, and that is why we believe a different approach is needed. For the SDLP, that means being prepared to make different choices and to make those different choices now. In order to build a better future, it also means taking cooperation seriously, not just in speeches, but in the work of departments and the priorities set by ministers. Progress on infrastructure requires leadership from the Department of Infrastructure. Progress on skills, investment in and energy requires leadership from the Department for the Economy. And long-term planning and funding require leadership from the Department of Finance. Without that level of engagement, the ambition that we talk about will not translate into results. We can see that the consequences of that inconsistency in projects that should have moved much further by now. When cooperation is treated as optional rather than essential, progress slows, opportunities are missed, and people are left wondering why the potential of this island is still not being realised. That is why the motion calls for a more structured, deliberate approach. Working together on strategic infrastructure, on energy networks, on digital connectivity and on skills planning should not depend on short-term political priorities. Those are long-term issues that require long-term cooperation. Part of that more serious approach is the proposal for an all-island economic task force. This should not be seen as another layer of bureaucracy, but as a practical way to ensure that agreed priorities are actually driven forward. Too often, cooperation begins with enthusiasm and then loses momentum when attention moves elsewhere. A formal mechanism to keep that work focused would help ensure that projects do not stall and that opportunities are not lost. Deputy Speaker, I also want to address the amendment tabled by Sinn Féin because it attempts to move the focus away from where responsibility actually lies. At present, Sinn Féin holds the finance, economy and infrastructure portfolios. Those are the very departments this motion refers to, and they are the departments with the greatest ability to drive meaningful North-South economic cooperation. Holding those positions is an opportunity the party has never had before. Yet when we look at what has been delivered, it is difficult to point to the level of progress people were entitled to expect. Too many projects have stalled, cooperation has been uneven, and the ambition of what was promised has not always been matched by action. That is not a failure of circumstances, that is a failure of delivery, and ultimately a failure of leadership. Trying to suggest otherwise or to shift responsibility through an amendment is disingenuous to this House and to the people who sent us here expecting results. The SDLP believes the future of this island should be built on partnership, cooperation and careful planning. Any new constitutional settlement, if it comes, will only succeed if it is designed to succeed economically as well as politically. That means doing the work now, strengthening cooperation now, and putting in place the structures that allow progress to continue regardless of who holds office. Better infrastructure, stronger energy cooperation, closer alignment of skills and more coordinated investment policy all make sense today, regardless of anyone's constitutional view. They improve people's lives now and help build stronger foundations for the future. This motion simply asks the Executive to approach that work with greater seriousness, greater consistency and greater ambition than we have seen in the past. That is not an unreasonable request. It is what people expect from a government that is focused on delivery. For those reasons, I urge members to support the motion before them today. Thank you.
And thank you. I call Public Delargy to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes to propose the amendment and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment.
And I'm glad to be talking about this issue today because All-Ireland cooperation and the All-Ireland economy are growing. We all know the figures and the statistics, the results of dual market access in particular. If we look at statistics from 2001, All-Ireland trade was then valued at £1.9 billion and at a similar level in 2015. However, that has grown dramatically since the introduction of dual market access, with that figure in 2022 sitting at around £7 billion per year. The All-Ireland economy is a reality in constituencies like my own and indeed in border constituencies across the north. And the key reason for that and why we have decided to ensure that regional balance as a key pillar of the Department of Economy is actually to ensure that border communities who have been left behind by partition, who have been failed by this state, have equal opportunity, have increased opportunity going forward, and that's something which we will continue to see. For instance, last week I attended the relaunch of the North West Learning City region in Magee, and at that we had both the Mayor of Derry City and Strabane and also the Cathaoirleach of Donegal County Council. We've seen the first of these projects, which is both north and south, and indeed that's a great indication of how we work collaboratively as a region. At that event you had ATU, UU, North West Regional College and Donegal ETB, and that gives an example of how the positive transformation that is happening here in Stormont is reflected in communities and in our colleges and universities across the north, because we actually have so much to learn from them. And I'm glad to see that this motion has been brought here today, although we've brought the amendment for a few really key reasons. The amendment today focuses on positive politics. This is about what we can do together. This is about a collaborative approach, and it's actually about highlighting what we can do when we work together. The SDLP motion is about politicking, it's about electioneering, and it's not about genuine cooperation, because Sinn Féin are the key delivery agents in this Assembly and indeed across Ireland of that All-Ireland cooperation. We champion it in everything that we do, because this motion is an attack on Sinn Féin departments. And I do notice that what has been proposed and in the context of the motion and the introduction has actually been about talking about poverty. It's been talking about educational underachievement. And those are all very genuine concerns. Those are concerns that I share. But what I would ask in that is that the key things that we see as barriers to economic growth are housing. I see no mention of housing in this motion. I see no call on the Department of Communities. I see no educational mention in the motion. I see no call for the Department of Education to do anything around poverty. Absolutely agree. But why is there no call on the Department of Communities? So there is a lot that lacks in this motion. I mean, I think the premise of working together and the cooperation, collaboration is very positive, but I do think that it could be strengthened, and that's why we've brought the amendment here today. There are a number of points, and I mean, I'll run through them quickly. I'm conscious of time, but if we are to look at the delivery that has been mentioned in these three departments, in economy, in Derry, since 2021, we've seen a 60% growth in enrolments in Magee University. That's incredibly positive. That's delivery. Regional balance is a core pillar of the ministerial vision. Delivery, clustering of key areas and sectors, delivery, a new Invest NI office in Dublin, delivery, 3.5 billion to support Derry City Airport, and actually to take that burden off ratepayers in our own council area. For me, that's a key point of delivery, particularly when over half of those passengers come from the south. This is about all-Ireland cooperation. Intertrade Ireland's funding is up. Hidden Heartlands has been delivered. The White Atlantic Way, there's been huge progress on that. Look even at the terms of the fact that the postgraduate loan for northern students studying in the south has now been introduced. That was something that wasn't there before. And we are seeing increased cooperation between UCAS, CEO in terms of alignment, as well as research and development partnerships. The Queen's, the new campus in Dundalk, I think is fantastic. And it shows that confidence and that growth right across our island. If we're to look at infrastructure, All-Ireland Rail Review delivery, we look at the the ring fencing of £1 million in this year's budget in terms of AIRR, so that keeps the momentum going. We look at cross-border greenways, progressing the enterprise fleet, cross-border work of the A5 and the N2 group. That's all delivery. And the other department that's been mentioned here today is around finance. So in terms of what's been done in finance, I think it's on the executive to prioritise the fiscal framework, and that's been a key issue that's been championed by both Kiva and by John as well in terms of the finance department. But this is about making decisions locally. It's about getting greater autonomy and greater ability to make those decisions here to generate income for increased public services. So the best way that we can actually do this financial remodelling, of course, is through Irish unity. It's about making decisions for Ireland, in Ireland, and I think that while we are progressing towards that, then that these are important steps. But what I've done is to try and highlight some of the key elements of delivery within that, and I suppose I am quite baffled by the fact that the ask focuses on 3 departments, because I absolutely accept and agree that all departments need to be progressing on an all-Ireland basis. They all need to be working towards the all-Ireland economy. But if we actually look at the key barriers to that, as I've mentioned, they are around housing, they're around skills, and the departments that are doing something are the ones being criticised in this motion, and that's why I do think there needs to be an amendment to it. The other thing is that when all of those delivery points that I have noted have been made, the SDLP have welcomed every one of them, but they haven't done anything to help deliver them. And then today the focus is on saying that there's no delivery from those departments. So I'm really confused by that. In terms of the proposal from the SDLP in terms of their paper that's been mentioned, no costed proposal in that, no actual practical costed reality for that. So it's all aspirational, and I mean, I think that we do need to work on a collaborative basis, on a cooperative basis. But I think the key for that is that we work together and we actually try and work out what is best for our economy, what's best right across our country, but we do that best when we work together. So I think that making a focus for electioneering purposes, which focuses around 3 departments, which just happen to be led by Sinn Féin ministers, I think that necessitates an amendment to this, because those are the 3 departments that are delivering, that are trying to change things, and that are trying to undo 100 years of partition in our country and trying to better the economy. So I commend this amendment to the House.
Thank you. Call Philip Brett.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome the Junior Minister to her place here today and wish the Economy Minister well in her endeavours in the United States as she continues to sell the importance of Northern Ireland's position within the internal market of the United Kingdom and the strengths of our services sector, which are of course not covered by the Windsor Framework. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as a party we happily support cooperation between our international partners in the Republic of Ireland and 100% recognise the close economic and political ties between our 2 jurisdictions. But this motion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't believe is intended to command support. It's not intended to command the support of unionism, because there is no mention in this motion of trying to deliver the best possible economy here in Northern Ireland, but talks about an all-island economy which does not and will not exist. And I'll come on to that point later. It doesn't talk about the impact of the Irish Sea border here on companies in all parts of Northern Ireland. But I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this motion is more designed to attack Sinn Féin. It's designed to attack the fact that Sinn Féin told us when they took up the position of First Minister, of Economy Minister, of Infrastructure Minister and of Finance Minister that they would deliver the mythical all-island economy. That's clearly not been the case and will not be the case. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not the fault or the ineptitude of Sinn Féin ministers. It's the fact that we will never have an all-island economy because we have two distinct and very different jurisdictions here in Northern Ireland. We operate under different regulations, under different tax regimes, under different employment laws and under different currencies. And I think there is a real inability in this House for people to distinguish between an all-island economy and all-island trade. I support the growth in all-island trade. I support the fact that our businesses here in Northern Ireland are able to export to their neighbours in the Republic of Ireland. But a lot of that, Mr Deputy Speaker, is down to the fact that we have seen a displacement of trade between Northern Ireland and GB, and that has now become all-island trade, but that does not mean that it is an all-island economy. I'm not particularly interested in getting involved in an intranationalist spat between Sinn Féin and the SDLP about who has or who hasn't delivered what. The facts remain that Northern Ireland is an integral part of the internal market of the United Kingdom, the 6th largest economy in the world, an economy that is protected by a military which is now thankfully helping our neighbours in the Republic of Ireland by guarding their shores. There is no all-island economy, Mr Deputy Speaker. There will be no all-island economy, Mr Deputy Speaker. The creation of a task force within the Executive to have that dictate trade policy in the United Kingdom is not going to happen. We can have this battle between Sinn Féin and the SDLP all they like, but the facts remain. Northern Ireland benefits massively from being part of the 6th largest economy in the world. The focus should be on growing our economy here in Northern Ireland, and that means, yes, having important trade links with our neighbours in the Republic of Ireland, but our focus should be on fully restoring Northern Ireland's place within the internal market of the United Kingdom, because that is our largest market.
David Honeyford.
Deputy Speaker, Alliance is interested in growing our economy, full stop. But the potential for North-South economic collaboration is absolutely huge. And right now we are seeing far more talk about it than we are actual delivery. Alliance absolutely supports the principle behind the motion and the amendment, but we are really disappointed that this has become party political and point scoring, because honestly we need everybody in this House, across this House and all parties, to support our economy to move forward. We need less party politics and we need to see more delivery. We need stronger North-South collaboration on a wide range of issues, whether that's the economy, whether it's infrastructure, health, which has been left out of both, skills, education, sport, the arts, energy is also massive. This shouldn't be controversial at all. It's about making life better for ordinary people, for businesses and for our communities. This is exactly what Common Sense Alliance politics is all about, focusing on what works and actually improves people's lives. Sharing this island is absolutely not about constitutional politics. It's about economic common sense that makes people's lives better. Sam McBride recently wrote in his new book, whatever our aspirations, we should be able to unite around making both parts of this island work and understand each other better, and I absolutely agree with that. That should be the spirit of this debate, and that's where Alliance comes to it from. Our position in Shire Island, I've talked about this so many times, I've consistently made the case for sharing this island. You'll be hard find if you look at Hansard to find anybody that's spoken more about this issue in here, and I've written about it, I've written opinion pieces, I've spoken about it, I've pushed for practical change, because this is about economic opportunity and about making people's lives better. It is simply common sense, but progress is far too slow. The truth is that our economy is growing, but it's not because of anything that has happened within the departments or anything that has changed. It's because our businesses have got on with it themselves, taking advantage of structural change and taking advantage of dual market access. Businesses already operate north-south, they always did. Workers already move across this island, they already have.
tourism is where 80% of our tourists come in through or 70% come through the south, 80% through Dublin Airport. That's already the case, and investment already flows across this island. But we must make it easier and much more accessible for all of those things and create new opportunities for people. If we look at energy as a quick example, it underpins our whole economy. Our energy shows the problem of what we've got, that we operate one all-island electricity market, but we still maintain two electricity systems. We can't build a north-south interconnector and remains delayed. That's costing every house in Northern Ireland about £100 a year. So if we can't even connect two electricity systems on a small island with copper wires, then we need to really ask a question seriously, are we really that keen on economic collaboration? Being in government in Northern Ireland, yet in opposition in the South, should not hold back change here for our constituents. At the same time, proposals for renewable schemes need to come forward to change and we're seeing the spikes of fossil fuels now, but to create that systems here to allow the investment into renewables here, and not with a border in Ireland, with an investment border in Ireland, but to actually attract investment north. These are practical suggestions that we need to move forward at pace. Skills is another one that I've led in here, where we've asked for a talent development agency like SkillNet Ireland, and that got support right across the Assembly, and we need to see that pushed forward and delivered. The all-island rail review was named, but in reality is we haven't got the Knockmore line anywhere close to even moving to a business case to drive that forward. So despite the frustrations, the opportunities are absolutely massive. Sam McBride, again, to quote him, said, sharing resources to improve transport, health services, green infrastructure is simply worth doing, and I absolutely I'd agree, and the Close Alliance will always focus on improving people's lives, creating opportunities, not filter that through constitutional aspiration, but simply about making life better, because the truth is our future depends on both east-west and north-south collaboration. If we want higher wages, better infrastructure, stronger public services, we have to be confident enough to share this island, to work together and unlock that opportunity. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Call Steve Aiken.
Deputy Speaker, and the Ulster Unionist Party is to rise, and will be opposing both the motion and the amendment. Members will be aware, of course, that trade between Northern Ireland and the rest of our nation equates to about 33 billion a year, and that 33.3 billion is in comparison to the trade for the United Kingdom and the Republic of Ireland, which comes in at about 55.4 billion, and with about 32 billion's worth of imports coming back the other way. What we don't have is good trade statistics on North-South. We hear it about a lot. We even have an organisation that's supposed to be promoting it, Intertrade Ireland, but we don't have any reliable stats and figures on it. HMRC recently was asked to look in detail at the figures, because there is a definite case of divergence happening in trade both across the Irish Sea, North-South and East-West. That has a significant problem for Northern Ireland businesses, because not being in the best of both worlds, in fact we're in the worst of both worlds, with extra levels of bureaucracy added because of the Windsor Framework. But there's one issue, and I think I would agree very much with what Mr Honeyford said, it's about, on this island, it's about moving towards an all-islands energy market. Members will probably know that under the ISEM, we don't actually have a physically connected market. What in fact we have is two virtual markets, where artificial price controls are utilised to adjust two systems that don't work in the same way and are not connected in the same way whatsoever. And I'll make a declaration of interest here, because as well as being the Chief Executive of the British Irish Chamber of Commerce when I retired from that, today I also met Helen McAtee, the Irish Foreign Minister and for Trade and for Trade as well, and we talked about the very anomalous situation we're in, whereas Sinn Féin keep on talking about North-South and talking about a closer all-island system, but they're the ones holding up the North-South interconnector. And incredibly, and again a declaration of interest, because I sit in the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly, I was sitting at a meeting in the Oireachtas not 2 weeks ago, And Cathy Bennett TD, who's a Sinn Féin TD, stated the fact that renewable energy should be all kept within the Republic of Ireland. She didn't see any reason for any north-south interconnector and didn't see any reason for an ISEM. So I have a real confusion here about Sinn Féin's amendment because it just does not compute. Actually, it's not even connected. That was a bit of a pun, but it is not connected at all. And I think that is one of the more significant problems we have when we talk about north-south issues. We want to see north-south trade develop. We want to see opportunities to do with that. But if we can't even get the electricity market correct, what is actually going on? And we also, we would welcome, and I think many of us would welcome, the improvements to, of course, the rail system across Ireland. And we would love to see a much improved service between Belfast and Dublin. I'd love to see a much improved service from Londonderry all the way through to Cork. But the one thing that's holding up the speed and getting the line improved, believe it or not, it's not necessarily getting things like the Knockmore line sorted out. It's the fact that in the outskirts of Dublin, when the Dart takes priority over any north-south rail connection. It's extraordinary. So here we talk about the improvements to try and get north-south interconnection, and wouldn't we all be better as an island with better infrastructure? I don't think anybody can disagree with that. But yet again, we have an example where sort of TDs from a certain party, are, particularly in North Dublin, would rather have the Dart improved than improving north-south rail links. So there's a large degree of hypocrisy here. I think some members would join with me in saying that as well. I think, and I've looked at I do look indeed at SDLP's motion. And I know a lot of it's good intentions, and I know Sinead very well, and we have talked on many occasions about improving north-south trade. And I think she can clearly say that I'm not somebody who's a begrudger on north-south trade. I want to see it work and want to see it improved. But let's not have another quango. We have got Intertrade Ireland, where if anybody can tell me what it actually does, apart from suck up public funds and act as a job creation scheme for superannuated politicians who are now sitting on their board, what does it do? What does it actually do to promote north-south trade? And I think that that is something that we have to consider, that we shouldn't be building another quango. What we should be doing is making physical things like the north-south interconnector, improving rail links through to Dublin, and a vast majority of other things, actually get those done. Not another quango, please. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call Declan Kearney.
The emergence of the all-Ireland economy is probably one of the most significant and positive results to emerge from our peace process. All-Ireland integration benefits everyone. It drives economic prosperity, creates business and investment opportunities, and it improves the lives and families of people in every part of this island. Every department in the Power Sharing Executive should prioritise the potential to deepen greater political, economic and social integration. While important progress has been secured across health, infrastructure and economic development, significant barriers do remain. And of course, the most key structural barrier to further progress is the existence of partition itself. Nonetheless, our Department for Economy has advanced innovation and collaboration across the island. And there are many notable examples. The successful expansion of McGee campus at Ulster University has provided additional academic opportunity for students from both north and south. And it is now helping to drive the achievement of regional balance for the North West. And so too, as already mentioned by my colleague, the North West Learning City Region project, which has implemented a major cross-border collaboration in lifelong learning. The recently announced partnership between Queen's and Dundalk Institute of Technology is another good example of increased integration between educational institutions. So I welcome the Minister's announcement last Friday to increase postgraduate loan support by 54% for the academic year 2026 to 2027. In the North, one of the biggest impediments to economic growth is our skills shortage. Minister Archibald's Apprenticeship Action Plan will enable workers, particularly our young people, to access the best possible training in their chosen field and in any setting across Ireland. cross-border apprenticeship opportunities have now become a reality. All-Ireland tourism has also been prioritised by the Department for Economy. Collaboration between Tourism Ireland, Tourism NI and other industry leaders is now focused upon growing visitor spending in the North to £1.3 billion over the next 10 years. That's an exciting target. Crucially, the Department for Infrastructure's All-Ireland Strategic Rail Review sets out a long-term vision for a modern, high-quality, low-carbon rail network with several important proposals, not least including the reinstatement of the Knockmore line with the potential airport access within my own South Antrim constituency. The work of the North-South Ministerial Council has successfully deepened integration in areas such as agriculture, food safety, tourism, transport, infrastructure, culture and trade. And through the NSMC and Shared Island Fund, the Irish Government is committed to significant major investment in cross-border infrastructure, healthcare integration, environmental initiatives and educational measures. Intertrade Ireland has played an instrumental role in expanding all-island economic coordination, and particularly so in the post-Brexit era. Cross-border trade is now at record levels, reaching over €15 billion in 2025. Intertrade Ireland has supported more than 60,000 businesses, including thousands of SMEs. These are concrete and positive indicators. Planned all-island integration and cooperation are bringing opportunities to businesses, workers and families across our country. There are reasons for us all to be optimistic about the future. Of course, resolution of the constitutional issue and Irish unity is central to making even greater progress. Within the Good Friday Agreement, the democratic mechanism exists to open a pathway to maximise economic growth, better public services, shared prosperity and a better quality of life for workers and families in all of Ireland. And this is another strategic reason for the Irish and British governments and all political parties north and south to start planning and preparing for Irish unity. And the overall process of this transition will be optimised by setting a date for a unity referendum by 2030.
Thank you. Before we move on, members want to say that as the business on the order paper is not expected to be disposed of by 6 p.m, in accordance with Standing Order 10.3, I will allow business to continue until 7 p.m. or until the business is completed, if earlier. I now call on the Junior Minister Riley to respond on behalf of the Minister for the Economy. And Junior Minister, you'll have up to 15 minutes.
I very much welcome the opportunity to respond to this motion on behalf of the Minister for the Economy. And cross-border trade alone is now worth over €10 billion, and key to that success is the rise in all-Ireland trade. According to the Central Statistics Office, from 2020 until 2024, sales from north to south has increased by 128.5% to £5.5 billion. And that evidence clearly demonstrates that SMEs engaging in cross-border trade consistently outperform others across key metrics such as sales, employment and profitability. Innovation and collaboration across the island also strengthen industry clusters, creates higher quality jobs and enhances sector competitiveness. The Executive and the Irish Government are cooperating well to realise these opportunities. The Department for the Economy in the North and the Department for Enterprise, Tourism and Employment in the South have formalised their cooperation in an MOU, which reinforces that commitment for both departments to work closely together. The Economic Development agencies are working well together, and InvestNI has opened a new office in Dublin. Recent initiatives include closer collaboration with the Dublin-Belfast Economic Corridor, a joint international trade mission with Enterprise Ireland and the IDA, and the success of the Shared Island Sustainability Capital Grant in supporting innovative low-carbon technologies across Ireland. Intertrade Ireland, Enterprise Ireland and InvestNI are delivering a €30 million All-Ireland Enterprise scheme, and this investment is building cross-border networks and clusters, accelerating green enterprise and supporting women's entrepreneurship. Funding has been increased for Intertrade Ireland, which since its establishment has supported over 60,000 businesses across the island, as well as assisting individual companies. Intertrade Ireland's Synergy programme has supported cross-border clusters in fintech, cyber security and advanced manufacturing. Both governments have also boosted funding for Tourism Ireland, which markets the island internationally as a single unit, yielding a 25-to-1 return on investment. Tourism is a long-standing all-Ireland industry, and this has recently been strengthened with the inclusion of Fermanagh in the Ireland's Hidden Heartlands brand. The Shared Island Fund has supported a range of tourism projects, most recently with funding for projects including the Gents Causeway, the Dairy Girls Experience, the Museum of Free Dairy and the Courthouse in Bushmills. Business activity is underpinned by skills, and it is so important that people can study and work as seamlessly as possible across the country. Complexities arising from two tax and social security systems means that many people still have difficulties working in one jurisdiction and living in another. However, a very positive step has been taken by Universities Ireland. Previously, A-level students needed 4 top A-level grades to reach the maximum tariff, and now 3 A-levels and 1 AS level are sufficient. And the Department for the Economy has introduced a tuition fee loan for postgraduate students from the north who choose to study in the south. The McGee expansion is a cross-border collaboration, and Queen's University Belfast is signing an MOU with Dundalk Institute of Technology. Research and innovation continue to be powerful engines of shared and collaborative all-island growth. Our universities have built strong cross-border partnerships through Horizon Europe and the US-Ireland R&D partnership and the North-South Research Programme. Under the Peace Plus programme, €46 million has been invested in cross-border skills development. In terms of connectivity, €165 million from Peace Plus will help deliver an hourly train service between Belfast and Dublin, further contributing to a more integrated labour market. The Department for Infrastructure's All-Island Strategic Rail Review sets out a long-term vision for a modern, high-quality, low-carbon rail network, and those proposals, as has already been mentioned, includes reinstating the Lisburn-Antrim line, including potential airport access, a new Portadown, Derry, Letterkenny rail corridor, electrification of the Belfast border route, longer-term extensions into the northwest, including Limavady. And these investments have the potential to transform connectivity, to create jobs and unlock economic opportunities for generations to come. The Irish Government has also committed funding for a Dublin-Derry air service, enhancing connectivity and improving economic opportunity for the northwest. The all-island economy is growing strongly, however, it still has significant further potential. And by continuing to pool our resources, our expertise and our infrastructure, we can build a stronger, more competitive regions and deliver long-term prosperity for citizens north and south.
Thank you. I now call on Gemma Dolan to wind up the amendment. You have up to 5 minutes.
The artificial barriers created by Petition over a century ago continue to have a detrimental impact on many aspects of life across our island, including many of the areas referenced in our amendment. Time and again, we see how those divisions make little sense when it comes to the delivery of public services, the development of infrastructure and the growth of our economy. In my adjournment debate last month, I spoke about the need for the South West Acute Hospital to be utilised by citizens living beyond the Fermanagh and Omagh area. If that hospital is to reach its full potential, it makes absolute sense that people from neighbouring counties should be able to access the services and benefit from them. That is just one example of why we must think beyond the artificial barriers that Petition has imposed on this island. The amendment rightly acknowledges that barriers to cross-border economic cooperation have had negative impacts across the island of Ireland. Removing those barriers and enhancing cooperation between ministers and departments north and south can deliver real benefits for communities and businesses. We have already seen positive examples of what that cooperation can achieve. The extension of the Hidden Heartlands tourism brand into Fermanagh links the county with its natural hinterland and strengthens its place within a wider all-island tourism offering. I welcome the work undertaken by the Economy Minister in securing that agreement with Fáilte Ireland and in supporting the marketing of the region. Initiatives like that build on the strong cooperation that already exists across the all-island tourism sector and provide a welcome boost for local economies, particularly the hospitality sector. Another important example is the water enhancements through Sustainable Treatment Project, which is tackling water pollution across Lough Erne, Lough Melvin and Donegal Bay through cooperation between NI Water and Uisce Éireann. Projects like this demonstrate clearly that when governments work together on an all-island basis, communities benefit. The amendment also highlights other key areas where enhanced cooperation is needed, including rail, energy networks, digital connectivity, skills development and labour market alignment. These are strategic issues that require joined-up planning if we are to unlock the full economic potential of this island. The establishment of an all-island economic task force, as called for in the amendment, will provide an important mechanism to drive that cooperation forward and ensure that agreed priorities are delivered. Greater North-South cooperation can and will benefit citizens across the island. However, the reality is that partition continues to act as a barrier to fully realising that potential. Enhanced cooperation is welcome and necessary, but it will only ever go so far as long as the island remains divided. The real opportunity lies in building an all-island economy and planning our infrastructure, services and economic development on that basis, ensuring that decisions about our future are made by the people who live and work here.
Thank you, and I call Colin McGrath to conclude her mind on the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And to begin, there should be nothing controversial about the principle behind this motion. Stronger North-South economic cooperation delivers practical benefits for workers, businesses and communities right across this island. It makes economic sense regardless of anyone's constitutional preference. Supply chains cross the border every day. Workers commute across it. Tourism depends on it. And businesses already operate on an all-island basis. But recognising the value of cooperation is one thing, delivering it in practice is another. And that is where the Executive's record must be questioned. Because if we look honestly at the evidence, effective cross-border economic cooperation has simply not been consistently prioritised. The departments that have the greatest capacity to drive it, economy, finance and infrastructure, all sit within the same party's control. Sinn Féin holds the First Minister's office, they hold the Economy Department, they hold finance and they hold infrastructure. So if building the all-island economy is central to their narrative, then the fair question that must follow is what measurable difference has actually been delivered? Where is the progress on infrastructure? Where is the urgency on cross-border investment? Where are the projects that people can see and feel in their daily lives? Because strategies, reports and speeches are not economic policy. Delivery is. The SDLP recently published our paper, Success by Design, Preparing for a New Ireland. And that paper makes an important point. The economic future of this island is not predetermined. Economic outcomes are shaped by choices. Choices about skills, choices about infrastructure, choices about innovation, and choices about governance. And the truth is that the North and South started the 1990s in broadly similar economic positions. But over the last 3 decades, their trajectories have diverged sharply. The South has experienced sustained growth, higher wages and stronger productivity. Meanwhile, the North has struggled with weak productivity, growth, lower wages and a continued reliance on public expenditure to sustain economic activity. That divergence was not inevitable. It was the result of decisions, and quite often the absence of decisions, about investment in the foundations of growth. There's been underinvestment in infrastructure, underinvestment in skills, underinvestment in innovation, and political instability that made long-term planning difficult. That is exactly why this motion matters. Because if we want a stronger economy on this island, then cooperation must move from occasional collaboration to systemic integration. We already know that it works. The single electricity market has demonstrated how treating the island as one energy system improves efficiency and security of supply. Cross-border healthcare Yes, can I?
Given way. I agree with most of what you said, but actually the all-island electricity market item doesn't work. It has real difficulties, and it's because it's two virtual markets. The main issue with it, it's not connected together. You can't run two electricity systems side by side and expect them to work effectively.
I would always agree about bringing things together on this island to make it move and work even better, so I thank you for making that point for me. Cross-border healthcare cooperation, such as the North West Cancer Centre, shows how shared services can improve outcomes for patients. And improved Belfast-Dublin rail connectivity has strengthened labour, mobility, tourism and business links. They are proof that cooperation works. Sorry, I didn't mean to give way to you earlier.
No, look, I don't disagree with anything that the member has asked in terms of the commitment by all departments. But you've talked about healthcare, you've talked about housing, you've talked about poverty. Why are those departments not being called on within the original motion?
Thank you. And as I said at the start of the speech, it's about the greatest contribution can come from the departments that are listed. And I think that when it comes to an all-island connectivity in terms of economy, those departments can deliver the greatest amount of leverage and deliverable actions. But as I say, those are proof that cooperation works, the ones that I had listed. But too often progress has been piecemeal and dependent on political will rather than embedded as standard practice. Our paper also set out a series of no-regret actions that could strengthen the all-island economy right now. Practical steps like establishing a joint all-Ireland infrastructure fund to invest in strategic cross-border projects, delivering the all-Ireland strategic rail review, aligning skill systems and opening up the all-Ireland labour market, creating an all-Ireland economic task force to drive delivery, and targeting investment in growth corridors such as the Dublin-Belfast corridor and the North West region. These are not theoretical ideas, they are practical steps that would improve productivity, strengthen regional development and raise living standards. And they would deliver benefits now, regardless of constitutional outcomes. We also need to recognise the strategic economic role that Northern Ireland can play within a stronger island economy. Because too often Northern Ireland is framed as a fiscal problem or a burden. But that narrative misses the point entirely. The North has assets that can strengthen the island economy. We have a young population, world-class universities, growing high-value sectors, strategic infrastructure like Belfast Port, and a strong base of SMEs that could scale more effectively within a larger integrated market. Better integration would expand supply chains, support regional growth and strengthen economic resilience across the island. For the SDLP, the goal of a new and united Ireland is clear, but we also recognise something very important, that our responsibility today is also to ensure that Northern Ireland works economically, socially and politically. Because if the North becomes an economic burden defined by stagnation, underinvestment and dysfunction, then we know that people in the South will be concerned. And for just a very quick moment to look at some of the inputs, we did say that one of our papers lacked costings in the document. Well, I wonder why. We can't get access to any of the information that most other oppositions across these islands would get to help us make those decisions. So if we're in the dark, it's because we're being left in the dark with the facts and figures. So we'll start coming up with the ideas, and we will try and champion those ideas as best we can very, very quickly, because I'm short of time.
A very clear point. There isn't any sufficient data, full stop, on trade issues, north, south, east or west. HMRC should get off their backsides and provide some.
Well, they take my tax, so I'll be nicer about them in case they target me there. But yes, I agree that data is important and we should always have access to as much data as possible. There was also reference that we didn't speak about the UK economy. Well, that should be no shock and emotion. That's about an all-island economy here in Ireland. We had the approach again from Alliance that this is politicking, and it's, you know, we're in a political arena. We're politicians. Guess what we're going to do? There's going to be an element of politics about the work that we do, because that's who we are and what we do. And then we had reference to the all-island energy market. And again, I think that shows how when we work together, when we've got examples of cooperation, it delivers good benefits and good outcomes for people. And we want to champion that, and we want to see more of it. And that's what this motion is about, seeing greater cooperation economically that delivers benefits for the people that live north and south. So our task today is twofold: to deepen cooperation across this island and to build an economy here that is productive, competitive and capable of contributing to shared prosperity. That means investing in skills in the economy, investing in infrastructure, strengthening cross-border enterprise and delivering the projects that will actually connect this island economically. Because the all-island economy cannot simply be an inspiration, an aspiration. It must become a programme of delivery. And if we get that right, we will not only strengthen the economy today, we will also lay the foundations for the prosperous and sustainable future that this island deserves. And that's why we present this motion today to the House.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the amendments standing in the names of Patrick Delargy, Declan Kearney and Gemma Dolan be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. Aye. Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order. Order, members. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Patrick Largy, Declan Kearney, Gemma Dolan be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay. Do we have tellers? Members, order. Thank you. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes, Patrick Largy, Gemma Dolan. Tellers for the noes are Peter Martin and Sinead McLaughlin. To the lobbies, the Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Yours. Members, order. Members, thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
72 members voted, 39 members voted aye, 33 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
The amendment is agreed. Unfasten the doors. The question, members, therefore is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Think the ayes have it? Okay. Members have been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standard Order 27 1AB, there is agreement we could dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Members, tellers. Tellers have been appointed. Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Padraig Delargy and Sinead McLaughlin. Tellers for the noes, Diane Forsyth and Harry Harvey. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Okay, members, order. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
72 members voted, 45 members voted aye, 27 members voted no. The motion as amended is carried.
Members, the motion as amended is carried on. Fasten the door. Point of order, Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, just briefly as a point of clarification as well as order, earlier on in our debate about equalisation of titles, I mentioned the AERC. In the discussion about the AERC, I mentioned a proposal that I had made for the inquiry. Well, that is true. I just wanted to put on the record that I was collaborated on with and had a full support, and was working with my Assembly Committee colleague Michelle Guy, who did a lot of work on that. So I just want to put on there is joint cross-party working with the Alliance Party, and indeed now with Sinn Féin and other parties in that committee. So I look forward to more progress. But I just want to put that on the record. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Not a point of order, but it is on the record, which was clearly the intention. Members, the next item of business is the introduction of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. I call the Minister of Health to move the first stage.
I beg to introduce the Hospital Parking Charges Bill, which is a bill to modify the operation of the Hospital Parking Charges Act, Northern Ireland 2022, so as to postpone the ban on charging money for parking vehicles in hospital car parks.
Thank you. Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to further postpone the ban under the Hospital Parking Charges Act, Northern Ireland 2022, on charging money for parking vehicles in hospital car parks.
Thank you. That constitutes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. Members, that moves us to item 6 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound.